just want to kiss that top, I think.
Anchor which side? Left. This one, right? That's going to be anchor. Shannon, the furthest one away is going to be anchor. That's going to be us sitting in that one. And there will be.
TV too, though.
This is for you guys to have something on or whatever for scores and all that crap. He's going to bring it down. Oh, I got you. That's going to live with that.
Other vitamins make your bones them stronger. Anti-wrinkle make you look younger. 95% water. Kidney cleanser, great hydrator. Detox fiber, good regulator. Give your body good things. Don't be a traitor. Get the cucumber, cut it in a slice. Put it in a jug of water overnight. You know what you get for a fraction of the price? Energy drink full of electrolyte. Roaring salad is one of the use as a base for your vegetable juice. Another surprise, put a slice on your eyes. Take away the dryness, revitalize. Oh yes. One thing I have left. Cucumber can also help with bad breath. Wash away the bacteria that cause the odor. Cucumber water instead of soda. A Maccabean Medical Monday. Cucumber.
So what's quite useful is to do your best. Keep your lead off the back of your shoulder. Yeah.
Do I go left side or right side? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter, but if you, because of the way you're sitting, it would be better if the lead was on that side. Yeah. And then you can throw it over your shoulder. It's often quite hard to do that. Put that mic on.
Oh,
So there we go.
now I
That
can hear you.
sounding good? So that's my mic on. Are you turned on, Shannon? On the
Rachel.
Rachel, sorry. Shannon, sorry.
I can hear myself and I can hear you now.
Okay.
So I think I'm turned on.
Great.
Okay.
Yep, keep talking. So everything sounding good.
Yeah.
So what do you have for breakfast?
I had like 2 bites of my little omelet thing.
Nice, lovely. I had the omelette as well. It was delicious.
Yep.
I didn't have any cutlery. Bring this across more. It's a pretty small lead. Sounding good. Is that better?
Yours doesn't have the little like fluffy thing.
No. Yep. I think Jay just spotted that.
Yeah.
He's gonna.
So what were you saying about this?
This will be there'll be a laptop
okay.
that will have the live scores, and that will allow us to know. And then if that ever goes down, that's when your phone can be useful.
Okay.
If sometimes you just want to see the breakdown.
Yeah.
Because you won't get on what they're seeing at home. You're not going to get the score that didn't go into the top 2.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're like, oh, it was a 4.
Sure.
It didn't go into the top 2.
Okay.
So that's where the live scores there that the viewers can see at home, or this, which is going to be the same thing.
Okay.
Is quite useful.
So then I'll pull that up too.
Yep. It's quite a short lead. And there's no fluffy on it. I don't know if you want a fluffy on there.
I think that's the technical term for it.
Yeah.
So how will we be able to tell when we're live? Like we'll
get a countdown.
There's the fluffy.
And I think you won't be able to hear the director.
Yeah.
I can.
Okay.
Yeah, so we pull
Yeah, I can hear you. Pretty quiet, but I can hear you. Sure. Can you, Gio? Can your volume be a bit louder for me? Yeah, it's quite quiet. Right. Let me get this beauty on. So this is gonna be. This is like trying to get a nappy on a baby. It's different. I haven't put a nappy on a baby for a while. You do learn the techniques, and then they. That's gonna go that way. Yep. So we've got the fluffy back on now. Everything's sounding crisp. Yep. Yep, we had excellent breakfast today, and the surf's looking small and clean. Next couple of days. My side, I can do. Input 1. So that's turned up. I can't hear myself in my ear though. So I've turned up input 1.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day one of the Surf City El Salvador 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship, live from Central America at the beautiful right-hand point break of El Sunzal. As you can see, that drone footage of the small, clean conditions here we have this morning for this opening day of a wonderful event with record participation, 118 athletes from 33 nations. It's extremely good longboarding conditions. I'm Sam Bleakley, bringing you the live webcast, joined by 2015 Women's World Longboard Champion Rachel Tilley.
Really happy to be here. We see Team USA on screen. That's the team that I have represented at former ISA events, and I'm really excited to be joining you here in the booth today.
Oh, it's just so good to have you, Rachel, to have the knowledge of a world champion, somebody who's still got world titles in them. And kicking off, we've got Cole Robbins for Team USA in the first heat. Of course, a former medalist in 2019 in Biarritz for Team USA. How's Cole leading up to this event?
Cole, I think, he's from Santa Barbara, California. He's used to surfing right-hand points not too far away from points like Rincon, Malibu. So he will be really comfortable surfing on his front side and, surfing in the last ISA Longboard World Championships that happened and having a final result there. I think he'll be feeling really confident going into this, and I think he's going to be a name that will stand out this week.
Absolutely. So there you can see the setup. El Sunzal is the iconic longboard wave of El Salvador. It's a really playful open face wave. It breaks down cobbles. It has a sand ending in the shore break. The surf is quite small for the next couple of days, but we have a very big forecast kicking in on Wednesday. All the surfers who have been here free surfing and training have experienced some big swell in the last week. But the great thing about El Sunzal is it peels perfectly through that big swell. You've got that opening nose ride section. And what types of things do you think the judges are going to be looking for at such a long right-hander, Rachel?
Well, the criteria is mainly traditional. So that means that they're really going to be prioritizing nose rides, footwork, and of course with the traditional criteria, turns are still important. I think sometimes people get confused with that versus a progressive criteria that judges used to judge by. But the turns are going to be less of a pivot type and more just really engaging that rail, which I think we'll be able to see quite clearly and easily today from the surfers. It'll be a little bit tougher as the waves get larger. There's a lot of speed on this wave, so it'll be interesting to see how these surfers handle that dynamic. But most of these surfers, looking at their equipment before today started, are surfing single fins, so they're going to be surfing that equipment that will lend them to that traditional type of surfing.
So there's the swell height, 2 to 3 foot from the south-southwest. This is the prime south swell season for the whole of Central America. We've got that light southeast wind. We can expect the onshore sea breeze to kick in around 9 or 10 p.m. But in this slightly overcast conditions, it might stay cleaner for longer today. We got low tide at 10:34, high tide at 4:39 p.m. And kicking off this first heat out of USA, we got Cole Robbins. Out of Uruguay, Julian Schweizer, who's just come out of a silver medal finish at the Pan American Games qualifiers in Santa Catalina, Panama. We've got Alexandra Heeg from Germany, and we've got Jason Latham from American Samoa. So typical of the culture of the ISA, we kick off the 2023 World Longboard Championship with a big rainbow spectrum representing American Samoa, Germany, Uruguay, and USA. Little lull there to kick things off. So deepest sitting there is Cole Robbins. What's the psychology like, Rachel, at the beginning of these heats? We got 20 minutes, all of those surfers hustling for position, no priority yet. What will be going through the mind of Cole right now as he sees this small set on the horizon?
Well, positioning is everything at the start of the heat. Obviously, once the heat gets going and surfers start riding waves, priority does come into fact. But at the moment, it starts with no priority. So anyone could be looking and taking this wave right now. As we see Julian taking this one.
So live action, 4 steps to the tip, a nice 5-10 combination. Great start from Julian Schweizer from Uruguay. Cuts back, sets himself up for another hang 10. Beautiful high line, hits the rebound with control, flows beautifully out of that rebound. He's going to be really pleased to get a wave under his feet. Decent start for Julian, unable to connect through that longer section there, but a busy start with footwork, 2 critical hang 10s and 1 solid turn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was a great way to start the heat as we see another surfer going.
So here's our surfer from Germany, Alexander, on a nice trim line there. Staying in the middle of the board, uses the cross step turn to cut back into the pocket. 2 steps, 4 steps. There's the 5, little hands up, gentle soul arch. Again, the cross step turn, a big factor of Alexander's surfing here. He's got a nice speed line here. Good opportunity for another nose ride. Not quite able to curl his toes over the tip there in that nose ride. So already we're seeing a difference in the criticalness of the nose rides compared to Julian Schweizer. But this is a much longer wave already. And already, Rachel, how do you think those first 2 exchanges compare?
I think Julian probably did some more critical surfing on there. He put together a really nice combination of maneuvers.
So here's Jason Latham out of American Samoa on the backside there, stalling, setting himself up, a little foamy wave there. So some of these waves that come later in the set, they might have to surf through the foam. You can see the bump on the inside there. The rip moves out into the channel and makes that inside section very bumpy. Really important to get a lot of good work done on the outside, as we see Cole Robbins, bronze medalist from 2019, Silky Santa Barbara, and riding his Wayne Rich surfboards back up to the tip. Nice 5, quick, tight footwork from Cole, looking lively and compact on that cutback. Sets up a high line. There's the 5, gets that sneaky 10, holds it through the section beautifully. I saw some body language from you, Rachel. Looked like you respected that and enjoyed that.
Yeah, this is, you can tell just the face actually has quite a bit of bump on it, but he's navigating it really well, and he's navigating it from the front portion of his board, and that's really critical. I think the judges will really like that.
So it looks to be the best of the exchange. Cole Robbins rides that right through to the inside. Santa Barbara, El Sunzao, how similar are these 2 iconic point breaks?
Well, you can find really clean, long right-hand points at both locations. So Cole, is going to feel comfortable out there. He looked comfortable on his first wave. And I think we'll probably see Cole getting the best score of all of that exchange, with Julian probably in second. The only thing that is limiting, I think, Julian's score from going higher is the length of ride. It wasn't very long. His was, I think, kind of the shortest of all of them. But he did some really critical, clean surfing. And
very interesting for Cole there. He played the patient game. He was the last person to get a set in that exchange, but he looked like to get the better of it. And let's really analyze this, Rachel. What was dynamic about Cole's surfing here? Yeah,
so his footwork was really clean on this. I mean, that you could see the spray coming off of that turn, and he gets to the 10 there. That is really critical as the wave kind of goes to crash across his feet, and you can just see like this bump that he's navigating, and the nose rides that he was able to hold and really like enunciate for the judges in between having some turns, connecting all of it. I think just put a nice combination of what traditional surfing will be looking like out there.
And then Julian Schweizer, he got the opening wave, critical 10 on that takeoff there. But how does this compare to Cole's ride?
Well, you can tell this wave is a lot cleaner than Cole's. You can just see he's not having to navigate that bump as much with his ankles. But unfortunately, I really liked that end turn, actually. That was a really nice way to finish it off. But I know he would have hoped that that section didn't come at him so early.
So this is our German surfer, Alexander there. So he gets that use of that cross-step turn is a big part of his repertoire. How difficult is it to do those cross-step turns?
It's extremely difficult. It's definitely one that I've been working to incorporate in my repertoire. It's not easy. However, I wish that he had some turns that had a little bit more speed in it. And while it is a nice turn to do, it's kind of like something that you add for a bit of flavor, and one that you should also incorporate some turns that have a bit more power, you'll see a little bit more spray coming off the board, which, you know, is harder to do when you're doing that cross-step turn.
So Jason Latham here, he had to navigate that white water. I mean, it's so much harder, isn't it, having to move through those white water sections?
Absolutely. I mean, unfortunately for him, this was obviously kind of that wave in between sets, or after all of those initial waves, that he was just navigating that foam, and it obviously makes it a little bit more difficult to do some clean and concise footwork.
And just as we expected, the best of the exchange goes to Cole Robbins. So Cole kicks off with a near excellent 7.33. Julian Schweizer gets a 5.50, which is a very strong score considering the shorter length of ride that he had, demonstrating that the judges will go high if you do critical surfing in the pocket. It's not necessarily about length of ride. The German surfer Alexander gets a 2.83, and our American Samoan Jason Latham, he gets a 2.50. So now we have a priority situation. Julian Schweizer out there with first priority, our German surfer Alexander in second priority, Jason in third, Cole Robbins still making his way out into the lineup. So when he joins that lineup, he'll be in fourth priority. And explain simply the fact that the priority, what does that do mentally to Julian right now, knowing that he's got the pick of this set, Rachel?
Well, he's sitting in a great position. I mean, although he didn't get the top wave of that exchange, a 5.5 is a great way to start the heat, and now he gets to go on another wave.
Great setup here. Nice to see the drone action. You can really see that tail locked in for a long soul arch 5 into a beautiful critical 10, speeding through this section. Beautiful surfing from the Uruguayan. Puts that board on rail, weaving back and forth, looking for that high line there. Here it is. There's the 5, there's the 10. Beautiful answer back to Cole's 7.33, and then throws in that drop knee turn with flair, power, style, flow, and right there deep in the pocket, just looking to navigate these bumpy sections. But already from the Uruguayan, we've seen some fantastic work done, and gets another nose ride on the inside, and beautiful footwork working back to the tail, putting that board on rail, and gets that third tight critical hang 10, milking this wave for everything it's worth, and kicking out with style as Cole Robbins answers back with a long 10. Wayne Rich will be watching, tuning in, his surfboard shaper. Rebounds off the whitewater there. Great surfing from Julian. But what's Cole got to do here to overtake his 7.33, Rachel?
I think he has to just find some nose rides like that, exactly like that. You can see the levitation of his nose as he was doing that. Again, this one's a little bit bumpy compared to Julian, so he's navigating that, but that nose ride was excellent.
Great lift there on that middle nose ride from Cole Robbins. Still working this wave through the inside. Nice 5 there through this section. He's going to climb up and kick out. But Julian with that first priority, demonstrating the opportunity to get that first wave of the set. You just get much more of a velvet smooth canvas. And I felt like what we saw from Julian there was a possible excellent range score. It was phenomenal surfing.
Yeah, I agree. That was probably the best wave of the heat that we've seen so far. He surfed it just really clean, concise, got long nose rides. The judges really like when you spend time on the nose. It's not just about kind of ticking that box and tapping the nose. You really want to spend time up there holding it across, as we're going to see another replay of this, and he gets straight up to that 5 and he gets to hold that all the way across, and you see that section standing up, and he capitalized on that by going to a hang 10, and I'm really liking the look of his turns. He's on this Michael Takayama, which traditionally has, Michael Takayama boards have kind of wider tails, which allow for that lift when he's on the turn, but can be sometimes a little bit trickier, gives that lift when he's on the nose, can be sometimes trickier to turn, but he's navigating it so well and clean, and you can see the board, like the width that it has, just glides through this bump on the wave really easily that you don't really notice that he's navigating that as well. He got so many different maneuvers on that. And Cole's wave, I'm interested to see what that dynamic was out in the lineup, because he, as we remember, was paddling back out in 4th priority, but was, took this wave right out underneath.
Yeah,
would have been in 1st and 2nd. Yeah.
But that first nose ride 10 was probably one of the strongest nose rides we've seen yet, wasn't it?
Absolutely. And then this one that we're about to see, look at that lift. That was the most critical nose ride that we've seen of this heat. Just with speed going through that section, and here navigating that bump, but so cleanly. His upper body so calm. The judges will really like that. And this board just looks really loose on the tail.
So Cole Robbins, he got a copper medal in Biarritz in 2019, which is the last time we hosted the ISA World Longboard Championship, won by the mighty Benoit Piccolo Clemente, with the two French brothers Antoine and Edward Del Pero finishing in silver and bronze. Both the Frenchmen, Antoine and Edward, are here to go for gold again. I know that they were bitterly disappointed not to win gold in Biarritz, and this is our surfer coming up in our next heat. Out of Guatemala, Abner Rivera, the first time Guatemala has been represented in longboarding at the ISA World Longboard Championship. He just got that sticker on his board that you saw. That's just to demonstrate that he's got the right size specifications. We see live action Julian Schweizer on the 5, on the 10, and I love the way those nose rides are quite low down in the wave but deep in the pocket. It's a foamy section, but I like that drop knee turn, puts that board on rail, looking nice and lively, weaving, snaking, S-turning, just getting that opportunity to eye up the possibility for another nose ride that doesn't come. But already we're seeing great surfing from the Uruguayan, waiting for that last score to drop to add to that 5.50. Will it go higher than Cole's initial 7.33? But will Cole oust his 7.33 just on the premise of those two critical nose rides? One was a really good 10 and one was a 5, but the lift was very exceptional. Live action as we see Jason Latham out of American Samoa, up and riding, runs up to the tip, doesn't get the full engagement of the nose ride there, riding a much higher rocker board. You can see the nose kick, it's accentuated, and you can see that board looks lighter and more lively than the boards that we're seeing under the feet of Cole and Julian, but he's setting himself up again to get that line for the nose ride. So you'll find a lot of those longboarders are using that footwork to keep that trim speed, always looking for those opportunities to get that nose ride in the pocket, just like we saw from Jason then, as he cuts back, rebounds off the foam, again eyeing up this nose ride opportunity, smoothly kicking out, paddling out for more, looking to add to that 2.50 as Cole Robbins drops a 7.5, so that goes higher than his 7.33, and I think that would be representative of those critical nose rides. But Rachel, I'm really interested to hear what Julian Schweizer's score is going to be.
I am too. I think that wave was the best of the heat, if not right in there with Cole's 7. So, you know, it will be interesting as we see the replay of Jason here, and you can tell, like, kind of going back on that equipment conversation again, this board, you can tell, like you said, that lively and looseness as compared to, let's say, Julian on his Michael Takayama board that is a bit more of a traditional type board. You can just see how this kind of feels every bump, and it, you know, he's able to get to the nose there, which is really good. But that rocker, that the tail's going to be more pulled in on Jason's board, so is going to not look necessarily as smooth as necessarily Julian's board under his feet.
So the judges will be analysing that last wave of Julian Schweizer there. They'll probably keep their eyes right now on this set. They might have the opportunity to look at that video replay. Of the 5 judges, the highest and the lowest scores are eliminated, and an average score out of 10 is taken, as we see Cole Robbins in first priority, looking to add to that 7.33 and the 7.50 up to the tip. There's the 5, there's the 10. Great surfing from Cole Robbins. Pedals back and rebounds with incredible rail work down his single fin board. Sets himself up again. Doesn't find the nose ride section there, but uses the footwork elegantly, with control, with flair, to get that tight nose ride, surfing dynamically in the pocket. And then look at that rail work. That was radical rail work. And it's important to emphasize, yes, the criteria is about traditional surfing, but it's about using all of the board and all of the wave. We want to encourage dynamic rail surfing as well, and that's what we're seeing from Cole Robbins. All round longboarding, that engagement, that movement off the rail, rebounds off the top there, looks lively. Cole Robbins, he's got to be smiling as we see him kick out, and our German surfer in 4th position, looking to replace a 0.67, up and riding, low in the wave there, gets a little section steep just on his shoulder there, gets this wave running ahead of him, so not a strong shake wave compared to the one that Cole just paddled into, but he's got this reform, and there's that nose ride opportunity, 4 to the tip, gets that 5, pedals back, uses that beautiful cross step turn, and that was a good example of where it just felt right to put the cross step turn in.
Yeah, absolutely. He didn't have as much speed going into that, which is when it's a nice opportunity to use that. It's definitely harder and maybe not used as well if you have a lot of speed coming out of a nose ride. But that was really nice as he was kind of looking for that check turn more so. But Cole's wave, wow, he's really starting to come into his own in this heat. I mean, the fact that he's sitting in first and you have first priority going to catch this wave, that was exactly where he wants to be, and you can tell like he's just getting more and more comfortable. Plenty of nose rides, plenty of turns. I really liked this one. He comes all the way around, and he's starting to show that variety, you know, especially in his turns. You have those S turns like that, that one previously where he banked off the whitewash and then connecting it through with all these nose rides. And he got to finish this wave with an actual end finishing section, which is all just kind of, you know, racking up scoring opportunities.
I mean, look at the pocket control as well. He's really surfing critically. So he's got that 7.5 and that 7.33. When a score goes in the 8 range or plus, we call that excellent range. But this is excellent surfing from Cole Robbins. Of course, you know, a regular top finisher in the World Surf League. He finished in the copper medal position in the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2019, and definitely being a Santa Barbara surfer, the similarities to Elson Zal have got to be favorable to Cole.
And actually, I'm only just realizing now, but Cole has opted to not wear a leash out there, which is, I think we're at this event particularly, we're going to see surfers mostly opting for a leash just because of the way the beach is. There's lots of rocks, they're super far out, and if a surfer loses their board, they're going to risk a long swim, damaging their board, and the wave is so bumpy, it's a super easy opportunity to lose your board. But Cole is kind of one that always defies that, where when I think it's maybe conditions to wear a leash, he's never paddling out with one.
Yeah, Cole Robbins is not wearing a leash, and he's in the lead with a 7.50 and a 7.33. Julian Schweizer drops a 7.03 as we just see Jason Latham taking a fall there. The goofy footer running up to the nose and wiping out. Julian getting a score under Cole's highest 2 scores. And my immediate reaction to that would be based on the criticalness of Cole's nose rides. They were right in the pocket and they were generating lift. And talk a little bit about the difference between the types of nose rides, Rachel, that are skimming out on the shoulder and locking in the pocket and gaining lift.
Yeah, well, when you're skimming across the shoulder, you know, all of your board is supported by water, as we see some live action.
Julian Schweizer, beautiful setup there. He's just looking to stay high in the wave for the nose ride. There's the 5, locked in the pocket beautifully, stretching, holding this 5, and then as you see that wave just chandelier down, he has to pedal back to the middle of the board, grabbing that rail, looking for the reform section, walking back into the tail. I like the use of the footwork, no shuffling, all footwork from the Uruguayan. He's reinvented his surfing over the last 10 years. In the early days, Julian came at us as a more progressive type of longboarder, and now he's mixing up this more dynamic, traditional surfing, still engaging the rail, but really developing into an incredible nose rider. And that 10 in the middle of the ride, backed up by this nose ride through the inside, this could well replace his 5.50, Rachel.
Yeah, definitely I think will replace his 5.50. And a way you want to finish off a heat with only 10 seconds remaining.
So Cole Robbins, 7.5 and a 7.33. So he's in first position. Julian Schweizer in second, needs a 7.8 to move into first. So both of those surfers will continue in the main event. Alexander from Germany, Jason from American Samoa, they will not be eliminated. They will move into the repechage round. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we will continue live action as we've got Great Britain, Italy, Chile and Guatemala coming up live from El Salvador for the ISA World Longboard Championship.
congratulations to the federations, to the athletes, to the families and friends that support all of them at home. Enjoy everything. Good luck in the competition. Go home as ambassadors of beautiful El Salvador.
Somos el equipo de España de Longboard, estamos en El Salvador, en la playa del Sunzal, para la ceremonia en las arenas, que es algo muy especial también dentro del evento.
The 2023 Surf City El Salvador ISAWorld Longboard Surfing Championship open!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to heat number 2 here live from El Sunzal, day 1 at the 2023 Surf City El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship, as we move on to Ashley Braunton surfing for Great Britain, Matteo Majorca surfing for Italy, Rafael Cortez surfing for Chile, and the Guatemalan Abner Rivera, who has surfed in multiple longboard divisions when the longboard was included as part of the World Surfing Games. But kicking off in 2013, it became a standalone event, first in Peru, and then there was a little bit of a lay between the event in 2018 in China, run by Tori Gilkison and Kai Salas, and then the event in 2019 won by Alice Lemoyne and Piccolo Clemente, and now we're here back for longboarding at the cutting edge at the highest level in El Salvador for the 2023 event. So strong, rich experience from the Guatemalan Ashley Braunton out of North Devon in the United Kingdom. He is a powerful, dynamic regular footer. He'll be looking to put on a big show. But up and riding right now, it's our Chilean, Rafael. He is a very stylish surfer. Straight up to the tip there, gets the 5, a little bit deep in that section, so it's not going to be a strong score to kick off for him. But our Italian is having a look, but up and riding, it's our Guatemalan Abner. But our Italian takes off there, and what do we think of that exchange, Rachel? Was that an interference call straight off the bat for these two surfers out of Guatemala and Italy?
Gosh, I think it might be. I mean, obviously White was up first, but we know that that's not necessarily what means who has priority. With no priority established at the beginning of a heat, it's the surfer who's taking off the deepest. So White was up and riding first and just kind of took that angle, and Blue then took off behind him. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges call that with Red up and riding.
Live action, Ashley Braunton out of North Devon there. Beautiful drop knee turn there, riding his 4th surfboard shaped by Luke Hart. Hits off with that 5, gets that big powerful drop knee. One of the statement repertoires of Ashley is his beautiful, powerful, rarely engaged drop knee. Stalling that board up to the tip, gets the 5, holds the 5, pedals back, cuts back. Again, looking for that section, staying nice and lively in the pocket there, and then he's going to just kick out of this wave. He's been here for over a week, training for this event, surfing at a red-hot level. So proud to be representing his country. Ashley Braunton looking to drop a score. But the big controversy to kick off this heat, Rachel, is that exchange between Mattia and Abner. As we see Mattia up and riding now, the stylish Italian up to the tip, rolls on that 5 and just gets a pupusa sandwich there and slides off. That's the worst thing, when you put that foot too far over the tip and you just slip off.
Absolutely. I've had that happen plenty of times, but you know, fortunately for him, it happened just at the beginning. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, it happened right at the beginning of his wave. So he's still there out in the lineup and is going to be ready to catch the next wave, but green up and riding.
Super busy heat. All of these surfers, for me, already looking a bit anxious, a bit stressed. Compared to that first heat with the wisdom of Schweizer and Robbins, they had that composure to wait for the sets. All of these surfers looking busy to just get waves under their belt. But Rafael getting that beautiful soul arch nose ride through that middle section there. So this could be one of the higher scores of the exchange. You can see his composure, style, flow, and grace. Certainly big elements in Rafael's repertoire. And you know, that those three phrases, style, flow, and grace, they're so important, not only for the culture of longboarding, but for the judging criteria.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of like the gold star or the North Pole that the judges are using to award these surfers their scores. And if a surfer is doing critical nose rides and nice turns with style, flow, and grace, it will turn into a good score.
So Abner, up and riding, takes that low line there, setting himself up with 2 steps, stretching out for that cheetah 5, wide steps to pedal back to the tail, readjust the foot, use of the deck pad on the tail there. Again, wide steps, cheetah 5, stretch 5, out on the shoulder there, pedals back with those wide steps, and then just sets himself up for this inside section. You can see the bumps on that section through the inside, climbs and drops on a float there, and again he's got the opportunity for another cross step to get to the middle of the board. As we see him staying lively, loose, he's going to add a score to the board, but it's going to be so interesting to see if there's an interference call that might affect both our Italian surfer and our Guatemalan surfer, Mattia, out of Capoledo, Sardinia. Very stylish regular foot Italian, really good nose rider. He'll love these right-handers, but did he kick off with an interference call? It's really going to be interesting to find out if that did affect both of these surfers.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting comment that you made before, how busy this heat has started, and you know, compared to Cole and Julian's start,
I think they set the tone with their wisdom. Julian
Absolutely.
and Cole just like, look, let's keep it cool, let's surf the sets. But in this heat, Ashley looks like he's focused on the sets, but the other 3 surfers felt like they were a bit flustered, a bit rushed, just to catch anything that came through.
yeah, absolutely. Actually, as we see Green paddling again.
Up and riding, high line there, leash around the toes, loosens that leash, 2 steps forward to the tip. There's the 5, nice lock of the toe, curled over the tip there. Again, back up on that trim line, nice stretch 5 in that bowl section. Pedals back as he sees himself lining up again for the 3rd nose ride. Good nose riding sections, 3 strong hang 5s, puts that rail grab in, rebounds off the foam. Love that rail grab, soul arch, sets himself up into the bumps through the inside. Again, eyeing up that opportunity for a few more cross steps, maybe one more tip time, stretch 5. There it is. Nice little body language, looking composed. Really great surfing from our Chilean. I really love the body language and just the confidence, the control he demonstrates.
Yeah, he's starting to feel more and more comfortable than from that very first wave. That was nice to get on his feet.
Absolutely, and with that, we're going to go down with Mitchell Salazar, who's with the winner of our first heat out of Santa Barbara.
All right, here with Cole Robbins from Team USA. First heat win of the first heat of the event, first of all. But more importantly, how are you dealing with the heat here in El Sunsal, El Salvador, even this early in the morning, Cole?
Oh, it's such a difference than back home. I'm from Santa Barbara over in California, and we've had a very cold winter, a lot of rain, and coming here, it's so hot, it's so humid. The water's 86 degrees. I mean, it's such a contrast to back home. I love it. It's been a blast. I love the heat. It's nice to have such a dramatic change and finally get some sun and get a little tan going. I'm very happy to be here.
And there's a common misconception among the public that they don't realize that a lot of professional surfers actually have a side job too. You're a real estate agent in Santa Barbara. What allows you to dedicate your time to professional competitive surfing as well?
Gosh, it's just trying to stay motivated so I can get up early in the mornings or surf late at nights. You know, summertime's a little easier because that time change, it stays light late. Or in the winter time, it's light very early. So it's really time management. And it's just tricky to get out as much as I'd like to.
Hey, no, love to see the dedication. Congrats, Cole.
Thank you, and thanks everyone back home. Thank you to the El Salvador government for hosting this contest. It's been a real treat. I mean, the waves are pumping, the water's warm. There's not much more we could ask for being here. Thanks everyone for all the support.
Team USA moving through.
Congratulations, Cole Robin. Great to hear him thanking the El Salvadorian government. This is the 4th major ISA event Surf City El Salvador has hosted in the past 5 years, which has included the 2019 World SUP and Paddleboard World Championship, the 2021 ISA World Surfing Games, and the 2022 ISA World Junior Surfing Championship. And of course, later in May, we will move on to the 2023 ISA World Surfing Games. So it's really special to see that investment from a government transforming the economy of a country through sustainable tourism and surf events and surf tourism, and also supporting the local surf community, because let's not deny El Salvador has got some really strong surfing talent, Rachel.
Absolutely. Some surfing talent that we're going to be seeing in this event on both the men's and women's side. As we do see some sets coming, and I wonder how the surfers are going to handle this with Ashley with first priority. Oh.
So that was interesting. Ashley was just looking to make sure that he got on the section he wanted to, but in doing that, he might have lost his priority. And there it goes. It shifts down to third priority. So Rafael Cortez is in fourth priority, up and riding there. He's got a 6.60 up to the tip there. Nice nose ride. Good footwork, pedaling back. Bouncy section, but rebounds. Slides himself back up to the nose ride opportunity there. Doesn't find it. Kicks out on his single fin. He's in first place as we see Ashley Braunton with a sweeping drop knee turn. Setting himself up for a nose ride. Stalling that board up to the tip there. He holds that 5. Pedals back to the middle, off the tail, and using that drop knee turn for the re-entry, and beautiful flow of that drop knee turn for the cut back. Stalling again, 2 up to the tip, gets the 5 and stays deep in the pocket. His teammates, his team manager, Robert Minnow Green, will be hooting on the shore, as will Evan Rogers, Beth Layfield and Emily Curry, who are representing Great Britain. As Ashley Braunton lands on the sand, he's going to be stoked with that one.
Yeah, he stayed extremely busy on that wave. And, you know, we haven't seen any of his scores drop in yet, actually. In first place, we see Rafael with a 4.1 and a 2.5, and Mattia with the highest wave score with a 5.17, but only backing it up with a 1.23. And so that was a nice wave to add into Ashley's scoreline.
So Mattia up and riding. Beautiful sweeping turn there. Kicks off with that 5. Gets that nice rail work. Pedals back out for a tap of the 5. I love the way he changes position of the feet there. The way those feet get to that inside rail or that outside rail. Shuffles back to the tail after that nose ride. Again, moving those feet to either rail to help engage those rails through those single fin turns. Grabs that rail for the cutback. Stays nice and low. Stalls it here, nice and relaxed, standing high, looking to set himself up as he goes for the switch stance turn. Nice bit of variety there, done with control. Good body language, kicks out smoothly. He's got a 6.40, so he's got a 5.17 and a 1.23, and Ashley Braunton just drops a 5.17. So that pushes Ashley into first position. Rafael Cortez from Chile in second. Mattia looking to drop a score. He's probably going to go into first or second when that score gets dropped.
Yeah, I really liked the addition of variety into that wave. On these right-hand points, you know, as a surfer, you are incorporating a lot of nose rides and turns, and you kind of, you know, by your third or fourth wave, you're going, okay, I feel like I'm doing the same thing every wave. I need to start adding and switching it up to keep it exciting for the judges, and that's exactly what we just saw from Mattia with that rail grab turn and that switch.
So this is an interference. So Abner got the interference. So our surfer in white out of Guatemala was deemed to have interfered with our surfer in blue out of Italy. And that was because our surfer in blue was closest to the peak, was deepest. Although Abner did stand up first, the judges deemed that our Italian surfer closest to the peak had right of way. So this surfer, Abner out of Guatemala, will only have one scoring ride, but he's answering back with some opportunities because none of the surfers have run away with scores in the excellent range, so strong surfing like this from the Guatemalan could still keep him in the top 2.
Yeah, he only needs a 5.09 to get into advancing position, but with that, obviously, penalization does make it harder as the surfers are going to run away with it a little bit more as they build up. And Rafael, using his first priority for an in and out there.
Using his first priority for a kick out. That's not going to feel good, is it, when you've got priority and all you get is a kick out, and then you're going to... He would shift down the list, but there's no other surfers apparently out back there. So he's back in first priority. So that was quite sensible because he was just having a look at that wave, knowing if he didn't want it, he could still get back to the peak in time to gain that first priority.
Yeah, but looking at this wave that just came through, you know, if he hadn't had that little kick out, he might have been in position that just came for that last wave. But as we see, he's paddling for position on this wave coming in.
So 7 minutes remaining as we see our surfer in second position looking to replace that 2.50. Will he lose his priority there? I think he might well, because Mattia was certainly on the peak, and he did have a good look at that, Rafael Cortez. Still in first priority, so we'll wait to see if there's a shift in priority. Ashley and Abner still waiting to paddle out. When they arrive in the lineup, they will be deemed third and fourth priority. There's Ashley, he's in the lineup with the third priority. Abner still paddling out. So the priority didn't switch. Rafael Cortez out of Chile in the green vest. He's got a 4.10 and a 2.50. Mattia Mallorca from Sardinia, one of the capitals of Mediterranean surfing, the heartland of surfing in Italy. He chooses not to go for that wave, but he's in first position. And our surfer from Team GB, Ashley Braunton there, he's got a 5.17 and a 3.67. So he's out there in the lead. It's very close between Ashley, Rafael and Mattia.
Yeah, just looking at this positioning out in the lineup right now, with Mattia in third place, needing a score, obviously only a 1.43, but we're waiting for a score to come in, which will probably switch it up. So he's sitting out there knowing that that's coming. However, I was just going to comment on the fact that green is sitting the farthest in but has first priority. When you don't have first priority, you're sitting farther down, second, third, or fourth. You kind of want to be sitting farther in than the person who has first priority, so that you have the opportunity to take whichever waves they haven't chosen.
So here's 23-year-old regular footer Mattia from Capomano, Sardinia. What do you think of this ride, Rach?
Yeah, so this is that one that he's looking to put into his score line from before, where he added a lot of variety. Some nice footwork. I liked the drone footage at the beginning of this wave, where we, like you commented on, could see the positioning of his feet on that board as he's cross-stepping and managing this bump. A quick switch on there, which was extremely difficult. It was kind of a turn in the pocket, so didn't really get to lay on rail throughout that turn. But he's just trying to add in that variety, which I think the judges can appreciate.
Yep, the 23-year-old regular footer who's studied classical literature and philosophy. He's got that classic style, riding a Mark G-shaped surfboard. He's the reigning Italian champion. Out there in second position now, because Mattia's moved up into first with that 5.17 and a 4.97, is Ashley Braunton. He's got a 5.17 and a 3.67. The 40-year-old from North Devon, just outside Braunton, is a third-generation surfer from his dad's side. Big shout out to his dad, Bob, an excellent surfer, and his family are one of the first surfers at Saunton in North Devon, which is one of the heartlands of longboarding in Great Britain. He started longboarding age 12, and there's a real great grassroots longboard club called the Hot Doggers Longboard Club in the UK that Ashley has dominated for a long time. And how important is that grassroots surfing that enables surfers to get that competitive experience that you would have had growing up in California?
Yeah, it's super important because I think you can see it in surfers who maybe didn't have that support of a community or a club or competitions in their local area. When they kind of get to the world stage, it throws them off a bit. They're like, oh wow, there's a bit of a gap here that I need to work harder to make up. Where surfers who get to grow up with that grassroots experience and community around them, they get kind of that level up of just experience, just knowing how to use strategy in a heat, knowing how to stay calm under pressure, and trying to get scores in the final minute. All those experiences are really formative that you take with you when you get onto the world stage.
Ashley also a dad, his sons Jacob and Jonah, his wife Becky, they'll be tuning in. But watch out for Rafael Cortez. He's got a 4.60 and a 4.10. He's out of Santa Cruz, lives in Pichilemu. He loves Punta de Lobos, and he's sectioning up this beautiful right-hander with a nice carving top turn. Got his leash tangled around his toes, but pedals to the tip. One of the worst things, Rachel, is when that leash is just caught on that toe on takeoff, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really frustrating, and unfortunately that wave just didn't have that line in front of it, and we saw him being really selective with how he wanted to use that first priority earlier in the heat, seeing him opt to not go on quite a few waves that we thought maybe he was going to take, and I don't think this was the one that he wanted, because he got that leash stuck on his feet, and then it just kind of shouldered off, and he didn't really get to put together a collection of maneuvers.
So he's in third position with that 4.60 and that 4.10 as we see our surfer coming up in the green vest out of Colombia, Simon Salazar. He is excited to surf against Kenichi Katamura from Japan, João Dantas from Portugal, and out of Morocco, Tariq El-Bassati. So that's going to be a really exciting heat coming up next as we go into our last minute 30 seconds. Ashley Braunton now in second position with an incredible, powerful drop knee turn, putting him deeply back in the pocket. Again, a second drop knee, really using that drop knee in his repertoire brilliantly. He's just staying right in that pocket zone, looking to see if he's got the opportunity to eye up some cross steps up to the tip for a 5 in the pocket. Here he goes. There's that third drop knee turn. He's just got to get that opportunity to mix it up right now, Rachel.
Yeah, and there he finds the nose ride that he was looking for to kind of round out the entire wave of giving the judges what they're looking for. It's happening going for a little pedal there, adding just some fun variety. One thing that I like about those drop knee turns with that kind of more on a high performance board, he's keeping that front foot farther up on the board and maintaining that speed when he wants it, and then right when he gets on the tail, he drops his knee back, farther back, and pushes it around. So
here's our heat leader chasing a score bigger than that 4.97 to increase his lead, but Ashley Braunton just needing a 4.97 from his last wave. Matteo Mallorca from Sardinia finishes with a nice foam climb, kicks out there. So do you think that's going to go into his top 2 as we move into the last 15 seconds?
I don't think that'll go into his score line. His 2 waves before that, as we can recall, had more nose rides, had a bit more variety. And so I don't know if that provided as much of a robust opportunity for him as his previous waves.
So waiting for scores for Mattia, for Ashley, so also for Raphael. We'll find out, we'll tell you next, but stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got Heat 3 coming up. Japan, Portugal, Colombia, Morocco, live here from Surf City, El Salvador for the World Longboard Championship.
The ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship is taking place at El Sunzal, a premier point break in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using traditional longboard surfing, surfers must perform with control in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board. Degree of difficulty with style, flow, and grace are considered along with the following important elements. Nose riding is the art of having one foot hang 5 or both feet hang 10 over the nose of the longboard. Using the longboard rail to perform critical rail surfing turns. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers. Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed and surf with power. Demonstrating full control and commitment while pushing maneuvers to the limit. All of these elements are considered by the judges to determine a total score from 0 to 10. These athletes have a perfect canvas at Surf City to impress the judges and crown the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Champions.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 1 here live from Surf City, El Sunzal, as we wait for scores to drop for Ashley Braunton. Matteo Mallorca still in first position. Ashley waiting for that score to drop, needing a 4.97 as we see the media on the beach with him. There's Evan Rogers and Beth Layfield. There's our Italian team, Francesca Rubini, a multiple Italian champion, Mattia the stylist. Both of those surfers are guaranteed a spot in the progression round, but our surfer from Chile and our surfer from Guatemala, they will move into the repechage round as we kick off heat number 3. We've got the Japanese surfer Kenichi Katamura. We've got João Dantas, an incredible goofy footer from Portugal. We've got Simon Salazar from Colombia and Tariq El-Bassati from Morocco. 20 minutes, top 2 waves will count, non-elimination, as our Japanese surfer up and riding with an opening 5, bouncy section ahead, cuts back there, looks for the reform left here. Unusual to see the surfers going left at El Sunzal, but Rachel Tilley, we've just seen our Japanese surfer demonstrating there are a few walls to go left on.
Yeah, I think that section in front of him kind of ran away, and so he was just reading the wave as he went and kind of just tried to make the most of what he was on. But obviously we are here at a right-hand point. All of our surfers are going to be looking for a wave that allows them multiple nose rides and turns down that right hand.
So I'm Sam Bleakley with 2015 Women's World Longboard Champion Rachel Tilley, who won that event just at the young age of 17. You've still got World Championship titles in you, Rachel. I'm sure you'll win another. How does it feel to be here watching the best in El Salvador?
Well, I mean, it would come no surprise that longboarding is one of my favorite things to do, to compete in, and I'm excited to be here talking about it this week.
And it's great to have that insight, to have that competitor's insight, because a lot of these men and women are people that you still competing with on a regular basis. And surfboard design is something you're extremely passionate about. You know, what's your forecast of the types of boards that are going to be most effective for the conditions that we've got today?
Well, we're going to be seeing mostly traditional surfing, as that's exactly what the judges are looking for. So we're going to be seeing surfers mostly on single fins.
So Kenichi Katamura out of Japan, second ride, there's the 5, tight 5, pulls up for a little sneaky 10, not a committed 10, but certainly a little touch of all 10 toes over that nose, puts that board on rail, wide stance, throws in that drop knee. Again, you'll see the surfers really staying in that pocket section as they get through to that bumpy, bouncier inside wall. Kenichi opting to wear the sun hat, which is a great decision in this tropical climate with temperatures reaching 35 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, the water is really warm out there. The air is really warm. The sun is strong. So I can absolutely understand why he would opt for that decision. And, you know, that decision for him to go on that wave, he's getting his feet in the wax, getting more and more comfortable out there. Obviously, his first wave will not be a counting ride for him. So that was kind of another opportunity for him to get the heat started.
So it's great to see Morocco here represented at the World Longboard Championship. Here's Tariq up to the nose, nice backside 5 there, little stretch stance there, but good in the pocket surfing, but bounced off. What happened there, Rachel?
Oh, I think he hit a bump on his backside. It's a little bit harder to navigate sometimes when you're doing footwork on your heel edge. I really liked his tight footwork. After his first step, I thought he was just going to reach his front foot out, but he actually fit in another tight cross step to then have a tight 5, which is extremely critical, but not easy to navigate bump when you're on the nose and doing that type of footwork. So I think as he was kind of mid footwork there and hit that bump, it just unfortunately knocked him off.
Backside bumps, tight 5s. This is the language of longboarding, isn't it?
Yes, you know, we're seeing what we're looking for out there is concise footwork, critical nose rides, and linking that all together smoothly with turns.
And with that, Rachel, we're going to go down to the beach with the winner of our last heat.
Here with Mattia Mallorca from Team Italy. Big win for you, just a little over 10 points. I saw you free surfing yesterday afternoon. Much more different conditions this morning. What did you feel about there this morning in El Sunzal?
The waves are pumping, but it's still good. A little windy, a little windy, with a little chop, but it's still good. So I feel great.
For those that don't know about surfing in Italy, where are most of the spots that you're surfing on the coastline?
I'm from Sardinia, but there are many spots all around Italy that you can surf. And sometimes people think that in Italy there are no waves, but the waves are really good in Italy.
There's been a gold medal for Italy at ISA World Juniors, Leonardo Fioravanti in the past. Could we see ISA Longboard a gold medal around your neck?
We hope to. I hope, yes, maybe.
Felicitaciones. How do you say good luck?
Buona fortuna.
Okay, yeah.
I just want to thank the Italian Federation, the FISB, and all the guys that support us in this magic adventure. Thank you.
Grazie.
Grazie, Mattia. Congratulations. Great win there, beating Ashley Braunton, who didn't quite get the score but stayed in second place. But Tariq out of Morocco, holding on to this wave, 4 steps to the tip, gets the 5, takes a fall. So quite busy with his footwork, but it's the second time we've seen the Moroccan come unstuck. How important is experience at this spot? How different do you think this wave is to other right-handers around the world? Morocco, of course, is a place known for its right-hand points. How will surfers adapt to this wave? What's unique about longboarding at El Sunzal?
You know, I think I was surfing out there yesterday afternoon and really trying to understand the wave and what the surfers will be experiencing out there today. The wave is very thick and fast moving, and you know, like other right-hand points that we might see around the world, it's, you know, kind of like shallow with a sandy bottom. This is a rock bottom, and that wave is just kind of coming out of deeper ocean and just staying in that just kind of like thicker, bumpier. It can be a little bit harder to navigate and read. And so I think the surfers that have come here a bit early, maybe a week ago, and have gotten that experience, it will help them a lot out here, because it's not an easy wave to read.
And it's a fantastic wave to surf, though. Warm water in the land of volcanoes and waves, the smallest country in Central America, but packed with these right-hand point breaks and rainforests. The south-facing coastline has this southwest swell season, and we're right in the prime of it as we have live action. João Dantas from Portugal, 4 steps to the tip for that nose ride, pedals back on his Luffy-built surfboards. The 25-year-old former European champion goes up for that second 5, sweeps that turn, stays nice and high there. Again, uses this nice setup to just look for those nose ride opportunities, and we can already see, Rachel, that the conditions are getting a little bit more bumpy with that light onshore sea breeze, but João Dantas having no trouble navigating this wave all the way through to the inside, staying busy. Could well be one of the strongest scores of the heat so far.
Yeah, well, he read that one to kind of stay in the pocket, which you saw that at the end the wave kind of divided into 2 sections, one that ran forward, but he decided to stay kind of in the energy of that inside pocket, which allowed him to find that extra little nose ride on the inside. But João was just competing at the Mexi Log Fest at La Saladita right before this event, which is a left-hand point, so definitely would require some adapting, getting back onto his front side on a right-hand point.
Yeah, so but João is based in São Pedro Estoril in Cascais in Lisbon, which has a really nice right-hand point break, and it was a long home of a European longboard tour event, which hopefully might get re-stimulated this fall, as we see our surfer Simon Salazar from Colombia looking to add to that 163. I like the stall there. Look to get those pedals up to the tip. Uses that cross-step turn. We're seeing quite a lot of the longboarders embracing that cross-step turn, just as not only a turning maneuver but also a stalling maneuver to stay in the pocket.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of using it, is kind of just jamming that tail into the pocket to allow yourself to get off some speed so you can get up to the nose with that board levitated and holding into the pocket. And you know, Simon's first wave, just the 163, happened while we were at that interview with Mattia, but he got a really critical nose ride and held it through the whitewash, but unfortunately came unstuck during a turn not too far after, so which is why we're only seeing it as 163. I think that wave will obviously replace that.
And there's the iconic black sand of El Sunzal with 10 minutes 30 seconds remaining. Of course, all you longboard fans around the world will know that the scenes for Big Wednesday, filmed in the late 70s, were filmed at Punta Roca, which is just further down the coast, a slightly faster, suckier wave than El Sunzal. But El Sunzal in the last 10 years has become known as the premier longboard wave of El Salvador.
Yeah, such a great wave to be at. You know, with all the conditions that we're going to be seeing this week, I think we'll see some bigger conditions coming later in the event this week, which will pose a fun challenge to these longboarders and will be really exciting.
And we've got gold medalists like Benoit Piccolo Clemente. He's coming up in heat number 5 out of Peru. We got Alice Lemoyne in the women's looking to go back to back, and we've got live action from our surfer from Morocco, Tariq. 4 steps to the tip. Can he hold the 5? He's had trouble holding on to these nose rides, but he looks strong there. Navigating those bumps, a little bit bumpy and bouncy, a little bit of a lack of composure. How will the judges analyze that lack of control they see from some surfers, and will that make a difference to the scores?
It does make a difference. I mean, there is as we see him going for a helicopter and finishing that one out, that's a fun way to finish that event with so much live action.
So we've got João Dantas on the wave out back. We've got Kenichi, our heat leader. He's got a 3.73, looking to replace a 2.50. João kicks off with a 3.37. So Tariq has got the highest score of the heat with that 3.83. Adds that helicopter to the end of his last wave, so he'll probably replace that 1.570. João Dantas looks to get the better of this exchange, sets himself up, little clean section, should get the nose ride. There's the touch of the 5, riding the Luffy built surfboards. Back up for the tip there again, surfing with his brother Antonio representing Portugal. So 2 brothers here representing the Iberian country of Portugal in Europe, which has a hot surf culture, and you can see from João Dantas there that nice 10 on the beach there. I know that Rafael Bento, who's the daughter of Luffy, his shaper, she's in the team for Portugal, as is Inish, who is another great surfer out of Faro. So they've got a really strong team, Portugal, and they liked that from João Dantas. He's certainly going to replace that 3.37, may well move into first position.
Yeah, you could hear the cheers from the beach, from his team and fans watching, but you could see that all the footwork he did on the inside was just really clean and concise, and you can see that he's starting to just get more comfortable in this heat, and with 7 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, there's still so much time to continue to build on that.
And that you mentioned that hearing that team vibe, and that's such a hallmark of this event. 33 nations, 118 athletes united through the love of longboarding, as we see our replay from our Moroccan surfer up to the tip there. What do you think of this, Rachel?
Yeah, so controlling that one, this is something that we have been seeing Tariq come unstuck a couple times on his last wave. So, he kind of, I think, slowed it down a little bit and is finding that control a little bit more, and found himself still on the nose when it went into that critical section, but he handled it well on the fly, grabbed that rail, and went straight into a helicopter.
Absolutely, and that, it's interesting to talk as we see our surfer from Japan on this big wave there. We'll come back to that helicopter. What do you think about that big re-entry?
Wow, that was really critical, and a good reading of the wave. I think the opportunity was there for him, and he could have ducked underneath it and just tried to get around the section, but went for a critical maneuver that he could have fallen on, and that's where judges, they like that critical attempt at putting things on rail and just trying to put everything at risk, high reward type of thing.
Absolutely. So waiting for a score to drop for João Dantas, and he's a 2.04. I think it'll certainly go way higher than that. It'll probably put him into first position. We've got 6 minutes remaining. Kenichi is out there in first currently with those 2 scores. But look at this opening nose ride from João Dantas, and this was just the beginning of a long, strong ride.
Yeah, this is the wave that he has been looking for. I mean, a veteran of competition. He knows exactly what he was looking for, and just look at that looseness on the tail. He's starting to just feel so comfortable. He's riding a single fin and just connecting that rail, engaging that through his turns, and that concise footwork. I think this is what I was commenting on before, where you can just see him getting more and more comfortable. Taking all those small steps up and down the board is not easy to do, and it's just showing how comfortable he's feeling out there.
So live action Tariq there. We saw him get that full helicopter on that last wave, and the helicopter, of course, is something that is really exciting to do when you're on the nose and you slide the fin out. Herbie Fletcher was a master of the fin slide, but the helicopter isn't necessarily a big scoring maneuver, is it?
No, not really. It is a It's kind of like an added flavor, you know, maybe sometimes one that is high risk with not as much reward, but in his case it was actually an opportunity to go straight from the nose. He didn't have time to pedal back when that wave picked up as quick as it did, and so it was kind of just a good reading of the wave and still riding the wave out and the maneuver out.
Absolutely. You talk like about added flavor, a little bit of spice, and when done well, it can connect a section. There are times when that nose ride, letting that fin drift and rotate, can put you back into a section. But of course, if you want critical long nose rides, a lot of surfboard design will allow the boards to hold. You don't want them to slide out in those steep sections.
Yeah, absolutely. And in saying that, walking back from the nose to your tail is really critical. It's not easy to do. Walking to the nose is a little bit easier, but walking back is a little bit harder. So judges like to see that clean and concise footwork as they walk back to the tail.
Absolutely. A good thing to practice at home is, you know, next time you go to get some hot water or go to the bathroom, you know, walk there facing it and try to walk backwards. That can be how hard it is to walk off a nose ride. You got to practice it.
Yeah,
it's the art of just keeping that balance on one foot.
Exactly.
And a great way to practice footwork is on a long skateboard, moving around on a long skateboard and just doing that footwork up and back to the nose and getting comfortable with that walk back, as we see live action João Dantas with that 6.0, looking to replace that 3.37 with a great nose ride, but a bit deep on that section to add to that score.
Oh, that was a great way to start his wave, with such a nice, critical nose ride. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out any farther, but he's sitting in first. I wouldn't say super comfortably, as all the other surfers only need scores in the fours. So João would be really looking to replace that 3.37 in order to solidify that first place.
So Tariq, the national Moroccan longboard champion from Tamrat, his favorite break is the beach break of Tamri. He will be very familiar with those beautiful right hand point breaks like anchor point, boilers in Morocco. He's in third position. He needs a fairly attainable score of a 4.91 to move up into second position. But ladies and gentlemen tuning in, we must emphasize that this is a non-elimination round where surfers that stay in first and second, they move through that main event, but the surfers that come in third and fourth, they're not eliminated. They move into the repechage round. But when you do lose a repechage heat, you are eliminated. As we see Tariq chasing a high four, gets that nice nose ride, rebounds off the foam there. He's going to see this wave open up on the front side for him, but he kicks out, chasing that score of a 4.91. Probably not going to get that, but is the time for one more from our young Moroccan.
Well, if he paddles hard enough, I like the effort of him going back out. There's only 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining, so not impossible, but at this right-hand point that these surfers are surfing, it's kind of can be a long paddle back out, as these waves are long to surf down the point.
Team Canada will be coming up very soon today. They have a really strong team. I mean, Liv Stokes, she is a phenomenal surfer who's just come off the back of a second place finish at the Pan American Games qualifiers behind Chloe Calmon from Brazil.
Yeah, she would be feeling really confident and good going into this event. She is a surfer representing Canada. I've grown up with her in Southern California, and has always been a name to look out for.
Live action with 52 seconds remaining. Simon Salazar from Colombia chasing a 4.61 in a nice smooth section here. He's looking for that high line to get those cross steps to the tip there. He takes a fall, so he won't change his situation, but João Dantas out there in the lead with a 6.0 and a 3.37. I don't think we've seen the best of João. I think this surfer who's going to build momentum through the event, I think he could have a really strong finish. Our Japanese surfer, Kenichi, he's in second, still chasing that 4.91 is our surfer from Morocco, up and riding, quick 2 steps to the tip, deep in the section there with a strong hang 5, cross steps back to the tail as João Dantas rides on the wave behind him. João on the tip, arm up, gets that quick tight 10. Moving into the last seconds, Tariq chasing a 4.91. João Dantas, pretty solid, but he's got the win. Kenichi, will he get moved out of second position when Tariq drops a score? It's a strong nose ride, but what a performance from João Dantas, Rachel.
Yeah, I mean, just as you were saying, I don't know if we've seen the best of him. He is getting more and more comfortable building that house, and I think that will clearly replace his 337, and he'll walk away with that win comfortably.
And there's our Canadian Adam Torrey. He's going to be coming up in heat number 5, but ladies and gentlemen, stay with us, because coming up in heat number 4, we've got Peru, we've got the Netherlands, we've got Spain, we've got Venezuela. Shannon Hughes and Ben Way will be coming into the booth to bring you live action from El Sunzal, El Salvador for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship.
We are Team South Africa, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the ISA World Longboard Championships in Surf City, El Salvador.
Thank you to all the delegations, to your federations, to the athletes, to the families and friends that supported all of them at home. Enjoy everything. Good luck in the competition. Go home as ambassadors of beautiful El Salvador.
Somos el equipo de España de Longboard, estamos en El Salvador, en la playa del Sunzal, para la ceremonia en las arenas, que es algo muy especial también dentro del evento.
Surf City, El Salvador, ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship, open!
Welcome back to the ISA World Longboard Championships here in Surf City, El Salvador, specifically at El Sunzal, for a great week of competition as we kick off day number 1. Shannon Hughes here in the booth, joined by longtime commentator, beach announcer, technical announcer, Ben Way. Ben, it's great to have you in the booth with me today.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure, and this is one of my favorite places in the world. It's my 4th visit for our World Championships here, starting with the SUP way back in 2019. And this place is just growing. It's a surfing paradise, and the President Bukele has invested so much in surfing in this country, and you can just see the growth with the number of people in the water, all of these breaks, and everyone basically knows El Salvador now as Surf City, which is just amazing.
Yeah, it's been incredible to be able to see that growth coming through, to be able to see the local community getting behind these big international events, as well as all of these international competitors getting to know this local community better and better over the years. And for the very first time, we're getting to see the ISA World Longboard Championships have an opportunity to be underway, and it's been a few years anyways, as Rachel and Sam were talking about through the morning. You know, we haven't seen the Longboard World Championship since 2019 when we saw Piccolo Benoit Clemente of Peru take out the gold medal.
Yeah, Piccolo's a huge 3-time world champion. We have Doe Robroek. He's only a very young kid, 15 years old, representing Netherlands, and already Piccolo up and riding.
All right, getting going on this opening ride. Nice to get those feet wet. Getting a feeling for this wave, you can see that there's a bit of texture on the surface, and there's just a lot of water moving, but he's looking so steady, showing us why he is our reigning gold medalist for the ISA World Longboard Championships. Great footwork so far, really keeping that board in a nice trim line. Nice engagement of the rail as well as the nose rides. And that's a very important part of the criteria this week for the longboarding divisions across the world now, is that use of the entire board from the tail to the nose and really engaging that rail throughout as well. So great opening ride from Benoit Clemente.
Yeah, that was, he's just coming off a win at the Pan Am Games, so he's coming in with some momentum into this competition. He's the shaper of his own board, so as you mentioned, the equipment, I mean, he's probably has a certain type of board that he uses for each type of condition. Today has kind of switched up since yesterday. We didn't have this texture. It was really glassy, really hot yesterday, and it was a lot bigger. We also saw a lot longer walls. So from what we've seen this morning, it seems like there's a lot of navigation going on, and I believe we'll see green in the back. That's Piccolo's first wave. You saw him get that quick 5 up. Blue is in a higher priority position, standing deeper in the peak. Unfortunately lost it. We're going to pick this apart. Nice tight steps. Gets a quick, almost a 5. I don't know if he had his toes quite over there, But there he goes, drop knee cut back, and just trying to find any place that kind of steepens up, because you're going to get the biggest score in that critical section. You want to get to that tip. There's pretty much the first real critical nose ride of the ride, as he's just constantly staying in that pocket, kind of being patient, knowing that this thing's going to build up on the inside. He's like, okay, let's let this step up a little bit. Here we go. Now we're getting that lift. And just as you were saying, really rail engaged, getting a little trim line nose ride right through the inside, pedals it back, and really repositions himself perfect. You can see the nose rocker was cleared the flats by about an inch.
And we've got so many of the teammates that will be down on the beach supporting. There's an amazing setup here at El Sunzal with the palapas just stripping down the beach for the crew to find some shade in the afternoon. As we take a look at first wave or second wave of Nicolas Garcian of Spain. Nice size to this wave, finding that trim line, but again, hits that bump and just can't quite keep that stability, which is really challenging when you're talking about a board that's 9 feet plus. That is a lot of length to pick up on any one of those bumps that comes through the lineup. So it's hard to keep some of these boards in that trim line. And as we wait for some scores to filter through in that next set, let's go down to the beach and catch up with the winner of that last heat.
It was João Dantas. Big heat win for you and for Portugal, obviously. But one thing I noticed was that as soon as you paddled out, the wind picked up even stronger. How were you able to manage the difficult conditions out there?
Yeah, thank you. It was good to make my first heat through, and for my team, getting the first place, it's very important. The conditions get a bit harder with the wind, but we practiced a lot the last days in windy conditions and bumpy conditions, so I was feeling comfortable about it. My body is feeling good also, and yeah, I'm glad it went well.
The transition from European waters to the Salvadorian waters, obviously the temperature change, but you come from very heavy waves in comparison to this wave, which is a bit softer. How did you feel out there in comparison to back home in Portugal?
Actually, this wave is also stronger than I thought. It has a lot of power, even if it's a bit mellow. It's powerful. And about the warm water, it's always good to surf in board shorts and take the wetsuit off, but I feel much more tired because you get much warmer in the water paddling out, especially when you are trying to be as fast as you can. It's definitely challenging, but it's good. It's better than cold.
Love to see it. Parabéns.
Obrigado. Obrigado a todos em casa. Estamos juntos. Bora, bora, Portugal!
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to catch up with João after a nice heat win in some warmer water than what he's used to, as we see Douwe from the Netherlands. Great cross-step cutback as he just finds that trim line through to the inside. Really slopey section of the wave. There's not a lot of power to it. There's not really any pocket or critical section, but all of that footwork bend between that middle third of the board, those perfect cross steps back and forth, that's the type of the control that the judges really want to see demonstrated throughout an entire ride.
Yeah, I have to agree. And then also we saw that cool little cross-step cut back, kind of the Phil Rajman cut back there. It's also the variety of turns that are mixed in with the nose ride. So if you don't really have that critical wall or that steep section to get onto the tip, then you can always kind of try and add some points, add some flavor with that mix of variety and the use of the rail.
That's right. That variety is a key part of the criteria as well. As we take a look at this set starting to roll through, so it's our surfer in green, Nicholas, who's got that first priority. He's sitting with a 2.17 as his high score, just a 0.6 was that first throwaway. Our heat leader, Piccolo Clemente in the red jersey, he's sitting with second priority. He's got a 5.5 as his single highest score so far, and that puts him in a solid lead above the rest of the field, knowing that he just needs a backup score to really put the rest of the field into a decent combination.
Yeah, and one thing to point out for our viewers at home, you see white and blue don't have a number. They're too far in to officially regain that priority. So the priority judge will wait for them to go out to the outside that they deem as a takeoff spot as we watch green.
As we see a great starting hang five. Goofy foot on the right-hand point here at El Sunzal. Now sets himself up, really just trying to navigate this wave and see where that next section is going to offer him some kind of potential for a nose ride. And nice trim line as he comes through the inside, engaging that rail. Up behind him, Jose Angel from Venezuela. And let's see how this section unfolds. He's looking for that nose ride. You can see that he really wants it, but the wave here is really challenging to be able to find those multiple nose ride sections because it tends to taper off on that shoulder rather than really standing up as a solid wall, it can be really challenging. So even just getting those quick taps, that's really good. That shows those judges that he's putting that board in the right position when he's able to, and puts on a strong finish, but unfortunately unable to stay on his feet at the finish.
Yeah, that shore break at the moment is actually quite mild. When we see that tide come in, it's going to be really drilling in onto the sand. But just as you were saying, those little moments of critical sections, it's such a sporadic moment that you really got to take advantage of it quickly, because it's going to disappear, especially with these windy conditions where it leaves a little bit more water on the wall, a little bit of bounce to it. And the reef, although it's a perfect long reef break, there are kind of uneven holes within the reef. We have this kind of round boulder type reef, and sometimes that deep water will just make the steep section disappear out of nowhere. So it's quite unpredictable, and even more in windy conditions.
Yeah, that's such a great description of this place. Unpredictable at best. Great when we've got these low tide conditions. So I think for today we're going to see the men with really the favored conditions. We got that low tide coming through around 10:30 this morning, and we'll be able to see the waves really just hug those shallow sections and allow those stand-up sections, where when that tide comes up, it just gets so challenging to read the waves to be able to be in the right position for something that actually runs. As we take a look now at Douwe from the Netherlands. Nice opening hang 5. Great footwork once again. We've got another surfer up and riding out the back, so nice kind of split action here as we see Douwe in the front. So he's going to kick out knowing that wave's going so soft. Piccolo, on the other hand, he's going to take this wave for all that it has to offer. Nice couple of drop knee cutbacks, adding in that variety as well, though kicking out without just almost wasting time on that inside section unless the wave really stands up well.
That's a great point. And we saw Douwe actually spun around on the inside. And so at the same time, I was thinking, wow, that inside, they know that it stands up at times. That could offer the critical section without even having to use that outside to navigate in there, where Piccolo started at the top of the peak, got his job done, and got out of there early in order to race back out and gain a higher priority position as well.
So priority yet to be established. It looks like our surfer in white, Jose, will end up getting that first priority as he's out in front, but Piccolo's got a strong paddle. You can see those positions on the scoreboard beginning to change as scores have dropped in. Last of green was a 4.00 for Nicholas of Spain. Puts him up momentarily into the lead, but it's already been taken away from our Netherlands competitor in Douwe, who's dropped in a 2.93 to back up his last score. And Benoit Piccolo Clemente drops in a 3.73. So now it is surfer in red in the lead, blue in second, green in third, and white in fourth. And priority still hasn't shown up on the board yet. Piccolo's now got that front position. And really important on the paddles, the paddle back out to the top of the lineup here, is to kind of stay wide of those waves, wide of that whitewater line, because you'll actually be able to pop into that current and it will just pull you right along to the top of the lineup.
I got to feel that firsthand. I went out for my first swim and did some body surfing, and I got sucked right into that little lateral river that runs through, which it gets even stronger at the high tide. But yes, there's definitely kind of a route that you want to kind of sweep around that power and that energy to get out there smoothly and place yourself in the right takeoff position. Now we have established priority. Red got first priority, so it's interesting from the vantage point of the priority judges. And they are really, really strict on where they decide that lineup spot is. And there we have white and green on the inside. White taken off now, Jose Angel.
Oh, just what a shame on the takeoff there to go down. Now that wave did kind of feather down in front of him and close out. You could see that in that paddle back out, he ended up in third priority, where he had that front position at the start of the paddle back. And for him to then decide he's going to position himself on the inside, he may be looking for a different wave than, you know, what Piccolo or what Douwe are looking for in the lineup. If he can get some of those smaller waves, sometimes the smaller waves offer a little bit of a better shape out here.
Yeah, and as we see, we were kind of in between a set right now. He was on the bottom of the priority list, which gives him the freedom to kind of search around. He did kind of spin around suddenly, and he wasn't able to really kind of get into that ride smoothly. He just kind of panicked into it, and it seemed like his steps were a little bit off on that one, but he doesn't lose a priority position. He stays in the same priority. As soon as he gets back out, there he goes. He gets his fourth priority.
Jose from Venezuela. He is 33 years old. He's, originally from Venezuela, learned how to surf there. He's been longboarding for about 9 years, but has spent the last 6 years living in Panama, where he's got a lot more opportunity to be able to be a competitive surfer.
Yeah, that's great. And I believe he's got the Antepas surf experience. So he does surf tours and surf lessons. And yeah, we got such an interesting line of competitors out here. As Green, a surfer from Spain, he's the 2022 European champ, 2022 Spain champ, and he's the 4-time under-18 Spain longboard champ. He's riding the Vita surfboards as we have Blue Doe going deep.
And just can't quite get into that one. Love getting to hear those stories of these surfers coming from around the world, whether they've been longboarding for their whole lives, whether it's something they picked up a little bit later on. But for someone like Nicholas, as you were saying, he's got those accolades to his name. An outstanding competitor coming out of the Spanish region, and to be a European champion is a massive feat. As we see Jose just go down on that nose ride, it is so challenging to keep that control. Although these waves look small, they look very soft, the amount of water that's moving and the amount of bump on the face, every free surf that we've all had out this week, and talking to the competitors through the last few days of them, some of them getting to know this break for the very first time, having never been able to travel here, come on a surf trip. One of the, some of the competitors that haven't been surfing across the World Surfing Games and the Longboard Championships in the past, is that resounding conversation that it is difficult to control the surfboard, difficult to control longboard specifically out here. And that's one of the most key elements of the criteria for traditional longboarding.
Yes, definitely. I mean, as you think of a shortboard, the amount of effective rail that you actually have in the water throughout a turn, you're kind of dealing with quarters or fifths of the board in contact with the wave at times, where you have this gigantic long rail line that can so easily get tugged and pushed around with this converging energy that we have, especially in these conditions, which I've seen this place as perfect as it gets, and I know that we will. We also have a lot of size coming in, but on the cleaner days, it's going to make things a lot easier and a lot more flowy for these surfers, where they'll be able to really control their steps and not really have to kind of navigate bumps as much.
And I think that's one of the things we'll see in this opening round. So today, round 1 for the men. We'll have round 1 for the women coming up this afternoon as well, around 1:30 local time. By the time we get through this men's opening round. And I think we'll see that sort of division of those longboarders that have been maybe at that higher competitive level for more time within their careers, that are able to have that style, that flow, that grace within their surfing regardless of the conditions. And on a day like this, we're going to see some great opportunity for those surfers that may be newer to us, not as familiar, to be able to showcase some good classic surfing in the smaller conditions, because like you said, we've got some huge conditions coming later in the week.
That's what it looks like. So that's next heat's Adam Torrey. He'll be for Team Canada. Looking forward to seeing his surfing. Next to him was Liv Stokes, also surfing for Team Canada, coming out of Orange County. She spends a lot of time at North Jetty in Oceanside, my hometown. And here we have White, Jose Angel.
All right, love that rail grab to take off. Carves back, staying right in the pocket of this wave, close to that whitewater, and just making sure that he's in that power section. You can see that smile on his face. And now, nice, quick footwork. I love, although he fell on the end of that nose ride, I love how tight his footwork was. Nice, quick cross steps. As we see a little bit of a wild takeoff here from Dowie, but finds that nose ride to start. He'll have to kick out because our surfer in green had that second priority. He's got right away on this wave for Nicholas. Great use of that priority as well. I love the way he turned back towards the left and then now has set himself up for a great looking ride on the inside here. Nice control, nice use of the rail. Big traditional surfboard under his feet. You can see how thick and chunky those rails are. That's going to allow that opportunity to just feel heavy, to kind of be able to place that board through the water really well. Nice hang 5 again, and the style of that board, the shape of it, the weight to it is going to allow him to keep that trim line through such flat sections where some of the other boards out here today may not be able to find that ability to just trim all the way through. And that's going to be a way that he is so proud of. Great footwork, great finish all the way to the inside.
Yeah, really showing the judges the control, stepping off smoothly, not falling off at the end, as we have Piccolo just powering through that mush section.
All right, great start for Piccolo. Goes in for that nice bolt upright hang 10, hood ornament style. Nice drive back, and you can see that pop that he's getting out of those turns as well. He's not placing that board anywhere, but he's really getting that drive out of that tail and the back kind of third of the rail. Great footwork again, finds that nose ride, nice, just back and forth. Excellent use of the entire board bend as we're seeing that good footwork. We're seeing him stay in that pocket section of the wave, finds another long hang 10 and stays on that hang 5. That is an extremely long nose ride for the morning. And he'll go down on the finishing section, but I think with that, the judges won't even consider the end section because he got so much healthy work done throughout.
Yeah, I look forward to seeing the score on that one. It really seems like he ticked all the boxes, showing the rail work, showing that control. One of the first hang 10, the proper 10s that we've seen, I think, this morning, which is so hard in conditions like this, to actually find that one little critical section, that kind of over vertical part of the wave to stand up as we have blue again.
The 15-year-old from the Netherlands. Great start to this wave. I am loving the style that we're seeing from the youth and just sticks with his footing as he makes it through that first section. Nice rail work again, finds that trim line. Great footwork up to the nose, gets really bumpy. That frothy section is going to be challenging for any competitor to be able to hang on to. We're waiting for scores now to come through for Piccolo Clemente. We're down to 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock, so these 20-minute heats, they're going to fly by, especially considering the amount of time it takes to paddle back out once you get a wave all the way to the sand.
Yeah, this is great, and I'm glad it's a 4-man heat because we have constant action. It's not just 4 guys trying to motor their way back out to that wave that really starts out to sea, much more than it looks like on the screen. When you really see it at the low tide, the top of the peak is way, way out there. And beautiful setup. We've seen some great surfing from all of our surfers, and it seems like it's around the halfway point of the heat that they start to kind of find their rhythm, learn how to navigate the bumps, and kind of turn on those shock absorbers.
Yeah, that's such a great call. Aside from Piccolo, who opened up with that 5.5, but the rest of the field did take a few minutes to kind of be able to shake off a couple of those takeoffs. And that's what I noticed in the free surfs the last couple days as well, is someone just getting out into the water, maybe a couple waves to be able to really start to get a feeling for what this wave was doing. Because those takeoff sections can feel a bit faster, a bit heavier, and really take off on a lot of speed. And then suddenly you're out into the flats and you lose all of that speed. So really being able to read the wave well is going to be super important throughout this week. And I think the surfers that are able to do that are really going to be the standouts in competition this week.
I think a great display of that was Doey's last wave. As you were mentioning the footwork, it's part of it is how smooth and how here I think this is a live wave. Here he goes. He got a little quick 10 tap, it seemed like right there, but it's where he places the footwork, and very, very solid on his feet. You can see he's shifting from the left side of the stringer to the right side, using that width of the board, and really just placing his footwork and placing the board in the right places. I like it.
Yeah, that is an excellent description of that footwork. As we hear the buzzer, we're still waiting for some scores to roll through, and we see Jose go down on his last wave. But I love the way that with that angle for the camera work, we could really pick apart his positioning of his feet on the board. Like you said, he's standing on that inside position from the stringer to that inside rail for his nose rides, which is really important. We've still got scores to come through. We'll be right back with more action for the ISA World Longboard Championships and results right after this.
The ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship is taking place at El Sunzal, a premier point break in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using traditional longboard surfing, surfers must perform with control in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board. Degree of difficulty with style, flow, and grace are considered along with the following important elements. Nose riding is the art of having one foot, hang 5, or both feet, hang 10, over the nose of the longboard. Using the longboard rail to perform critical rail surfing turns. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers. Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed and surf with power. Demonstrating full control and commitment while pushing maneuvers to the limit. All of these elements are considered by the judges to determine a total score from 0 to 10. These athletes have a perfect canvas at Surf City to impress the judges and crown the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Champions.
Welcome back to the ISA World Longboard Championships. We are still waiting on scores from that last heat. Shannon and Ben here in the booth to call the action. We did have last of green, a 3.40 roll through. We're waiting, though, for last of red and last of blue, last of white as well. And my gut feeling is going to be that we're going to see Piccolo Clemente take away the lead, but we are waiting for those scores to see who's going to fall through in that second place position.
Yeah, this is still really, even though the heat's over, it's still really close as we have third place, Doe, only needing a 4.0. He did get that 10 momentarily. We saw some good footwork. It wasn't as long of a wade, but it was very well surfed. Placed himself in the right spots, mixed that variety. And so, what do you think? Do you think he could have passed that 4.0?
Yeah, I think he could have. I mean, it was, some really solid surfing from the young competitor, and that's what we want to see. We want to see that great footwork, like you said, that real good use of the rail. I do think that the size of the wave is going to come into question today. We're going to see some of those bigger scores, and we've already seen that throughout the morning of the surfers that are able to get themselves onto those sets, but the sets that also hold up and have good shape, which are few and far between. So using that priority is going to be really key to getting themselves onto the right wave today, Ben.
That's a great point. And also, since speed is part of the criteria, the bigger the wave, the more speed that you're going to get. So that kind of adds to that aspect. Although the faster you go with these heavy boards, to redirect that weight is so much more of a job. And so it seems like even though we have kind of more semi-performance conditions where traditionally back in the 90s, people would be on 2+1s with a smaller center fin, little side bites that help you just do that twitchy activity where you don't have to predict down the line as much. You can see something and you can get there quickly. But now that we've kind of added more of the traditional aspects, and in other competitions, actually the weight of the board, you have to have a certain amount of weight to the board to really bring back that classic style. And so we've got people that have bridged over, like the Del Perro brothers, that are so famous for riding lightweight epoxy, really rockered, high-performance 2+1s, and then they've made that transition, and it's a completely different beast. A heavy single fin and a performance 2+1 longboard it's completely different. Someone who came from shortboarding would go to the 2+1 and have a little bit more of a comfortable transition. And if they were to go straight onto a heavy log, they could be the best shortboarder in the world, and they would probably not be able to surf very well. Here we have some cool equipment right here. Made in Costa Rica, had that big single fin. I like this crazy blacklight ready fluorescent abstract glass job that they have on this. And as we're seeing this big fin, what do we got there? It looks like a 10-inch. That's a pretty upright fin. And so the curve of the fin, they consider that the rake. If it's really swept back, if the tip of that was more over the tail, that would be a high rake fin, which actually puts a lot of spring and twangs in and out of the turns, which makes it kind of hard to control at times. And the more vertical the fin is, the more upright it is, the quicker it is to pivot and react. Not as much down the line speed, but definitely easier to control. And as we look at those diamond tails, so that shape of the tail, they call that the tail block behind the fin. The very end of the board is the tail block. That's a big, wide diamond tail. The one in the back, that's a rounded pin. The diamond tail, what it does is you've got the length of the board in the center, but you've got a shorter rail line. So all these little things come into play with how the board reacts on top of the water. And I'm sure these guys are really struggling to figure out, especially the guys who brought multiple boards, what am I going to use? And as they watch the tide move and the previous heats before theirs, they're probably going to be a little bit mixed up on what to use. And a lot of these competitors, it seems that they've brought only one board, which makes the decision very easy.
Yeah. Great description, great breakdown of those boards and those equipment. We're going to get so much more of that through the week. We've got a big week of surfing ahead of us. And heat is now underway with Adam Torrey of Canada scratching into his first wave. Nice setup for that opening turn. Just drives back a little bit slow, keeping that control. Now looking for that opportunity to get some footwork done. Love that little jive kind of the hips as he goes through that first cross step section. Drives up through the tail on that opening turn. Quick steps up to close to a hang 5. Doesn't quite get that full toes wrapped over, which is something the judge is going to be paying close attention to. But he's going to be able to get those nerves out on that first wave. And we do have those scores in from the previous heat. It was Piccolo Clemente who walks in with a 7-point wave as his high score. takes out the win, and he's with Mitchell now.
Here with Benoit Clemente from Peru, big heat win. I'm going to ask him the questions in Spanish and then I'll translate back into English. Benoit, para empezar, muchas felicidades. Estás usando una tabla hecha por ti mismo, ¿verdad?
Sí, bueno, es un diseño hecho por mí y shapeado por Tandy Martínez y forrado por Pedro Vázquez en Perú. Así que estamos ahí buscando las tablas indicadas para ciertas competencias y olas, ¿no?
So I asked him what kind of board he was riding. It's board shaped by himself. It's definitely a more traditional design and obviously worked very well. And he was looking at something specifically for here, for El Sunsal. Now the second question, the most important one. Benoit, 40 años de edad, vas a cumplir 41 al final del mes. Múltiple veces campeón mundial, has sido campeón panamericano. ¿Cuál es tu motivación ahora?
Bueno, me encanta competir. De hecho, me gusta representar a mi país. Es una motivación que tengo desde pequeño, el estar en las competencias. Me gustan los retos y me gusta ir cumpliendo metas, ¿no?
Me gusta. Un hombre simple. I just asked him what his motivation was at 40. He's going to be 41 at the end of the month. Multiple-time world champion, Pan-American champion. He just says he loves competing and he's going to continue to do it as long as he can. Felicidades, Benoit. ¿Algo que quiera decir?
Bueno, nada, agradecer a mis auspiciadores, a mi familia en Perú, a mi hijo, a todas las personas que me están viendo. Arriba Perú.
Gracias, Benoit.
Thanks so much, Mitch. Great to hear from Piccolo. And I mean, 40 years old, he's still got so much talent wrapped up inside of him. And that's one of the great things about surfing is the longevity that allows us that time in the ocean for so many years of our lives. But even as a longboarder, just that opportunity to continue competing later in life is something that we really see consistently. As we take a look at Owen Gerard of America and Samoa, getting going on this opening ride, really went hard on that first turn. Bit of footwork through the middle. Now kind of patiently waiting for this wave to stand up, but all that chop, all that bump isn't going to facilitate for any good scoring potential.
Yeah, that was really like a layback jam in the pocket right there, showing a little bit of variety in turn. We haven't seen one of those today. And Ion, his sisters, Sibe and Lucy are also competing for American Samoa in the girls division. And Ion rides a Wade Tokoro. He lives in Hawaii, riding a Wade Tokoro surfboard. And Tokoro's been famous for all of his performance shortboards as well as longboards, as we have read up and riding.
Carlos Bahia of Brazil. Great looking wave to start. Nice quick hang five. Smooth carve back into the section. And lays into another one. So now waiting to see if he'll be able to find that footwork, but 3 nice smooth carves. Puts in a bit of variety with that cross step cut back. Nice trim line as he comes through the inside. Now, one of the things that we notice that's different with some of the other surfers is that use of that middle third as we go for a great 5 to 10 combination. Great pedal back off the nose, gets those cross steps in, gets another bit of variety and another hang 10 on the inside section. So realizing the strength in staying with these waves, even though it's smaller on the inside, the scoring potential is so high once you're able to get that board into the pocket.
Yeah, one thing I really liked is how composed his upper body is. And you see very little upper body movement as his lower half is doing all of the work. But really fitting in those drop knee turns, the cross step cut back, and also just looking so solid and so poised on the tip on that 10. And we saw in the previous heat, we saw Piccolo also get a 10. I think that inside section, if you're able to time it with that nice little critical wall, looks so much prettier. And so, yeah, he really navigated well into that one.
Adam Torrey now up and riding. Gets a little bit stuck on the rail for that opening turn, but finds that line, and now that board with just a little too much speed for him, and that wind as well is just pushing across the face of those waves. You can really see that it just pushed that board right out of his feet.
Yeah, and that's getting back to the point that we're talking about, the board's weight. It looks like he's on lighter high-performance equipment, which is getting affected by that lateral wind, and it kind of, I think it put some air between the rail and his board.
Dorian now from Costa Rica. Nice couple of carves to start things out. Bit of footwork through the middle third. A little downtime as he goes for a quick tap. That hang 5. Sets his line here again. I like that use, not every time you're going to be able to get that actual nose right in, but to be able to take a couple steps forward, pedal back again. Nice drop knee cut back through to the inside section. Really lively wave here from Dorian. So we're waiting for scores to drop in for the rest of the competitors. He's going to have this section open up straight towards the judging panel. So we see that nice footwork. A couple of cars back, and he's really just keeping that focus on that section to see if he's going to be able to lock into a quick hang 5 like that. Now, he hasn't really had any of those really important nose rides through this wave. A couple quick taps, but we haven't seen that length of nose ride, and that's something the judges are really going to want to see demonstrated, especially with that conversation around the variety and really needing to use the entire board. It's not a nose riding contest, so just nose riding won't get you those 10s. Just doing turns won't get you those 10s either. It's really got to be that combination of both.
Definitely. And I mean, I don't care how perfect the wave is, Noosa, Malibu, no wave is strictly a nose riding wave. There's going to be points where you race out in front of it. You have to redirect, let the wave catch up with you. You don't want to get too stuck out in that open face in front of the wave. So anytime, you're going to have to put rail work in. You're going to have to move around the board. And when you think about the longboard, you've got so many more options of places to stand and place yourself. The front is basically lift. You've got that platform. You usually have a little bit of a concave underneath the nose that helps bring that nose up. The midsections where you kind of build the speed, you can keep those connections to the flat spots, and then your steering and your brakes are in the back. And so you have to use, to drive a car, you need all of these things, and you can't drive a car without your hands and your feet at the same time. And so it's kind of the same thing.
So true. As we see Adam, he had a nice trim line on that wave, so he's really positioning himself, and he's taking off on some of the waves with that bigger size to it. Like you said, though, his equipment looking a little bit lighter, which would be harder to control with the amount of wind that's come up, with the amount of bump out there. But he is currently sitting in the lead. He's got a 2.67 and a 1.10. We've got Owen Gerard sitting with a 2.23 as his high score. Dorian with a couple of, less than 1 point rides on the board at the moment, and we're still waiting for that first score of Carlos Bahia to drop through, and that's going to be a real game changer for Team Brazil. We saw those multiple great nose rides to the inside. Lots of rail work through the outside, got those 3 kind of wraps all in a row. We'll be curious to see where the judges go with that, kind of, sticking, really trying to stay away from that high performance longboarding, but still within traditional surfing, you want to see that nice engagement of the rail and those carves back to that pocket section the entire time. So we'll be curious to see where the judges will go with that last of Carlos, but it will certainly set himself up with a leading position over the rest of the field.
Yeah, and you also think of the other aspects of the rhythm, the pace, and in longboarding, you don't want to see any dead space between the maneuvers. You want to see your feet kind of hiccuping and then getting back in action. You want to see that constant flow in and out. It's that swing, that dance that's so beautiful in traditional longboarding. And I think Carlos really displayed that beautifully on that wave. As we see the scores are a bit lower than our previous heat, the conditions look a bit trickier as well, and so that could be reflecting on the scores.
Yeah, it's changing so quickly, isn't it? Not necessarily deteriorating, but it's just changing every few minutes that wind picks up a little bit more. It's getting a little bit more challenging, but that low tide should be helping the conditions as well. As we see our surfer in white, nice stretched out cheater 5 as he comes through the pocket. Great feeling that would be as he now drives back, sets himself up here. We'll see what he's able to get done. Carves back for that first section. Really slopey section to the wave right here. So not a lot that he could really be doing, but he's just eyeing it up. Now the one thing that we would love to be seeing is that footwork even on sections like this. Those little cross steps backwards and forwards really showcase that control to the judging panel. As we see a quick hop up, nice cheater 5, puts the hand up behind his head as well. And he is having so much fun, looking to put his second score on the board. Great length of ride out of this one for Owen. And he'll be feeling good, and you can hear the cheers of American Samoa.
Yeah, I love the little kind of Hawaiian flair that he put on that one. But that's a great point about constantly keeping moving in those little spots where you need to be patient. You're waiting for the wave to build up. You are able to kind of reposition yourself, keep moving on the board, even if it's just a step up and a step back. They like to see that constant movement. And it's just kind of to keep your attention, keep the judges entertained. And it's it's like playing with a cat. It's like if you stop moving it, they'll walk away. And so that was a very, very cool ride, but it was lacking some movement, I guess, as far as the judges' eyes may be concerned.
And it is just one of those things, because the longboard, the purpose of a longboard is to be able to use the entire board. So you want to see that constant footwork back and forth. It doesn't have to be all the way to the nose, all the way to the tail every time, but just one step forward, one step back just showcases what is different about longboarding than what we see in shortboarding, where in shortboarding, those feet are getting planted in position. You might have a little shuffle of that front foot forward a tiny bit, those back foot over the fins in certain different ways, but for longboarding, you really want to see that use of footwork and that control. Now, scores are in for Carlos Bahia. He drops in a 7.67 for that opening ride. Huge statement from the judging panel there. Loving it, rewarding the use of that rail work, no downtime in between, nice smooth carves as well, and then highly rewarding those nose rides to the inside. As we take a look here at Dorian, great hang 5 to start. Big solid sized wave, lovely cut back. Nearly loses it there, as you can see him really kind of jam through the tail, but now drives off the bottom, gets clipped as that next section falls down. And there are some of those sections that get a little challenging out there because the shallow spots in the reef change and those waves hit those shallow spots and they can really pitch over quickly.
You also have kind of like little micro backwash rebounds that come out of the deep pools as well that are not as visible on camera, but you can really feel them. But here we go, blue, Adam Torrey for Canada.
Talk us through this one, Ben.
All right, so he's just eyeing up the section, just staying kind of in that back half of the board, trying to keep it from racing out too far in front of the section. Now this thing's starting to build up. That would have been a slight opportunity if he kind of had the quicker footwork into that one, but he has been staying patient. Did find a critical section there. I like that, right in that steep part of the wave. Drawing it back, and the approach for the goofy footers is also very different. I like that backside cross-step cutback, and we've seen that done by our surfer from El Salvador, which we'll be seeing later, Armando. He's got that cool... I hadn't witnessed that before. I've seen the cross step cut back front side, but not so much back side. But he's picking up the pace here. He's finding himself through the second half of this wave, and then getting that finish to show control. And look, that was in 6 inches of water with an 8-inch fin. So he's right there, and there's our heat leader.
Carlos now up and riding. Nice, quick hang 5 to start. Locks in for a long hang 5 on the second section. Places that board right in that trim pocket in that top section of the wave, finds another nose ride. Now he's going to go for that big carve back, engages that full rail. Can see him having to lift that front foot up because that leash is caught around his leg. And that's one thing that makes it so hard as a longboarder to surf with a leash. But at a spot like this, you kind of have to. There's rocks in the way, it's breaking so far out, it's so bumpy. As we see some great control, though, from Carlos as he comes through the inside. Absolutely ripping. Looking really solid. He's going to try and find that nose ride one more time. I can love how kind of soft he's able to place that footwork as well. He's not stomping on anything. He's really just working his way to the nose in a way that's very graceful for a surfer that's pretty large.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the more you stomp, the more you deter that flow of water underneath the board. You don't see it as much in a bigger wave like this, but as you were just saying, moving back and forth upon the board when you're in really, really tiny grovelly conditions, each 6 inches that you move makes the board perform and move on top of the water and can be the make it or break it if you're going to keep going or not when it's really lacking energy. And so it's really, really important to be familiar with where you want to be on the board for what. And it just seems like Carlos has just placed himself perfectly. And I love how he just sat out there and waited for the score to really know what he's got to do, let the rest of the field kind of catch up. So we're just going to see his second score. We're down to the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's a really great call as well, because that first wave came kind of early on, waited a long time for the judges to kind of debate it. They would have had those replays, been able to take a look at the different cameras, really get to kind of assess that, because that message sitting on a 7.67, a near excellent score, an 8-point ride is going to be an excellent score, an 8 to a 10. Anything in that 6 to 7.99 range is that good score. That's sending a message to the rest of the competitors that are here today from the judging panel to show what it takes to get into those better ranges. And so for Carlos to be waiting for a while for that to roll through, now he knows what he needs to get done. I think this next wave will come through definitely lower than that 7.67, but it'll put himself into a great leading position. As we take another look at it here, what are your thoughts, Ben?
All right, I love this, how he just kind of had the brakes on, hooks it on in, just makes sure that he places himself right in the critical spot off the takeoff, up on this higher part, elevators it down, sticks with it so well over this kind of double up, and he's just staying on that top third of the wave, just keeping that trim line going, and now he gets this kind of wobbly section. He knows he needs to He's going to get through that deeper water. It's going to hit the shallower section and speed up again. I like how he takes the bottom half, prepares himself for the double up, gets right in there for a rail cut back, just drifting it back, being patient, always staying right in that little pocket area. I love how he never races out too far in front of the wave. There's that cross step cut back. He's made so famous by his fellow countryman, Phil Rajman. Here we have over with another cross step cut back on the inside, showing that variety, keeping that flow, really, really smooth riding, and he just felt so comfortable and looked so confident to the end.
Now the comparison to his first wave, scores in for that last one an 8.67. His first was a 7.67, and we can see the differences in those outside sections specifically.
You really can, and even since the beginning, since this wave, the waves have already changed in this heat. But a lot more open face to deal with on this one. You can see not as many of those double ups. That previous replay was just within the last 5 minutes. And I think we had a little bit more water. As you said, the low tide's going to come up at 10:30. We've got that outgoing tide. That could be causing those little double ups and those chunks. But you can really see there was a little bit more space between the maneuvers. Even though he got the 10 over on that, a little bit more space. Everything on that higher scoring wave, that 8.67, it was just maneuver after maneuver after maneuver. Everything linked up perfectly.
That's right. And the size of that wave as well, as we take a look at this finishing section here. So great way to start off. He did fall on that last turn for his 7.67. But that 8.67 now walking through is one of those high marks of the morning. An excellent wave. Love the size of that wave and how it really stood up for him so nicely on the outside. And the judges rewarding those nose rides and that control as opposed to just those rail turns to the inside to start. As we take a look here at Dorian, he's sitting with a 4.17 and a 3.67 on the board, but he is now in a combination situation to take the lead away from Carlos. As we see some great footwork coming through to the inside here. Couple steps. Another couple steps straight up into that nice tight hang 5. And those are those moments that are really important. Bit of shuffling in that back section as we see him line up here now again. Quick hang 5. So some beautiful surfing. Love the style coming through. Love the look of that board under his feet as well. Just staying nice and in control. A board that really suits this wave well as he drives off the tail. Little jam on the inside section. And a little bit more footwork to finish.
Yeah, I'm glad that we got to really kind of see what he can do. It seems like he found himself in the last half. Definitely not going to take over that first position as we have 1.5 minutes, and the score that he needs would need to be done in 2 waves. I don't think he'll be able to get back out. It looks like he's kind of going to take a rest there. He feels pretty secure in that second place position. And as they've mentioned before, we do have the repechage round, so no one's out of the contest. But, of course, you would like to stay in the main round and stay in that top 2 positions.
That's right. Staying in that main round just gives you that security all the way through. That security, that extra confidence, knowing that if you do happen to have a bad heat, maybe you just couldn't get the right waves, or it's one of these bigger days that's coming up in the forecast where it's really challenging to be in the right position, that you've got that safety net to fall back to the repechage. But the great thing is that these surfers that are in that 3rd and 4th place position, they still have that opportunity to battle their way back to the grand final should they find that advancement through in the coming rounds during the repechage days. Now we do have a score in for Adam Torrey. He dropped in a 3.23 for his last wave, which counts as his highest scoring wave so far, and I think he would have been feeling really good with that wave as he came through onto the sand, got that nice length of ride, able to connect multiple maneuvers. And I think sometimes even if you don't get that big score out of a wave, just to be able to know that you connected with the spot, especially knowing he's got a big week of competition ahead of him, he'll know how to go back, watch some replays, adjust to his coming heats.
Yeah, definitely. And also feel how that board works on these waves. It seems like he's brought two different boards to the competition. This is a KT kind of high performance. KT Shapes is made famous by Kai Lenny, of course, and then he has a black pink, which is more of a traditional board, so it'll be interesting to see what he uses for the next round.
Few teams down on the beach this morning. Nice and hot on the black sandy beaches here in El Salvador. And that was a great heat from our Brazilian Carlos Bahia, taking away the win. Dorian Quesada from Costa Rica in second. We'll be right back with more action right after this for the ISA World Longboard Championships.
The ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship is taking place at El Sunzal, a premier point break in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using traditional longboard surfing, surfers must perform with control in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board. Degree of difficulty with style, flow, and grace are considered along with the following important elements. Nose riding is the art of having one foot hang 5 or both feet hang 10 over the nose of the longboard. Using the longboard rail to perform critical rail surfing turns. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers. Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed and surf with power. Demonstrating full control and commitment while pushing maneuvers to the limit. All of these elements are considered by the judges to determine a total score from 0 to 10. These athletes have a perfect canvas at Surf City to impress the judges and crown the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Champions.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. We are in heat number 6 of the morning. We've got 16 heats for our men's main opening round, round number 1. After that, we'll be heading into our women's main round with 8 heats to run. Heats 1 through 8 this afternoon. We'll be wrapping up competition around 4 p.m., so it is a full day of surfing to kick things off here in El Salvador.
Yeah, and the waves never stop. So out right now, we've got Samuel Dunton in red for Australia, Zen Wallace for New Zealand in blue, Abdelghani Sahal for Ireland in green, and Jaime Garcia for Guatemala in white.
Great stacked field, Australia, New Zealand out in the water. And it's going to be a great day of competition ahead of us. We saw some solid scores coming through for Carlos Bahia of Brazil in the last heat. So these surfers would know that those excellent scores are available as we take a look at some replays here.
All right, this is Baloo. So this must have been during our commercial break. Kind of navigating, gets a little bit out ahead of it, but he does get 5 over there. Now he puts the drop knee flare in there. I love this drone angle, just following along with him. Couple steps back up, gets a cross step cut back. You can see the wave kind of fizzled out there, so he really needs to kind of get back as that little section is kind of getting deeper and deeper. It seems to be the end of the line.
And a paddle here from Abdel. Team Ireland in the green jersey. We saw those Irish flags down on the sand with his team cheering him on. Big takeoff, hits eject as that wave closes out in front of him. So he'll find his positioning on that next set and have a few walls of whitewater to get himself through. 17 minutes on the clock. Sam Dunton there sitting way at the top waiting for his opening ride. And a 3.5 on the board for opener of Zen Wallace from Piha in New Zealand. Loves surfing out at Sunset Beach in Hawaii on the North Shore. So used to sitting out a little bit farther, kind of figuring out where the water's moving across the reef. Not too different from what we're looking at out here.
No, that's very true. And anyone who comes from a beach breaks are so tough to longboard in. And so much less predictable on where your takeoff zone is. And you also usually have a lot less options to get to the nose in a beach break condition. I grew up longboarding in Oceanside. And it was like half of the time you'd race up to the nose and then have to get back before the thing closed out or be up on top of it so you could float it down and over. But for the majority, it was just waves slamming down. And at the time I was running Donald Takayama's Hawaiian Pro Designs, he came up with a model called the Beach Break model, which was before high-performance longboards, extra rocker, and we still didn't have lightweight boards back then. It was still heavy, although it looked like a performance board. But I was one of the first 3 people who got to test that out. And I went back to my Guy Takayama model. I liked the semi-traditional, semi-performance. And back then, Donald's boards, except for his nose riders, you didn't have an option. You had the 2+1. The side bites were glassed on. And so he had specifically decided, this is how I want the board to be ridden. If you were more on the nose riding side, he had an 8.25-inch fin. And if you were more on the performance, it was 7.25. But now the fins have just grown immensely.
As we see our surfer in white, Jaime from Guatemala up and riding. Steep takeoff, right there in the foam in the pocket. So would have kind of shot out. Unable to get himself around to that open face again, but he's going to get that first score on the board and put himself into that priority rotation where we see Sam Dunton sitting with first priority now.
Yeah, and Jaime Garcia is 65 years old, one of the older competitors, and he's been surfing for 49 years and 20 years on longboard. So he's got a lot of history in the water. He's got a lot of experience, probably about twice the experience of most of our competitors in the field right now.
Oh, so much experience, considering that, we've got real Groms in the lineup. And that's one of the things that we love so much about being here for the ISAs is just the diversity of our competitors. To be able to have a 65-year-old out there right now getting some waves at the World Longboard Championships and representing for Guatemala is a massive example that he can set for the rest of his country, for the next generation coming through, but also for surfers around the world, older in age, that still want to be spending some time in the water and maybe entering competition, a little bit later in life. As we see our surfer in red, Sam Dunton, nice carve back to start, got that great footwork, nose work done on the start of that wave. Jaime on the inside catches another wave on his paddle back out, and Samuel looking really smooth, comfortable, and in control as he drives back, finds that little pop out of the bottom turn coming out of that section. Now this wave hasn't stood up too well. We'll see if it starts to reform. It's hard to really tell when these waves will actually stand up. These drone angles look so beautiful as you can see him carving back and forth, but it's difficult to kind of see if that wave's going to give him that opportunity. You can see he's really deciding to stick with it here, gets that quick hang 5, finds that steeper section. And to really do good nose rides, you need to have that steeper section, that real pocket to it. So you can see him here just milking it for all that it's worth, getting those extra taps, but nothing really locked in and committed.
Yeah, and I like how you noticed the pop. Sam Dunton's riding a Tolhurst Thunderbolt technology, which is probably one of the first epoxy EPS, which is kind of like a styrofoam cooler for those who are know less about boards, but more flotation, lighter weight, and as we were saying, how the weight can help you or sometimes work against you. It seems like he's able to kind of zap in and out quicker, having that kind of high performance equipment. I don't know if he's riding side bites or not, but it's interesting, the contrast between the equipment, and you can really see those little subtleties in the ride.
Sam spent some time in El Tunco. He's traveled through El Salvador and Central America back in 2014, so he's familiar with the area and really excited to be back, especially alongside of his brother and his mom. Now, his brother Taz is competing as well, representing Australia this week for ISAs. And their mom, Jan Dunton, competed back in 1999. She was the Australian Women's Longboard Champion. She's out here supporting her boys this week.
That is so cool.
As we see some live action with our surfer in green, just driving through the pocket for Abdel out of Ireland. Nice backhand attack, finding some speed. Now looking to see if he's going to be able to engage any footwork. Such an important part of the criteria. Throws in that stall. I love that little moment to kind of pause, have a look to see what this wave will give him in the opportunity to throw in some variety. So similar turns so far, looking really loose, looking really controlled on that board. Now looking to set it up here on the inside. Goes for that quick 5, can't quite find that control. And as we wait for scores to roll through, let's go down to the beach and catch up with Mitch Salazar.
Thank you. Here with Carlos Bahia from Brazil. I'm going to ask him the questions in English. He's going to answer in Portuguese, and then I'll translate them back. First of all, how did he identify the 2 best waves this morning so far? Carlos, parabéns, primeiramente. 2 ondas boas. Maior somatória do campeonato hasta o momento. Como identificou você essas 2 ondas?
É isso aí. Primeiramente, quero dar os parabéns a todos os locais que sempre abriu as portas aqui nesse lugar maravilhoso que é El Salvador. Me sinto em casa, sempre estou aqui há 4, 5 vezes por ano. Então, a meta era entrar e tentar achar 2 ondas boas para passar esse hit. E foi isso que aconteceu. Obrigado a todos os locais por sempre acreditar no meu potencial. E obrigado, Brasil, por estar sempre na torcida aí com nós.
Well, first of all, he really wants to thank the locals here from El Salvador, especially from El Sunsal. He always feels at home. He really loves this place. And going back to the actual goal was to get 2 waves and really surf them as well as he can. Now, the second question, more importantly, coming from Sao Paulo, especially Maresias, mostly beach breaks, I'm going to ask him what it's like competing at a point break. Now, de Maresias originalmente você, competir em point break a comparação de beach break, como se sentiu você aqui em El Sunsal?
É que o que eu falei, eu estou sempre aqui a treinar, vinha 1 mês antes eu estava aqui, vim treinar antes de ir para o Panamá, para o PASA, então estou sempre buscando esse tipo de onda e, poxa, Maresias é aquele tipo, a gente já domina, né, que é a onda cavada, a onda power, dominar com um single fin, uma prancha totalmente diferente. E é isso, a gente já tem um domínio, então quando chega no lugar desse é só deslizar e acreditar e ser feliz e sempre sempre acreditar.
Well, first of all, adaptability is the biggest thing for him, mostly riding different type boards, single fin here, and both at the ISAsurfing games in Panama recently, a few weeks ago. But he said that coming here, knowing how good the waves are, it changes the whole mindset. Parabéns, obrigado.
Obrigado a todos, valeu família, valeu os patrocinadores, sempre acreditaram em mim. Tamo junto. Vamos, time Brasil!
Valeu.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to Carlos. Very solid heat. Walks away with the biggest heat total of the day, and he'll be feeling really good heading into that next main round.
Yeah, he sure will. And then that's just the thing we were talking about, beach breaks and point breaks. It's like, you come from a beach break, you're going to be able to eye up those little spots on the wave so much easier, and it's kind of the wave spelled out for you much more. But yeah, we've had a little bit of action. I think we have a score coming in for Green for his second wave, Abdel, and the first one was a 1.17. He went down kind of quickly on that one. That second wave was a much better wave, so we will see how that pans out. Just under 9 minutes, and Zen Wallace has got two decent scores. He's not way out ahead of the pack, although Jaime Garcia yet to get a decent wave, unfortunately. It seems like he's kind of gone in between the best wave selection, but he still has plenty of time to kind of catch up.
Yeah, there's still plenty of time on the clock, 8.5 minutes. It's been really consistent as well. You know, you might have a flat spell for a minute or two, but then we've really been seeing those waves rolling through and picking up a little bit bigger. We know that swell is forecasted to be growing throughout the week. We're getting some of those wider sets, which is what we saw at the start of this heat. We had actually everybody kind of caught off guard by that first set that rolled through. No one really sitting in the right position, a little bit too deep, and just got wiped out by those bigger sets at the beginning of the heat. So everyone kind of now starting to figure out their positioning in the lineup.
Yeah, and you can see our host country, El Salvador, excited to send out their surfer, Amado Alvarado, and he will be coming up next. He has one of those really, really cool backside cross-step cutbacks that we've seen in some of our promotion edits. So I'm really looking forward to see his surfing for the first time. Great guy. He said I caught him kind of walking down the road the other day, yesterday afternoon. He said he doesn't come to El Tunco, which is our neighboring town here. He doesn't drink, doesn't do anything. He just surfs, and surfing is his passion. He's so excited. And he goes, I go, I love that cross-step cutback. And he goes, well, do you think that will score? I'm like, you should bring that out. Like, there's not many people who can do that smoothly. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Oh, that's going to be amazing. And to have that local knowledge as well with a wave that seems to be very challenging. It changes so much. The tide changes it. The wind changes it. Like we've been saying this entire time, the peaks shift around. So to be able to have a local hitting the lineup in the next heat is going to be something that is well worth staying tuned to watch. We've got 7 minutes on the clock. Jaime Garcia, the 65-year-old from Guatemala, looking stylish as ever as he goes down on the finish of that wave. We've got Sam Dutton with a quick kick in and out. He's just eyeing up that section as well to see if it's going to hold up and give him some opportunity to run. We've got Sam Christensen for Team South Africa that'll be paddling out next. He's a great traditional longboarder coming out of Durban, South Africa, so he's used to these warmer waters and proudly representing the SAF flag.
Yeah, he competed in our Hainan event, didn't he?
Yeah, he's been around for a while.
That was one of my favorite styles that I saw in the water. That's going to be a fun heat to watch. But yeah, just as you were saying, okay, so we have Blue calling for situation, wanting to know what his scores are, where he is sitting, see who could possibly take over that first place position. The arms up, for people who don't know the hand signals, the arms up or one arm up means you're asking for situation. Usually your scores. If you take your right hand, you tap your wrist, that to signify you want to know how much time is left in the heat. If it's a last blast moment, you have a chance for that buzzer beater. You really do want to know exactly down to the seconds how much time you have left in the heat. And so we have some great beach announcers, Kevin Moore and Ixa Marietta, up there and giving them all of that updated information anytime a priority changes, anytime someone moves in first, second, third, or fourth position, and also those need scores.
Yeah, it's a great team all around. Really important to be able to make sure that everything is communicated to these surfers out in the lineup. We've got 20-minute heats. There's also a great big screen up on the top of our tower here that indicates for them the priority and the time as well, so that they can always turn back to look at that. But knowing those scores is so important, and that's probably this week going to be one of the main objectives of that beach announcing crew, that technical crew, is to make sure that those surfers know exactly where they're sitting and what they're maybe required to take those advancing positions.
Yeah, and usually on our World Surf Games, our Olympic qualifying events, I'm up there with them doing the beach announcing. And even though we have the LEDs, everything else, I prefer to keep the surfers on their game and don't have to spin around, look, take their eyes off of the surf to look at that priority panel. They should be constantly updated without having to rely on those backup options.
Zen Wallace currently sitting in the lead. We're down to less than 5 minutes. It's the Kiwi with a 4.67 and a 3.5 that sets himself apart. Sam of Australia sitting with a 3.68 requirement to take himself into the leading position and really secure himself in a spot to be taken through a main round advancement. Abdel of Ireland is chasing a really small score, just a 1.91 bend to get himself into that second place position and to avoid the rapid charge round.
Yeah, so with 3:45 and this outgoing tide, we have seen it get a little less consistent than our earlier heats of the day. And so with that receding tidal energy, it's kind of pulling that energy from the swell out to sea, putting a little bit more space in between the waves. So at this point, for Green, who's holding that first priority, that's a very, very important time to be holding that card to have the pick of the pack. And I don't think he would waste that in that last 3.5 minutes. He's probably going to basically wait until he sees the very best wave up into the last dying seconds before he takes off.
Surfers moving around. Surfer in green with that first priority. Maybe eyeing off that there's a set rolling through. You can see them just changing their positioning in the lineup a little bit.
We can also see the wind is kind of coming out of the west, which is the left side of our screen. And it can, if they just stay there looking out into the sea, watching for sets to come, without noticing, they're getting drifted deeper and deeper into the peak. And you can go too deep where you see that left. There is a left off the top of the peak, even though it is a right point break. And it's easy, if you don't pay attention, to get swept out of position if you're not constantly checking on the beach and kind of looking for a marker to see where you're at.
That's right. Talk to us about finding those markers when you're out in the lineup. How important is that?
For me, I do that at any beach, and especially if it's a new spot. You show up, you see where the waves are breaking, you see some of the better surfers, you check out where they're lining up, and then you try to look directly into the beach and find a landmark, find a building, a palm tree, or a telephone pole, whatever it is. Luckily here we have this huge event site, the giant podium, which is very easy to spot, and then we have that big rock that's just between us and the Casa de Mar Hotel, which they'll be able to really see if they're too deep or way too far out on the shoulder as well. As we have our 65-year-old Jaime Garcia getting one of his better rides and able to end with control in the last 2 minutes of the heat.
Great style, great surfing from Jaime. Chasing a 3.67 to get himself out of the repecharge round. So that's going to be difficult to find unless he's on one of those bigger set waves. We've really been seeing those scores getting towards that 4-point plus, needing to be on a wave that's caught a little bit deeper, a little bit farther out, and really capitalizing. Those excellent scores, of course, coming from the set waves that also offer a nice solid wall with some good nose riding sections at the beginning. I think that's going to be something that's really crucial. Hearing Rachel Tilley, our 2015 WSL Longboard World Champion, who's been in the booth with us, and she'll be in the booth throughout the week, chatting to her last night after her free surf and saying, really, if you can get those nose rides on that first outside section, that's going to be really important. But it's also pretty difficult depending on the conditions. It's going to get even more difficult to find those nose rides on that first section later in the day when that tide starts to come up, because like you said, talking about that backwash, we are going to see so much water moving through the entire lineup once that tide comes in.
Another thing that I'm sure you've noticed on this trip, there's so much more sand on the beach. Usually it's primarily rocks with just a bit of sand mixed in, and having all that extra sand has seemed to create extra rips and weird currents that are running through the lineup, and that will be constantly changing with this much swell. It's going to be creating bumps and lumps in that sand bottom mixed with the rocks.
As we see Abdel with one last opportunity, he's only chasing a 1.91 to get the advancing position over Sam Dunton. Now Sam of Australia wasn't able to back up his 0.33 he paddled, didn't get onto that last wave. So this is the opportunity for Abdel to be able to get himself into that main round advancement and push Australia, one of the more powerful nations in competition this week, down into the repechage. He hasn't gotten a whole lot of work done, but he's got that length of ride. He's had a bit of cross-stepping. He's maintained control on a smaller size wave, but he's been in the pocket throughout.
Yeah, that could be a huge buzzer beater right there, needing only a 1.91. And even with the lack of variety of maneuvers, no nose riding, it's not a huge score to obtain right there.
That's right. It's less than a 2-point ride, just a 1.91 for Abdel. Scores are coming through from the judges. We do have another score to drop through for Zen Wallace of New Zealand, so he's looking like he secured himself in that first place position. And what a shakeup. It's a 2.53, comes through for last of Abdel. It takes him up into second, pushes Australia's Sam Dunton down into third because he only had that 0.33 for the backup score, which was not enough to keep him in position. And Ireland is feeling pumped as Abdel comes into the lineup.
Definitely. Wow, what a charge up. And yeah, I'm sure Tom Breen's freaking out with the flag down on the bottom there.
Well, exciting moments here at the ISA World Longboard Championships. Yesterday, we saw the opening ceremonies get underway and welcome everyone to El Sunzal.
We are Team South Africa and welcome to the opening ceremony of the ISA World Longboard Championships in Surf City, El Salvador.
Thank you to all the delegations, to your federations, to the athletes, to the families and friends that supported all of them at home. Enjoy everything. Good luck in the competition. Go home as ambassadors of beautiful El Salvador.
Somos el equipo de España de Longboard, estamos en El Salvador, en la playa del Sunzal, para la ceremonia en las arenas, que es algo muy especial también dentro del evento.
Surf City, El Salvador, ISAWorld Longboard Surfing Championship, open!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, surf fans from around the world. Thanks for tuning in to the 2023 Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Longboard Championship. Sam Bleakley back in the booth with 2015 WSL Women's World Longboard Champion and 2013 ISA World Longboard Championship silver medalist Rachel Tilley from California. Rachel, we got a good one coming up with Sam Christensen, Sofia Gil, Amado Alvarado from El Salvador, and Jamie Abuza from the Philippines.
Yeah, as we're starting to get into the middle of this round, we're starting to see those higher seeds surfing, and first up we see Sam Christensen.
Straight to the nose, Sam Christian gets a nice opening 5, puts that board beautifully on rail, but comes a little bit too hard on that rail engagement and doesn't rebound off the foam. So a score will be dropped for Sam Christian. Sofia Gil from Argentina had a phenomenal finish in the 2018 ISA World Longboard Championship in Hainan, China. He's a really good surfer coming out of Argentina, but watch out for the local El Salvadorian. Amado is phenomenal. He's a local here in La Libertad, and he has been surfing, free surfing at such an exceptional level that he will be a really strong contender here at Sven.
Absolutely, and this wave is not easy to surf. It's, proving tricky for some of our competitors, so that experience will be crucial.
So up and riding Sofia Gil from Argentina on the backside there from Mar del Plata, the kind of hot center of surfing in Argentina. Gets that fourth nose ride, great footwork, lively, loose, electric, very stylish Sufiel Gil, comes from one of the founding families of Argentinian surfing. His father had 9 children, so they've got this kind of incredible history and heritage behind their surfing, and Sufiel is so stylish. You'll notice from him that he's got this incredible ability to throw in the variety, as we saw that nice drop knee turn set up there, the goofy footer snapping back off that rebound, but then using that drop knee and then putting those feet on that rail inside section there, back up for the 5, stretches those toes over the tip, pedals back to the middle, stays on that front part of the board, pulls a full upright hang 10 and walks back with style. That was incredible surfing from the Argentinian.
Yeah, we're right in the beginning of this heat with only 4 minutes that have passed, and that's the first wave that we've really seen come through into the bay, and that was surfed really well. Lots of different variety, really good tail work, and he was very light on his feet, and that made that footwork just look extremely delicate, and the judges will really like that.
Yeah, Sufiel Gil, the 25-year-old goofy footer from Mar del Plata. Dad Daniel, a founding father of Argentinian surfing with 9 kids. He's a multiple Argentinian champion, got more than 3 Argentinian titles. And Sufiel is a surf instructor at the Kikiwai Surf Club in Miramar. And his sister, Teresa Tete Gil, is also a really good longboarder. He rides the Chi boards at 9.4, and his best results are a 2nd at the Pan American Games, which happens every 4 years, and he also got a 9th at the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2018 in Hainan. Really liking that left-hander. You see this replay here of our goofy footer from Argentina.
Yeah, just going straight up to the nose and finding that delicate footwork like I was saying before. Finding that those hang 5s back and forth, that the judges are sitting really far away from the beach, you know, and so how erect he is, his upper body, the posture, all of that will look really nice from the judges' point of view, and it's just really important to kind of keep that calm and composure and just let all the footwork basically do the talking. And then he goes into a series of turns here that were just really nice. He puts some power into them and gets nice on the rail. So I think this will be a nice opening score for him. And this wave just seems to continue to go on forever. And just getting that 10, that you can see it was actually maybe a little bit more of a tight 5, but he is already on his 2nd wave.
And it's really
or
interesting.
Is this a replay?
This is the replay.
Sorry.
Of that first wave. So he gets a 5.0 for this wave, and we're waiting for a score to drop for the 2nd wave. And Sufiel Gil there. So this is the 2nd wave. And again, what's really fascinating, Rachel, is the way that he just uses that inside edge for a lot of the footwork. His heel is closer to that inside rail edge than the outside rail edge a lot of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And you find that when you're surfing your backside, that's kind of how you end up coping with surfing on your heel edge. It's not easy to navigate the intricacies of the bump and the dynamic of a wave. And so you end up kind of pushing your heel edge closer to that rail to be more connected to the board, to the wave, and be able to control your board through all of just maybe the wave's turmoil.
So that wave, comes in at a 5.0. What do you think Sufiel could have done to take that score a little bit further?
Well, I think the judges are kind of looking at the fact that that was a medium opening ride, allowing themselves some room for that scale later into the wave as we see maybe some surfers on some of the bigger sets of the day.
So out of La Union, the Philippines, San Juan, here's Jamare, another goofy footer, good opening nose ride, navigating this section here. His teammate J.R. Esquivel is, for me, one of the underdog favorites having a really big result here. So Jamare actually coached and taught to surf by J.R., his teammate, and the Philippines represent one of the more exciting emerging nations in competitive longboarding, and they have a really strong scene in San Juan, in Luzon, La Union, as we see our surfer Sam Christiansen out of South Africa answering back to get rid of that 1.17. Nice nose ride, good drop knee turn. Sam Christiansen, very stylish 25-year-old from Durban there. His favourite break is the new pier. He rides a 9.3 sugar model shaped by Oliver Packham, and look at that stylish soul arch nose ride on the 5, pedaling back to the tail. A little set up again for another high line. 4 clean, smooth steps into the 5, holds the 10, walks back with crisp critical, nice, stylish footwork and stays nice and tall and composed. And I can hear his South African teammates, the likes of Alfonso Peters, cheering on the beach. That was an incredible ride from Christensen.
Sam, when you get a chance, move.
Yeah, that was a great ride. Definitely how he's looking to open up his heat. We have 11 minutes to go, so there is another time, way more time to get a backup score.
So moving on to the winner of that last heat, Zen Wallace from New Zealand is on the sand.
That's way better.
Obviously a huge heat win, but both Ben Way and Shannon Hughes were talking about how difficult it was to navigate the lineup and really understand where you're at. How difficult was it for you to really know the positioning and the two peaks that are out there here at El Susal?
I kind of figured out the positioning a bit over the last few days. It definitely was difficult looking at it beforehand. You're going, jeepers, watch it deteriorate so quickly. Definitely really difficult. But, you know, I managed to find that quick wave off the start and in those conditions when it's just so random and you can get these big lulls like it did at the end of the heat. You know, I think that played kind of key. But yeah, it was gnarly. Couldn't hear out there. You know, like the sound was a bit distorted and they were talking quite quickly. And then it sounded like I had like a 3 and a 1.4, but it sounded like I was in first. I was like, oh man, this is anyone's heat. And but I'm stoked. You know, I managed to find those couple waves, and you know, I'll take the win any way we can get it.
No, I totally agree. Let's talk about your heritage now. Surfing for New Zealand, but you have the Maori flag here. You're obviously a proud Maori yourself. What is it like competing for your people and your country at the same time?
Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, one of my favorite events last year was going up to the Māori Nats and connecting with everyone. You know, like the event itself and competing was really cool, but it was being together with everyone, and that's a lot of what it's all about, is everyone uniting together. We bring everyone with us, you know, from our ancestors to our current people that support us. You know, it's really incredible. You know, this is my 10th ISA World Games. I think 7 shortboard. This is my 3rd longboard. So yeah, every time I've got this massive support of people that I feel like I'm there, but it's not just me wanting that wave. There's a whole like crew of people behind me manifesting that wave my way, which, you know, is so key. So, you know, I want to say a massive shout out to all my friends, whānau, and supporters. You know, a lot of people donated to get me over here, and you know, the whole team. Yeah, it's been incredible. So thank you to everyone out there. Yeah, and stoked to be here. This is cool.
Thanks for your time, Sam. Appreciate it. Bigger than surfing, Sam.
Brilliant surfing there from Zen Wallace out of New Zealand. But look at Sufiel Gil from Argentina. He's got a 5.0, and Rachel Tilley. That was a big overhead section that he had at the start of that wave. What do you think of this?
I think this is the wave that he was looking to build upon, that 5.0. You were asking me before what I think he needs to do in order to get past that 5, and this is the wave that he's looking for. There's the size, there's the opportunity for the variety of maneuvers, and he's surfing with flow, style, and grace.
So Sufiel Gil looking to add to that 5.0, style, flow, and grace, hallmarks of his surfing there. So we'll be waiting for that score to drop. Might well be the biggest score of the heat so far. Our surfer Jamari from the Philippines, he's got a 3.0. He's waiting for his next score. But coming up, we have Antoine Del Pero going for gold once again, the most successful ISA competitor here. He has won 2 ISA World Longboard Championship, and he has also won an ISA Sup World title. So Antoine Del Pero, multiple medalist. He got a fantastic result in his career regularly on every effort he put into every competition. He's coming back out of competitive retirement to surf alongside his brother Edward Del Pero, and France have such a strong team with reigning ISA World Champion Alice Lemoyne, Zoe Gros-Pignon also from France, and then the brothers Antoine and Edward, as we see our local Salvadorian up and riding live action. 4 steps up to the tip, a nice hands behind the back, soul arch, locked in that 5, local knowledge. One of the longer hang 5s we've seen, does shuffle back to that tail there, but then puts in that trademark cross step turn. That's one of the distinctive features of his surfing. I've noticed him free surfing out here, and I can see that he's got an incredible read. That impact of local knowledge, Rachel. I mean, what's the difference, the advantage of having local knowledge?
It can make or break, you know, or when you're trying to surf against such high level competition, you know, it gives you kind of those little bits of edge that every surfer out there is a great surfer, and so each surfer is trying to find the way that they can find their way to be that point of difference, and he just used his knowledge there to surf that wave so well. Like you said, that was one of our longest nose rides that we've seen all day. He did it with style and just that relaxed upper body.
Sam Christensen answering back there. So he's got a 6.0, the highest score of the heat so far. He's looking to replace that 1.17 using that beautiful drop knee turn. Recently started a new business after graduating from university to empower small businesses in South Africa and create positive social impact through supporting and building their brands. And Sam Christensen supporting and building his campaign here to win a gold medal in El Salvador with some incredible, beautiful footwork and a great use of the drop knee and classic style from the regular footer Sam Christensen. And of course, South Africa is such a rich surfing culture with multiple gold medals across all of the ISA surfing categories.
Sure. Actually, in 2013, the year I got my silver medal, it was Simone Robb from South Africa who won the gold medal that year. And Sam has a national South African championship that he just won in J-Bay at the end of last year. So surfing in right-hand points is obviously he's very successful at it. He'd be feeling really comfortable out there. And like kind of we're seeing all day, this is like a building block of building a house for all these surfers, not elimination. And so these surfers are just trying to get some good scores on the board.
Live action from the Philippines, Jamare there. Nice high line through all this footwork, navigating the chop with control, with style, holding on those fives. I know his teammate Luke Landrigan will be tuning in at home. Luke, one of the real kind of trendsetters of the highest level, one of the earliest professional surfers out of the Philippines who longboards and shortboards brilliantly. He couldn't come here because he's got a baby due, but he'll be tuning in, watching his Philippine teammates, and that was an incredible hang 10 and he holds onto that brilliantly. So this is going to be a really strong score, and I think we've got some exciting results to come from these Philippine surfers as we can really see his ability to ride that front half of the board with multiple hang 10s and staying in complete control, walking out of those nose rides cleanly, and then takes that into the shore break and just kicks out with that rail grab.
Yeah, I think control is a great use, a great describing word for his surfing. It was so precise, like I was saying before. His footwork is just really concise, and each step is very prominent. There's no chance of shuffling. He is taking 4-6 steps up to the nose and back, and we have some great scores, I think, that we can expect from Sam, Amato, and from that last wave. So this is panning out to be a really entertaining heat.
Live action, our local surfer waiting for his first score to drop there, sets himself up, nice fade in, 4 steps, there's the 5, holds the 5, pulls a little sneaky kind of wide stance 10, shuffles back to the tail, uses that big sweeping drop knee turn with that wide stance, and great footwork back up for a high 5, but a little bit too high in the line there. He's waiting for that first score to drop, then that second score will be coming along soon. Might well change the situation, but this is a very competitive heat for our local surfer with 5s and 6s already dropped from Sofia Gill and Sam Christensen.
Yeah, I think going back to that local knowledge conversation, him choosing to take that high line while it didn't pan out for that wave just then, you can kind of see if you watch these waves, and Jamari did it really well on his last wave as well, where there's kind of these like big lumps that come up the face that if the surfers line up and use them well and stall at the right times, they can actually use that kind of that lump to then use that stand up. When it stands up in the pocket, they can get a critical nose ride out of it. So I think Amato's really using that local knowledge with that high lines. You can see he goes, even on this one, gets that 10, see that lump as it comes through, trying to use that to his advantage to then get that into the pocket to get a critical nose ride.
Love that soul arch that he uses there. So he definitely goes for the 10s. That's exciting to see there. Gets up on those noses, gets that 5-10 combination there, does shuffle back often off the nose rides, but stays nice and busy there, uses the cross step turn when he needs to, uses the soul arch, a lot of good power, flow, body language, looking to replace a 2.98. So this is his third wave, so this might well go up into that higher range as he works himself right onto the inside, onto the sand, often quite cobbly here, but at the moment, due to the nature of the swells that have been coming through in this south swell season, it's very sandy along the beach as the El Salvadorian flag is raised high and it symbolizes the sky and the sea and the white stripe for peace. It's really great to be hosted here in El Salvador and see the government really getting behind surfing and seeing the strength of local talent on show.
Absolutely. And we're still waiting for a score to drop from Sam, but before that one drops at the moment, he only needs a 2.98. I think that requirement will go up with the backup score of Sam's to drop in.
So Sufiel Gil out there in the lead with a 5 and a 4.77. Live action Jamare from La Union. 4 nice, crisp, clean steps into a 5, into a 10. Nice high section this way, very similar to San Juan, to Mona Lisa Point, which is a wave that he absolutely loves. Another great right-hand point break would be Carril in the La Union area on the west coast of the Philippines, the North Island, as we see Sam Christensen floating over that section, but staying in a clean, fast trim line is our Philippine surfer, navigating that chop with so much composure. What I've been absolutely blown away with here, Rachel, is his strength of footwork. He's a light, lively surfer, but he has no hesitation with those critical 5s and 10s.
Absolutely. That comes from just strength in his feet and his ankles, as we see Sam finishing this wave off too, getting that nose rides and that hang 10, and can he finish it off? And he does. That's a way to finish off a wave with 10 seconds to go.
Absolutely. Moving into the last 7 seconds, Sam Christensen, a 3.77 needed. Looks like he might get that, but 4 steps to the tip. There's Sufiel Gil, and he puts those hands on his hips, as he often does with that flair, that Argentinian tango style on the nose, uses that cross step, and then sets himself up with the drop knee. This wave getting a little bit fatter there. He's looking to replace a 4.77, but we're going to have 2 really interesting scores to drop. So the situation could change because all 4 surfers are waiting for scores to drop. And even though we've now counted down past the 20-minute mark, the judges will still be marking this wave from the Argentinian.
Yeah, so this could be replacing his 4.77. I think it'll be kind of around there. So great waves from everyone. That was an exciting finish to the heat.
Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're live from El Sunzal. We'll be right back as we see Antoine Del Piero from France coming up soon.
When we started the campaign, like 20-something years ago, over a quarter century, even when we started, it was impossible. I mean, everybody, my friends, my brother, I said, you're really gonna put your energy in this? Let's go surfing.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympics, period.
We all just looked and rolled our eyes back at, like, come on, Fernando. Surfing will never make it.
I never actually dreamed of being in the Olympics because surfing wasn't an Olympic sport.
I never thought surfing would be in the Olympic sports.
The Olympics wasn't ever a dream of mine because it wasn't a reality, it wasn't tangible.
It's the biggest event in the world. Fernando is the reason why we're all there.
Yeah, it's like me telling you I'm gonna, swim around the world. 27 years later, he pulled it off.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship from Surf City, El Salvador. We just had a turnaround there. Amado Alvarado from La Libertad, El Salvador, takes the win, beating Sufiel Gil and Sam Christensen with 1 score still to drop. The judges still tabulating that Sam Christensen score. He needs a 3.77 to move up into first position, so it looks like Amado will at least be in second if Sam Christensen gets the score he leads. But our surfer from the Philippines also waiting for a score to drop, needing a 6.77. So it is not quite official. We can see that body language there, but I'm still seeing those scores being tabulated. So let's keep an eye on that you can sense that there's a real kind of level of stoke there from our local La Libertad legend. But will things change? They have changed now, with Sam Christensen just dropped a very good score, so he now moves up into first, Amado down into second, and now Jamare from La Union in the Philippines, he's waiting for a 7.60 to move up into first position. So I'm Sam Bleakley with Rachel Tilley, a silver medalist at the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2013. And Rachel, what will be going through the mind of Amado right now?
I mean, there's nothing better than to advance in front of your home crowd with your friends and family cheering you on. It's the best feel. You have that pressure before going into the heat that you want to perform for your country, for everyone there supporting you on the beach. So I'm sure just like relief and excitement. He surfed so well, and he'd be really happy with that performance. Getting to go into the next round, obviously we know that these round one heats are non-elimination, so it's not too sad for any of the surfers today, but there is a huge advantage in advancing through and not having to drop down to that repechage round.
Absolutely. And your experience as a former finalist here at this event, did you make the final through the progression rounds, or did you have to move through the repechage rounds?
I had to move through the repechage rounds, and through the repechage rounds, you surf a lot more heats in how it works out with the format. So it's a lot of work to get through there. Not impossible. By the end of the event, only 2 people make the final by not surfing through the repechage. At some point, all the rest do fall through. So it's great as a surfer. This format is different than other events that we surf, and it's really nice. You know, it kind of round one, actually all the rounds, if you're still in that main event area, you get to have that pressure off. You know that you can just go out there and surf, and you do your best surfing when you're not stressed about that.
Absolutely, and we've got some of the best longboarders here in the world at Surf City, El Salvador, as we wait for final scores to drop, and it doesn't change the situation. Sam Christensen stays in first position, but do we get the score that the surfer from the Philippines needs? It's a 7.6 that he needs to get into first position. What do you think of this one, Rachel Tilley?
Well, you can see that the judges are taking their time, which means they're taking the score really seriously. And he gets it. A 5.50 puts him into second place.
That's a great exchange there. So Sam Christensen stays in first. Jamare from the Philippines, look at that brilliant hang 10, puts him into second position. And our surfer from El Salvador, we know he's going to be a powerhouse in the repechage. But that now gives the judges the opportunity, after studying that video replay, dropping the score, to move on to heat number 8, round 1 of the men's, here live from Surf City, El Salvador, as Antoine Del Pero will be going for gold. But right now, let's get down on the sand with the winner of a brilliant, entertaining heat out of Durban, South Africa, Sam Christensen.
Thanks, Sam. Talking to Sam off screen, the other Sam, by the way, from Durban, South Africa. Okay, let's first of all talk about the ending of the heat. Green went to first right at the end. You got dropped down to third place, ended up winning the heat at the end. Did you know anything about what was going on in the last minute or so?
Pretty much most of the heat, I didn't really know what was going down. I couldn't hear much out there, so I was waving my arms, but most of the heat was in Spanish. I was trying to decode it in my head, but couldn't really hear anything, and then had that good last wave right to the sand. The team cheered me up the beach, and I thought maybe I'd done enough, maybe a second or a first. Then the scores got announced, and I dropped to third. So mixed emotions, but then new score updated and ended up taking it. So really stoked. All's well that ends well.
First time competing in Latin America too?
Yeah, first time to Latin America. So loving it here. Been here 2 weeks now and having an awesome time.
What's been your favorite wave so far?
I stayed in El Zonte for a week, and there's loads of waves around there. I surfed a bunch of times. Trying not to surf all day, every day with the weather and the warm water. So just trying to conserve some energy.
Congratulations, Sam. Appreciate it.
Cool. Thank you. I just want to say a quick thanks to Hoalen Single Fin Surf Shop out in Salt Rock, and all my friends and family who helped get me here. I wouldn't have been in Latin America if it wasn't for all of their support. So massive thank you.
Sam Christensen moving through.
Yes, Sam Christensen looking lively. That was a great heat. But kicking off, our surfer from Mexico, Pablo Bonilla, really strong first score for Pablo. Waiting for the judges to deliver that. But Antoine Del Perro from France, the 37-year-old regular footer, the founder of the Del Perro Surf Experience Surf School with his brother Edward. He is a multiple gold medalist. He's won the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2009 and 2013. He's won 4 WSL European Longboard Championships. He's been second on the WSL World Longboard Tour twice. He's won 4 French Longboard Championship, and in 2012 he also won a SUP World title with the ISA, as we see him up on the nose there from Biarritz, Côte de Basque. Born in Marseille but grew up in Biarritz. Antoine Del Perro, the silky regular footer, gets back up for the second nose ride, holds that lock on his Minvel board there, big fast section, but controlling that with flair and almost bouncing back into that bowl section and putting that board on rail. One of the more versatile surfers, the Frenchman, always silky smooth. As you can see, that rail engagement is very dynamic, and he's got a great ability to mix in his footwork with speed and control. Not able to get the hold on the 5 then as that wave accelerated through the bowl section, but throws in that clean, crisp drop knee and 4 steps back up for the 5 and a nice hold of the 5 as he cruises into that nice high section for again another touch of the 5 and a hold of the 5 and back to the tail, and then he's just going to end that one in the sandwich on the sand. Antoine Del Perro. Rachel, what a strong start for the Frenchman.
Yeah, using those bumps to his advantage and going through them with so much control, making it look so easy and flary as well. He just had so much zest in his surfing. Fun fact about him, along with all the list of things that you were just naming off, he is the winningest longboard ISA surfer. He has 5 medals to his name. In second behind him on that list is Piccolo Clemente, who we saw surf earlier. So it's no surprise to see such a performance from him. I think what we're seeing here is just such mature surfing. He has surfed and competed in conditions like this many a time, and he just navigated it effortlessly.
And absolutely, and really interesting that Antoine has come out of high-end competitive retirement here to go for gold. He was very frustrated in 2019 when neither him nor his brother won gold on home turf at Côte de Basque in Biarritz. He talked about the frustration of working with his brother to dominate the priority system, and at one moment when he took a wave, his brother had priority. Piccolo Clemente got the score that he needed to put him into the gold medal situation. So it's just a really great sporting story that brothers Edouard and Antoine have come back to represent France, to work together to go for gold. But there's only room for 1 gold, and what I'm really interested in, Rachel, is if you asked Antoine, would he rather him get a gold or his brother Edward, who's not got a gold yet, who would he give the gold to?
Absolutely. I mean, it's really nice to build your career out. I have a feeling, though, just knowing their relationship as brothers, he'd be batting for Edward.
So up and riding, live action out of Chinese Taipei. From the north, it's Han Sung Ling. Great regular footer there, an excellent short boarder. He is a really good, strong surfer there. His nickname is Dasu, and he's got a really nice opening wave under his belt there. So this will be his second score because he got a very small, short wave of 0.5. I've actually had the pleasure of spending a couple of days in the same guest house as the Chinese Taipei team, and it was really great to see the likes of Lian McDonald. Of course, a big shout out to Neil McDonald back home in Kenting, who'll be tuning in, watching the Chinese Taipei team. Lian, half British, half Chinese Taipei, but Han looking so crisp there on the 5, on the 10, gets that soul arch, but not quite able to walk out as we get an answer back from our surfer from Mexico with a really good drop knee turn there. I mean, I don't know if you remember the mighty Kevin Misk, Californian surfer from an older generation, Rachel, but for me that was a kind of Kevin Misk drop knee turn.
Absolutely. Again, I think I'm kind of sounding like a broken record when I keep saying variety and such, but these surfers adding this variety in is pretty crucial to such a long wave. There is so much opportunity to do turn after turn, nose ride after nose ride. So finding those opportunities to throw those drop knees in, to add any type of soul arches or different flares that makes them stand out from their competitors is crucial to getting those scores up to that high 7 range and above.
So the drop knee, of course, an iconic part of longboard performance. Phil Edwards, you know, famous use of the drop knee. Ray Gleave out of Australia, one of the kind of great drop knee surfers. Have you got a favorite drop knee longboarder? Is there someone that you really looked up to who used the drop knee in their repertoire?
I don't know if I have just one name in mind. I think it's a really nice maneuver to add into your repertoire. It is very, it has that relationship to that traditional surfing, to that history, that traditional surfing, we talk about that being in our criteria right now. That doesn't necessarily mean that we're surfing exactly how they did back in the 60s, but an event, a maneuver like that is just, it's a great paying back to that history. It's still a very functional maneuver to have, especially kind of in these bumpier conditions when you're trying to stay into the pocket. You're maintaining that speed with your front foot farther up on the board and then using that back foot to just slide back right when you need it, dropping that knee, keeping the style while having so much function.
Absolutely. As we see Antoine Del Perro in first priority. He's having a look at this set. Will he turn and go? Pablo Bonilla from Mexico has got a total of 7.36. So those top two scores are combined. He's got that 3.83 and that 3.53. Antoine looking for his second scoring ride. So he only needs a low score of a 0.86 to move into first. But he's got that 6.50, which is the largest score so far in the heat. But Han has answered back with a 5.0. So really strong score there for our Chinese Taipei surfer, nicknamed Da Su, the 24-year-old national champion there. He's got a great team behind him out of Chinese Taipei. They'll be sending a strong shortboard team also to the World Surfing Games happening here in La Libertad, Surf City, El Salvador 2023, later in the month of May and into June, as we see Antoine having a look. A little bit deep for that section, but with priority, he's got that relaxed feeling of knowing he's got a 6.5 under his belt and he's got plenty of time to choose another good set.
Absolutely. With just over 10 minutes remaining, he's going to just sit and wait for a good wave to come through that he feels like he can get that score that he needs to back it up. He doesn't need to waste his time just staying busy for the sake of staying busy. And that's where we see that maturity in his heat surfing, in his experience. He knows all he needs is 2 good waves to win a heat, and he's going to be selective in making that happen.
So Pablo out of Mexico, you've just come back from a second place at a really prestigious longboard competition, the Mexi Log Fest in Mexico. And I know a number of competitors have come from that event. Indy Hoffman from Surfing for USA. What will be the benefits of the likes of Caitlin Mickelson and Indy having both competed recently in Mexico in a tropical climate, coming down the coast to El Salvador in a similarly tropical climate?
Yeah, it's super helpful. Of course, at the Mexi Log Fest, we were competing on a left-hand point, so the wave style is totally different. But to be in the warm water, to be kind of in that humidity, those are kind of factors that can throw you off and make you uncomfortable outside of your environment. We heard Cole Robbins in his post-heat interview this morning saying, coming from California, it's so cold. He's been in a wetsuit, so this has kind of been an adjustment. You're sweating out there. Really, it's so hot with the air and the water combined, and you have your adrenaline rushing, so you're sweating out there. That's different than what surfers have just come from those colder climates. So anyone who's gone to the Mexi Log Fest right before this has that advantage of almost climatization already and can be comfortable surfing in their bathing suits and yeah.
So if you did come from a cold or a cool water climate to a tropical environment to compete at the highest level, how many days do you think you need to adjust to that change in water temperature, that change in climate?
I would say 4 or 5, really. I mean, a lot of time, I know for me, talking from my experience, always the first times traveling out of a winter area into a summer area. You know, your skin doesn't really have a tan on it yet. You're needing that sunscreen, and you're getting those burns and those rashes surfing in a bathing suit, as we see Green up and right. Beautiful cutback.
I love that drop knee. I love the use of the soul arch to set himself up again here. That was a really nice clean drop knee. 6 steps up to the tip, stretches out for the 5, 4 clean smooth steps back, little float re-entry, and again nice and loose and lively, and then does a kind of almost hands behind the back soul arch cross step turn. I like the body language. I like the fact that he's being really elegant with this wave, yet he's demonstrating a lot of variety.
Yeah, he's surfing really fun. You know, with that turn and that soul arch that he adds back into his bottom turns, those don't look like he's really thinking or putting them in purposely. It just looks like a piece of his surfing, and it looks fun and natural. And
that's one of the hallmarks of competitive longboarding, is that art of making the difficult look easy. In fact, I take some words out of a interview I listened to you do with Shannon Hughes, and that was one of your phrases. It was about the art of competitive longboarding is making the difficult look easy. And tell me a little bit about that. What is the secret to making the difficult look easy when you're on a longboard?
Oh, well, the secret to it is just a lot of time and practice, I think. But I really liken it in my head to ballet. You know, when you watch ballet, the dancers are doing big jumps, lifting their leg up to here, and all sorts of things that if you actually try and do yourself, it's so difficult, impossible really. And a lot of these surfers, the elegance that they're surfing with out there in such difficult conditions, they are making such difficult things look so easy. And I think sometimes that's where surfers who maybe aren't familiar with longboarding themselves, or have been around watching longboarding very long, they don't realize some of these surfers doing these hang tens in the sections that they're doing it is so critical, has taken so much time to perfect in the way that they can. And in competition, you're doing it on a stage and for a score that just adds that emotional, mental element that is difficult to sometimes grapple with. So it takes time, experience to build up. And here at the ISA World Longboard Championships, all these surfers have put that time in their own countries to get that spot at their national championships to then be here representing their country.
Absolutely. You know, one of the more experienced is the 37-year-old on your screen there, regular footer Antoine Del Perro. He's in second priority, because he's in first priority, and he's turning and he's going, and he's got a really nice wall ahead. He's going to add to that 6.50. Nice high line there. 2 up to the nose, gets that hold of a quick touch of a 5, and then 4 back up to the tip, gets the 5 locked in a little bit more. Double little footwork there. I like that triple footwork. Really great control from Antoine Del Perro. Back up for a bowly section, critical section. You could see the need to flick that hair off the face as that white water splashed up into his eyes, but keeping that composure and putting that board on rail to rebound off the white border, and he's going to get a nice clean section again, keeping that board high for those nose rides. And then when it locks in, you can see that hold on his Minvale board allows him to get a more critical nose ride, and again stands nice and tall after that rail work, looking for an inside section to get maybe one last nose ride here, a bit bouncy. So uses the drop knee to get back into the pocket, 4 steps up to the 5, holds the 5 there with style. Antoine Del Perro all the way to the sand, looking incredible.
Yeah, that wave cleaned up on the inside too, and that was a really great thing that he could take advantage of, as we see Blue back up and riding.
Han from Chinese Taipei gets that 2 4-step combination into a 5, into a hang 10. Nice critical nose riding, keeping a good trim line, using the drop knee. An excellent shortboarder is Han, and he gets himself again on that high line. 5 pedals back to the tail. Wave staying quite clean, considering the fact we've got that sea breeze blowing more choppy conditions through the face, but finding those sucky sections, and gets a nice lifting hang 10 and puts that board onto the drop knee. A smaller wave than Antoine Del Perro's, but equally busy from our surfer from Chinese Taipei, and throwing in some critical quick hang 10s deep in the pocket. What do you think of this, Rach?
I thought that nose ride that he got just before that hang 5 had so much levitation on it. Really used that bowly section to his advantage. And that's one of those high risk, high rewards, to fly through that section with speed to get that hang 5, and the judges will like that and reward that. But like you said, not as big of a wave as Antoine's. We see green on a nice foamy wave.
Big drop knee turn, foamy section to navigate, harder to ride these foamy face waves, so it's often good to choose that first wave of the set because you're not then surfing through the waves that have broken in the section previously. So that's clearly something that we're starting to notice today, is the surfers often on that first wave of the set get that cleaner face to work with.
Well, Antoine was sitting with first priority for maybe 6-7 minutes there, like we were talking about, around 11 minutes remaining. He had just gotten back out after dropping that 6.5, and we talked about the fact that he was just going to wait for the set that he thought what he needed to get that backup score and build upon that, and he did. He dropped a 7.33, so that's the Anton Del Perro we know of. Only 2 waves ridden, and they're both great scores.
Yeah, such an icon of competitive surfing, and runs a brilliant surf school in Côte de Basque, Biarritz, which is the epicenter of surfing, the historic homeland of surfing in France. Antoine out there in a convincing lead with that 7.33 and that 6.50, and look at this replay, Rachel.
Yeah, he took the high line straight off the back with getting that tip right when he took off, and then now being able to hold this. Taking that high line really allows him to navigate that bump, so he's not in the middle of the face of the wave as that bump is coming through. It's easier to navigate with your feet and your ankles and that strength, and then he finds some nice turn sections through the middle of this wave as he was reading it, knowing that it was going to stand back up and line up. And again, he got back up to the nose, just staying so busy and incorporating that all the different maneuvers that the judges are looking for. There he stalls back in the whitewash for a second as he was looking down the line. And he's going to kind of take this one so that he knows he can get back up to the nose, and holds this one for a while and just milks it all the way through to a clean kick out.
Live action from our surfer Pablo Bonilla from Mexico. Big open face section there. Hits the eject button, so won't replace that 3.83, a score waiting to drop for our Mexican surfers. Not going to make much of a difference. Antoine knee paddling out there in the red vest on the left of your screen, 6.5 and a 7.33. I love that 3-way kind of shimmy nose ride where he kept the 5 on, and he kept the back foot in the same position, and it 3 times consecutively went back to the 5. That was kind of funky footwork from the Frenchman.
Yeah, well, that's exactly him navigating that bump that was hitting him at the top of the wave on that high line. And as each bump hit him, if he had kept that his front foot on that nose, that's kind of where you can see surfers bury that nose. So he's basically just taking for only a second that pressure off the very front of the nose so that they can go he can go over that bump and then places that front foot right back on, so that he's convincing the judges that he's gotten that length of nose ride all across the face.
So 15 seconds remaining. Antoine Del Perro, he's booking himself a spot in round 2 with a 7.33 and a 6.50. Han Sung Lin, phenomenal surfing from the Chinese Taipei surfer. He stays in second. Pablo Bonilla moves into the repechage round. Antoine putting on a show, and excited to watch his brother Edouard Del Perro is going to be coming up surfing in heat number 8 against Han Sung Lin, also from Chinese, against Yun Shun Chi, whose nickname is Lucas from Chinese Taipei, and Roberto Zhaoui from Mexico. So we've got a similar country spread in our next heat, and we will continue the red hot action of longboarding here at the ISA World Longboard Championship, live from Surf City, El Salvador.
Yeah, I have a reef for 20 years. My reef business card said Jefe, which is chief, and dreamer. La Jefe and dreamer, Spanish and English. That was a card I would give to the president of the bank or whatever. He always made people laugh. Because, you know, you're like talking, when I asked them for an extra $1 million in loan to buy sandals, and the guy looks at this, I never lent money to somebody with this title, you know. But reef was really nothing. First 3 years we sold 3,000 pairs and 15,000 pairs. And then for the third year, we started full-page advertisements in Surfing magazine. And we went from 15,000 pairs to 100,000 pairs. I said, wow, let's do Surfer magazine too. And then we went to 250,000 pairs. Next year, I said, okay, now we can make a living selling sandals.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship, as we see Edouard Del Perro from France against Wan Chen-Chi from Chinese Taipei and Roberto Zawi from Mexico. Three surfers in the same three nations represented in the previous Heat 8. France, Chinese Taipei and Mexico. We just saw Antoine take the lead in the last heat and take the win, but this is our surfer out of Chinese Taipei, known as Lucas, looking quick and fast and lively, riding his Skin Dog Surfboards 9.6 single fin cherry picker Thunderbolt model. Good trim speed, quick, fast, lively on the footwork. Will be looking to rebound off this section, getting that first wave of the heat. He's just seen his teammate get second position. Great start for Lucas.
Absolutely. Lucas is someone that we've seen quite a few times. We've had our WSL World Championships take place in Taiwan quite a few times in the past, and he was always at those events, surfing with all of us and surfing in their trials. I think he might have gotten a wild card a few times in the past too. So he is no stranger to being at world events and has such great equipment. Ben Skinner, former competitor in these events too, representing Great Britain, and who shapes the Skin Dog surfboards out of England. So he has the equipment underneath him, and that was a nice opening ride for him, just getting those feet wet and getting only a 3.63, but 3.23, but that's all he's, just trying to get the feet in the wax. It's pretty helpful to open up your heat with something.
And this is what Edouard Del Perro opened up with. Nice tight 5 there, looking really fast. How does his surfing compare to his brothers, Rachel?
Wow, well, you can see the influences of each other in each other's surfing. That nose ride had so much speed, and because this was kind of like in between waves, I think you could see how clean the face of that wave was. He didn't have to navigate the bump on the nose ride like we were just talking about previously. Antoine did, and they both have just very flary tail surfing, so much control and power, and he finishes off this one. Powerful start to the heat. He jacks out of that one just in the whitewash. That is the way you want to start a heat. That'll be a great score.
So Wan Che-Chi, he's got a 3.23. So he is sitting out there, added to that 0.4 in first position, but it's likely that Edouard Del Perro will move into first position when his score drops. And our surfer out of Mexico, Roberto Zawi, he's the 42-year-old from Punta de Mita, and he is a regular international competitor, and he's a surfboard shaper and a collector of classic cars, restoration of classic cars and classic boards, as we see Edouard Del Perro answering back with his second score, tight on the 5 on a nice 10, back up to the tip and then soul arching, staying in the pocket. A smaller wave, but a really great wave selection just because of that pocket ride factor. Really incredible surfing from Edouard Del Perro, answering back to his win that his brother just had, demonstrating that Del Perro brothers will be contenders for gold medal. And from one Frenchman to another, let's go down to an interview with the winner of the last heat, Antoine Del Perro.
Absolutely right, Sam. A wrecking ball family for the French Federation. Antoine, first of all, félicitations. Great heat. But talk to me about your first time here in El Salvador. What do you think of the beautiful country so far?
Yeah, it is a beautiful country. So the first time I come here, there is really good vibration. So the wave of El Sunzal is really nice wave for longboarding. So yeah, everything good.
I can tell. Defending champ as a team, you like your odds here at this point break of El Sunzal. But what other waves have you been able to explore while you've been here in El Salvador so far?
Oh, just this one actually. We didn't surf another wave than this. We just came here 3 days ago, training in El Sunzal just to practice the wave, to understand how it works, because it's a little tricky sometimes with the tide and the swell. It's totally different when it's bigger. So yeah, definitely good to surf here and to get used to the wave. Yeah.
Talk to me about your hair. Are there any tips on how to conserve it, how to make it look so beautiful? What's going on?
Really? Oh, I appreciate. Thank you very much. No, it's just a classic mullet, just a joke. I don't know, little change, you know, sometime for fun.
A little Mikey right in there. I like it. Félicitations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Si je peux faire un petit coucou à la famille, voilà. Je fais un gros bisou à tout le monde. Merci de regarder. Tout va bien ici. Fait mal aux jambes la vague quand même. Elle est longue. Allez, bisous.
Merci, Anton.
Well, that was Bisou kisses for his daughter, Paula. So he's a family man. Antoine, the 37-year-old, watching his brother, the 33-year-old fellow regular footer, also based in Biarritz, Edouard Del Pero, waiting for scores to drop for Edward. 2 scores. So the judges will have the opportunity to study the video replay. They drop those live scores when they need to. If they're uncertain, they have the opportunity to look at the video replays, and they can even adapt their score based on that opportunity to restudy the video replay. And of course, we just saw a French surfer set a good scale in the previous heat. So what do you think about this rivalry between these two brothers? Do you think they push each other on?
Oh, absolutely. I was in an event in England watching them compete against each other in a semi-final, and I think it's the most 9s that I've ever seen dropped in a heat. It kind of went in the way that one of them needed 9.2, they'd get a 9.4. The next requirement was a 9.6, they'd get it. And they were just going back and forth, and it was so entertaining to watch. The rivalry between them two is so healthy and fun and brings the best surfing out of each other. So it's not surprising that we're seeing both of them being 1 and 2 seed into this event. And their surfing is showing that they've come to win, to go back-to-back with the French team, winning back in 2019. Of course, Piccolo Clemente got the win in France, and so I know they're looking for that revenge for one of them to take that gold medal.
And we have another set of brothers, the Dunton brothers, Taz and Sam, who are going to be surfing for Australia. We've already seen one of them up, and we'll see the other one coming soon. Their mum, Jan, won the 1999 Australian titles at Bells Beach, and she's here with the Urakanjis, the Australian team. It's really great to have, families behind surfing, and of course you're from a surfing family. What was that relationship you had with your brother in the fact that you've both learned to surf together, and how does that push surfers when you've got a sibling that you surf with?
Well, my brother and I are very naturally competitive, and so in the best way, we were both pushing each other so much to bring the best out of each other, and I think that's what we see out of these surfing families. Really great for them to be traveling together and experiencing this together. That was a beautiful opening nose ride for Roberto.
Zowie on the nose, really long hold. I like the use of the penguin stance here, and just speeds into that bowl section and coolly moves his foot back into the natural stance. Again, little penguin stance, but that opening nose ride in the stretch 5 all low and on hold was just absolutely incredible. And in comes that cross step turn that we're seeing from quite a lot of the Central American surfers. A really big feature of their repertoire is that cross step turn.
Yeah, I want to say surfers like Phil Rajman and Chloe Calman really kind of put that in the map. Both surfers from Brazil, about 10 years ago, that was their go-to repertoire that no one else was really using. And there's obviously, they have had immense influence with their success and how good of surfers they are. That's obviously, they didn't invent the maneuver, but they really used it a lot in their repertoire, and we're seeing it so much more now used in competition.
So that was the Philippines team on the sand. They're looking forward to seeing J.R. Esquivel coming up in the white vest in the next heat number 10. And I thoroughly recommend surf fans staying tuned for that, because this guy is incredible. I've been watching him free surf. I've seen him grow up. I remember traveling to his home patch when he was a kid, and you already saw a talented surfer. And he's one of my tips for a big result. A new name at the ISA events, but somebody I think could go really far. So I definitely recommend staying tuned for the next heat. But right now we've got the likes of Eduard Del Piero, Wan Chengqi, known as Lucas by his English name, and of course Roberto Zawi out of Mexico, waiting for a score to drop for our Mexican. So he gets a 3.0. So now waiting for a score to drop for our surfer from Chinese Taipei. He just needs a low score of a 0.94 to change the situation. It comes in at a 0.30. So it doesn't change the situation. Eduard Del Piero out of France, out there in the first position. Roberto Zawi from Mexico sitting in second, and Lucas from Chinese Taipei in third. Of course, it's non-elimination. The surfers move into the repechage round, and we heard earlier from Rachel Tilley that when she made the grand final of the 2013 ISA World Longboard Championship in Huanchaca, Peru, you moved through the repechage round.
Yeah, I did. It's a lot of work, but it is absolutely possible. 2 surfers that are in the final do come from the repechage round. So only 2 surfers that did, only 2 surfers go from kind of that mainstream through into the final. So ideally you're falling into that repechage round as late as possible because it is more heats that you end up surfing. It's a bit more work, but not impossible by any means. In waves like this, actually, when they can be a little bit trickier conditions and take a bit more effort to really understand the lineup, sometimes surfing more heats is not a bad thing because by the time you get to the final, you have all of that experience out there and all that knowledge into the lineup and what's happening.
So the ISA, of course, the governing body of surfing, recognized by the IOC for the sport of surfing and all other wave riding activities. And the ISA's mission is to create a better world through surfing, and they're certainly doing that right now in Surf City, El Salvador. And it's so inspiring to see the investment from the government in supporting not only local surfing but world-class events and surf tourism. And what they have engineered is this opportunity to all levels of surf tourists to come and enjoy the coastline here, from beginner surfers that might be from San Salvador to traveling professionals, as we see right now. A surfer from Mexico walks up to the tip, little flick of the turn there, some spray thrown from that single fin, good footwork, a smaller wave, Rachel, needing a fairly decent score but currently sitting in second position, but looking nice and loose and lively.
Yeah, really the top 2 advance throughout this heat. So he is sitting in second. He is in advancing position. However, Lucas in blue only needs a 0.94. So I think if I was coaching Green right now, I would be saying wait for a score, back up, improve upon that 117. This will improve upon that 117, but because of the nature of the smaller wave, it won't go into that higher score line that kind of secures you into your position. So Lucas is sitting now in second priority, only needing a 0.94 at the moment. They both have smaller scores in their score line, so they're both having to try and build upon that. There is 5 minutes and 40 seconds remaining. Eduard, you can see him sitting in first priority, just sitting way up the point. He's just going to sit and wait as he has comboed the rest of the field to take his first position.
Absolutely, he's in the chill zone. And talking of coaching, that's a big role of the ISA, coaching, water safety, over 5,000 coaches worldwide certified, and also the scholarship program, 300 scholarships worth $350,000 to under-deserved under 18-year-olds around the world. And of course, the cooperation with Olympic solidarity is a big part of the ISA movement, and the ISA have proposed for longboarding to be included in the Los Angeles 2028 Olympics. That decision won't be made probably until December 2024, but it would be game-changing for longboarding. This is the platform, the stepping stone for longboarding to potentially be included in the Olympics. That would transform funding opportunities for governing bodies, and it would be a dream for competitive longboarders around the world to win Olympic gold.
Absolutely. I'm so excited at the prospect of that. Thankful to the ISA for putting that work in with the IOC and getting surfing on an Olympic platform at all, and to have longboarding now in that potential mix is exciting. This is a important event in part of that decision making, and what is so helpful to that is that we have the record number of participants and countries competing at this ISA event. So really proving that it is a worldwide sport and has, you know, a vast talent on both the men's and women's side.
And the last team champions, France 2019, USA 2018, and France 2013. So France have been very dominant at the World Longboard Championship. And again, they field an incredible team with the Del Pero brothers, Alice Lemoyne going for back-to-back golds at the ISA World Longboard Championship, and Zoe Gropignon. Of course, we have to mention Justin Dupont, who is, an incredible longboarder, a big wave surfer, and the chair of the Athletes Commission for the ISA. She's not here representing France, but she'll be tuning in, supporting this very strong team. And you would think that they probably are favourites for the team gold medal.
Absolutely. They have such a strong team. And we're going to be seeing the women surfing later today. We're going to see both Zoe and Alice out there. So with two strong starts from both of their men's team, I'm sure the women are feeling pumped up and fired up to go out there. And the men, you know, I'm sure there's coaching in between the teammates. That's very natural to happen. I know both the women really respect Antoine and Edouard and will be taking their advice and what they experienced out here in their heats today.
So first priority with Edouard Del Pero, looking to replace a 6.83. Staying very patient, and he's going for this wave. Just 2 strokes up to the tip and straight onto a tight 10. That was cool, as you like, from the Frenchman. Puts that rail grab and throws some spray, gets in the pocket there, staying lively, ready to pounce on this section, readjusts his feet for a drop knee turn, using that rail grab, once again staying low, just navigating these bumpy sections there. So this wave looking to replace a 6.83. Strong opening part to the wave, but now in the foam. Is it going to go into those top 2?
No, I don't think it will be going into those top 2. He had a nice opening outside section, but unfortunately it kind of ran away from him. I think that's probably connected to the fact that he was sitting so deep up there. But I think overall his wave selection this heat has been really interesting, as he's kind of been opting for those medium-sized waves where we saw Antoine waiting for those sets, and both are proving that you can get great scores surfing on those waves. But I think we've seen Edouard's waves a bit cleaner throughout this heat. He hasn't had to navigate as much bump, but on that last wave, you could see him kind of grabbing his rail as he was doing those turns and stuff, looking for that stability while still trying to push through those turns and navigating over that bump.
So live action, chasing a score here. Our surfer Lucas from Chinese Taipei needs a 2.60, 4 steps to the tip on his Skin Dog surfboards, Thunderbolt 9.6 single fin cherry pick. A beautiful setup there, opening nose ride. Again, he's got the opportunity for another nose ride section if he gets the high line. 4 steps, there's the 5. Nice hold on the nose ride, pedals back to the tail. Might have more scoring potential here as he comes with speed through this section. Stays low. Beautiful drop knee turn from Lucas, throwing space with control again, throwing more spray through that drop knee turn, but that previous drop knee turn was very dynamic. 3 in a row from the drop knee turn, and looking to get a 2.60. This might well change the situation.
I think it will. This has been a small but extremely clean wave, allowing him to get so much tip time. That looks just effortless and clean, and he loves that. You can see that, but we have green out the back.
So Roberto Zowie answering back. So it will be interesting, because that was a very strong bit of surfing from Lucas from Chinese Taipei, but our Mexican has also got the opportunity to replace that 2.83, as we see just in the dying seconds. Edouard Del Pero also up and riding. So the judges will now be dropping scores very soon for Wan Cheng Chi from Chinese Taipei, known as Lucas. They'll also be studying this wave from Roberto Zowie from Mexico, currently in second, looking to replace a 2.83. They probably won't need to pay too much attention to Edouard Del Pero, who's already got a 7.83 and a 6.83, but this from the Mexican is incredible as he milks that all the way to the inside with a lot of good rail work and a lot of good nose work.
Yeah, I think the difference between the exchange between blue and green, blue's wave was smaller but cleaner. He could really do that precise footwork and he got a lot of clean nose rides and turns that were well balanced throughout the wave, where Green's wave was very shouldery at the beginning as he took off out the back. It was a bigger wave, but he kind of had a lot of downtime through the middle, trying to just wait for that wave to hit that inside section and run, and then that's when we saw him get some more nose rides, get some turns, and then finished on the beach. So that'll be a very interesting exchange, as their current scoreline is very close at the moment, and it could go either way, I think.
So Roberto Zawi drops a 3.77, so it does make his total score a 6.77, so it now means that Wan Cheng-chi Lucas from Chinese Taipei from the South Kenting, he is chasing a 3.55. So just that one score to drop. Lucas extremely focused on this opportunity. He's been training hard. They've spent over a week here in Surf City riding at least 3 sessions a day at El Sunzao here with the Chinese Taipei team, waiting for that score to drop. I think it might be very close, and he's certainly going to be very stoked if he gets the score and stays in that main progression round.
I think it will be really close. I think it could be the score, as he demonstrated that beautiful traditional clean surfing that the judges are looking for. And look at his board. He has that extremely wide tail that lends to critical nose riding, lends to the board sitting in the pocket. And that's why we were seeing him just have such clean nose rides, not pushing any water while his feet were up there, being able to get those hang 10s that just looked so beautiful and crisp.
So there's Han there. He's just surfed in his heat. There's Ali, the team manager. You've got Leanne McDonald there. They're keeping an eye on the live scores. They're getting some shade from their flag just to keep those eyes on the screen, and the score comes in at a 4.60. It makes a difference. Lucas moves up into second place. That's the spirit of the ISA World Longboard Championship. And stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen, because moving on to heat number 10, we'll have the South African Alfonso Peters. Stay with us, live from Surf City.
5, 4, 3.
The ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship is taking place at El Sunzal, a premier point break in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using traditional longboard surfing, surfers must perform with control in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board. Degree of difficulty with style, flow, and grace are considered along with the following important elements. Nose riding is the art of having one foot hang 5 or both feet hang 10 over the nose of the longboard. Using the longboard rail to perform critical rail surfing turns. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers. Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed and surf with power. Demonstrating full control and commitment while pushing maneuvers to the limit. All of these elements are considered by the judges to determine a total score from 0 to 10. These athletes have a perfect canvas at Surf City to impress the judges and crown the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Champions.
Welcome back to a record-breaking year here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. We've got 118 athletes from 32 nations around the world gathered together for that coveted gold medal for both the teams and those individual rankings. It's going to be an exciting week of surfing, and we are already underway with day 1. It's our men's round 1 that is in the water. Women's round 1 will be hitting the water later today as we take a look at some live action. Beautiful footwork and some great nose riding time to start off for our surfer in white, Rogelio. And incredible composure. Love that little rail grab and that front third of the board. Gets back up to the nose once again, and this is going to be an exciting way to start off the heat. Beautiful posture, perfect traditional surfing that we're seeing here. Love that little jive back into the whitewater and really showcasing that style, flow, grace, which are kind of the all-encompassing words to describe the longboard criteria. As we see another great nose ride here to the inside, and this is flawless surfing to start out for the Filipino.
That was just amazing. And coming in here with some merit, he's the Asia Regional Champ, and here we have red up and riding Alfonso Peters for South Africa.
All right, the South African getting a quick tap to the nose to start things off. Sets his line here. This wave already looking very different from the wave before that we just saw from Rogelio. And he'll get a quick kick out, but he'll have that score on the board, get to settle those nerves down, and get himself back to the top of the lineup.
Yeah, that was a beautiful ride by White. I really look forward to the score on that one. It seemed utterly perfectly surfed, and right after the buzzer, I'm sure we'll probably see in a replay, but his first 5, he had half of his foot hanging over, and so it was 5 plus whatever the front part of your foot, all of it hanging off. Just nothing to doubt for the judges that he was well up on there on the nose. Nice tight 5, and here we have some of our local support, as we'll have some opening scores. We have seen the wind calm down, and I think in noticing that first ride, the smooth conditions, the smooth texture, a lot of that bump has disappeared. And also, as you were predicting, as the tide goes out, that low tide really defines how it hits that reef in the shallow spots, giving a lot more critical opportunity for those nose rides. And I think we're starting to lose kind of those fat shoulders that everyone was kind of having to deal with earlier.
Yeah, it's really shaping up to be a great morning of surfing. Shannon Hughes here alongside Ben Way. And Ben, what are we going to expect to see once that tide does start to push through the afternoon and some changes to the competition?
Well, we just passed a full moon, and so we have these really extreme tidal conditions. And yesterday, within a matter of probably about an hour, it went from looking medium tide to super high tide. And so we know that it really rushes in. And even more with this incoming swell and this still strong residual swell activity, all of that just has that extra oomph that comes in with that tidal push. And so we'll see things changing around, and it's going to make that little last maneuver in the shore break a lot more tough. And we'll probably see people kicking out before the shore break really dumps on the dry sand.
Well, in the last 2 heats, we saw the Del Perro brothers come out firing. Sam Bleakley is with Edward now.
Del Perro, what a strong start. You just saw your brother win the heat, and you did the same.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Yeah, stoked with the wave, with my performance today. It's tricky out there, so happy to get 2 waves.
So we've got probably changeable conditions. It's quite small today, could be bigger. What type of quiver have you brought with you to prepare for the fact that we might be surfing a mix of wave sizes this week?
Yeah, definitely. It's a challenging forecast ahead. We will see. Today it's small. It's getting smaller tomorrow. So you have bigger boards, wider boards, thicker too, to get easy, have easy footwork on it and good nose rides. And definitely have something more outlined, pintail for the conditions coming. And yeah, even when it's bumpy like this, I had a pintail today because it's easier to manage the tricky sections.
Now, of course, France, the reigning team champions, Alice Lemoyne going for gold again, but you and your brother had that bitter disappointment in 2019. Neither of you took gold on home turf at Côte de Basque. How did that feel to lose that gold, and what's the driving motivation this year to get gold?
I think it's definitely learning from our mistakes, and it's past now. We just look forward for the next, and it's the next opportunity actually, because it's been 4 years there hasn't been an ISA Longboard Championship, so we're really happy and stoked to be here, and I have the opportunity to make a French team together too with Alice and Zoe obviously, but together as brothers it's pretty special, so that's cool.
And lastly, Edouard, you come back from a big injury. You broke your back. You know, how have you recovered from that injury, and how are you feeling?
Yeah, I broke my neck actually, and definitely having a different routine now to manage my neck, and warming up super early to really get the mobility, because it's been more than a year now and I'm still struggling with movement sometimes. So, but I'm happy to be there, like walking on my 2 feet, so stoked.
Well, you're looking great. We love watching you and your brother surf. Good luck in the rest of the event. Last words for your fans back home in France.
Thank you, Sam. Merci à tous ceux qui nous suivent. On est là, on va rien lâcher, et voilà, on commence tranquille. Merci.
Well, in watching Edouard's recovery over the last couple of years, it's been so encouraging to be able to see him back in the water, to be able to see him performing at such a high level. We've seen him in a few other events over the last couple of seasons since that neck-breaking injury, and so it's great to have him back and to see that dynamic between the two brothers pushing themselves to the best of their abilities.
It was funny, after our last break, I headed out and Antoine said, "Hey man, I brought a single fin. I was listening to you guys on the web," and I said, "I didn't say you're using a 2+1. I said you come from a generation of 2+1. Don't get me wrong." But man, they're surfing beautifully. It's amazing.
Yeah, they've got a well-rounded approach, that's for sure. And they've listened to those. I mean, there's been some massive changes in the longboard criteria over the last couple of years, and it's really put that front foot onto the traditional longboard element within the criteria, which is often single fins, heavier boards. But it's really more that style of surfing than anything when it comes to that equipment conversation. Martin Perez now from Argentina up and riding. So a couple of nose rides to start things off. Quick shuffle of his feet, nice cross step up to that 5 to 10 combination. You can see those toes fully locked over. Throws in that cross step cut back on his backhand. That's something that we'll see from a lot of those goofy foots today really utilizing. And his rail just bites a little bit here. But looking for that trim line. Love that little kind of side-to-side rail engagement here to build a little more speed through to the inside section, Ben.
Yeah, I like that little rail-to-rail shift. You're actually almost getting the fin to swim out speed through that flat section, almost like the tail of a fish. And so very, very great surfing by him. He's 9-time Argentinian champ and 7-time Latin champ, Rancorzo Surfboards. And from the same beach, Mar del Plata, as our president, Fernando Aguirre, which at one point was illegal to surf at, until he started the Surfing Association while it was still illegal and got the ban lifted for people and basically making it able for Martin Perez to surf.
That's amazing. I mean, think of the generations of surfers now that are surfers because that ban was lifted. As we take a look now at the South African, Alfonso Peters. He's got a 193 for that first wave. This will certainly increase on his score line. He's got that opening nose ride now, just looking to keep that board in that trim line. Great 5 in a critical section as well. Finding that board right in the pocket. Nice cut back to that section. And you can tell how bumpy the waves are. Alfonso's a very smooth surfer. He's got a great traditional style, surfs at Muizenberg often. He's now living up in Port Elizabeth, which is more the east coast of South Africa, which has some really great waves for traditional longboarding. Nice, soft, slow, and slopey waves that really facilitate surfing on a bigger board even better. And so you've seen his style really improve over the years, and the more that he's been competing for South Africa, he's been able to represent the nation, the Protea, across multiple events, between the China years, the Biarritz age as well. And so it's been great to see him back here again. But with that, knowing the style of his surfing, you can just sense that there's a lot of bump, that it's difficult to keep that board in a smooth position on some of the waves today because there's a little bit of that backwash and a little bit of that wind coming into factor.
Yeah, and as you were pointing out, that one critical section where really the bottom dropped out, things like that are what just spells it out for the judges, where it's like, wow, how did he stay on and not get knocked off? And it's making the difficult look smooth is part of the criteria, as we have Rogelio Esquivel's just beautiful tight steps.
Wow, his surfing is just absolutely outstanding as he goes down on that big first hang 10, unfortunately. But he's already got a 6.5 on the board, and we are still waiting for his second score to roll through, I believe, so we'll have 2 more scores to see where he's sitting in that front-running position.
Yeah, it's so exciting to see the conditions kind of smooth out and really be able to add to the style of each of these surfers, where they're not having to really navigate over bumps and absorb shock, and they're able to actually place the steps where they'd like to, and so it's beautiful.
Now it's the local El Salvador surfer, Gerardo Castro, who's currently sitting in 3rd position, but he does have first priority. So any wave that rolls through the lineup, he's going to have first pick for, and he's that surfer that's going to have that local knowledge as well, competing out here often, surfing here as much as he can. And it's been really fun to be able to see that El Salvador, those local competitors. Anywhere that we go in the world, it's great to watch a local because you want to see where are they sitting in a lineup, especially one that changes, that shifts around a lot. Those are the surfers you really want to be paying close attention to in the free surfs prior to competition.
Definitely. And just as Rachel and Sam are kind of touching on climatization and coming from colder climates, the control of fatigue in these hot conditions, the water is barely refreshing. It's like a very, very warm, heated pool with even hotter conditions outside. So being able to kind of manage your energy and keep 100% through a heat is pretty costly. Not like those nice kind of springtime conditions where it's a little refreshing and kind of boosts your energy.
It's essentially a jacuzzi that they're surfing in out there. The water is so warm. And we've got some of the safety crew running down to the water's edge as we've got a swimmer that looks like she has found her feet, and we've got a great safety team here at the World Longboard Championships that are going to be right out there quickly. We've got those jet skis assisting as well, so they're there for the competitors, but they're also there to keep an eye on the local break here, because this rip, I mean, you were out there body surfing in it yesterday. This rip is extremely strong and can be very dangerous.
It's unbelievable. I mean, I from looking at it, you can't see the energy and the currents that are pulling through the water. And I went out there and I probably got stuck in that same rip. Although with the incoming tide, there's a lot more water falling off the shallow sections of the sandbank, which cause more riptide activity. And it becomes a kind of a lateral river running all the way down to the Tunco Rock, which is on the east side, which is the left side of our screen. And then as the tide gets fuller, the current comes back towards us. So it's just this big cycle of moving water. And here we go, green up and riding.
The local from El Salvador, Gerardo, nice carve back into the section. Is able to maintain that little boost, that energy that he needed to kind of get back out into the green face. Connects for that hang 5. That wave's going really soft, though. I would have been surprised to see if he could get that little acceleration down into that next section.
Yeah, it's sort of like that double up. The bottom half of the double up just came up from under him and kind of pushed it out. But he was on there for a while, and had that little double up not come up, he would have been able to connect it through and have another option on the inside, I believe.
And that's one of the things that's challenging about this wave, is recognizing when it's nice to stay on the nose because you want to get that length of nose ride, show the judges you're committed, you're in a critical section. But also, if you hold it for too long, you have a large risk of actually losing that momentum on the wave and getting just slowed down too much to even stay in the pocket.
100%. When you get on the nose, your feet get heavy when you stay too long. And so you always want to be ready to dance back and be ready for that back pedal, just as we were seeing just now.
Alfonso, just comes unstuck. He's still riding on that wave, but he'll pull out knowing that that falter in it is going to have a big impact on his score, even if he were to stand and continue going again. The opening nose ride looked really good. That first carve set himself up well. So I think for him, he's just, he's got some of those nerves coming from far away from home, just getting here, putting in all that time. Like you said, changes of climates. There's so many different things factoring into it. His surfing in those moments have been really good, but now I think for Alfie, it's really going to be crucial that he can start stringing together an entire wave and an entire performance, and that's where we're going to see someone with his abilities and his traditional style surfing that he's so often showcases really start to shine and give him those bigger scores.
Yeah, that's definitely true. And traditional longboarding is all about the dance. I mean, that big plank of board is your dance floor. And if you see very talented dancers, just as we did in our opening ceremony with our local performance with the El Salvador Dance Company, all of those moments are strung together. All of those moves just flow from one maneuver to another, and there's no dead space in between the activity, and that's very important as far as the judges are concerned.
Incredible nose riding that we're getting to witness now from our surfer and right, Rogelio. Great 5 to 10 combinations, locked in control. Beautiful footwork and engagement of the entire rail. He's now used that variety, going for the cross-step cutback, and that sole arch bottom turn to cut himself back into the pocket. Those are the moments of flair, of style, of grace that the judging panel is going to love and that the crowds love, that we love as surfing fans. This is incredibly good surfing that we're getting to witness. Smaller size wave, but again, he's found himself just right in the pocket, able to get that perfect footwork, multiple nose rides, that composure, that sort of lifting of that back arm and that front arm, a little bit lower, and that finish on the inside section, Ben.
Yeah, including that progressive element on just coming off the bottom hard. And it's more of a traditional style longboard. He's riding Kai Salas longboard there that just looks completely buttery, but the reaction time of it for getting ready for that last section was amazing. Here we go, green.
And talk us through this one.
So there's Gerardo doing a little cross-step cutback backside, and he's now, I think he's going to be able to make it over that double up section that caught him earlier. Here we go. And so where that same section kind of pushed him out in the middle of the nose ride, that last one, he was able to complete it.
All right, down to 3 minutes on the clock. The local support system that we have here for the World Longboard Championships for the ISA, there's always a great local volunteer crew. You can see the El Salvador crew down there cheering on because it's their guy that's in the water right now with a chance to get himself into an advancing position in the main rounds. Of course, we've been explaining this all morning, but there is a repecharge round element to the ISAs, which means that no one's going to be eliminated from competition today. Those bottom 2 surfers will be dropping into the rapid charge rounds later this week, where the top 2 surfers will stay in the main round. And we've been hearing that, kind of having that conversation, that explanation of how important it is to stay in the top rounds, because you have to surf a little bit less. You get to reserve that energy. And in a location where the temperatures are extreme in and out of the water, it is really important. As we see Martin Perez now of Argentina, great hang 5, puts that front arm high. Nice stretched out 5 to back it up. A little bit of shuffling off the nose there through that middle section. Really want to see that clean footwork of those cross steps, but mostly because it actually keeps that board in a nice smooth trim line as well.
Yeah, one thing that people don't really notice is that, it's not just steps. You're using your toes. You're rolling your whole foot over each step. And I like this start. Gets that 5, almost kind of a lateral 10 there, brings it back. He stays up in that front half, sees that extra chance in that little critical section for that next one, wraps it back, and then this thing kind of just goes fat in that deep section. But, you don't want clunky steps, and the more weight you put into each step, the more it disturbs the flow of the board. And so if you're able to just kind of smoothly roll off your heel to your toe, to the next foot, to the next foot, to the next foot, it keeps the board nice and smooth on the water, and you're not affecting that flow of water under the board, which is so important to keep the speed.
That's right, just keeping that board in a perfect trim line. And if you're able to do those actual cross steps, 1 foot over the other, you can do it really light. Keep that board from having too many wobbles like you've been saying, but any shuffle that comes into play, it's like shuffling across the carpet or maybe a rug on the floor. You're going to gather that material with you as you go. It's the same with the wax on the board. You're going to be hitting those bumps, and it's going to really shake up the trim line of the board, which really affects the rest of your ride, your scoring potential, your maneuvers, all of those things. So it's great to see that footwork being really dialed in for some. For others, they've got a little bit of work to do, a little bit more to focus on, especially as we get towards the pointy end of competition. Once we get towards finals day, those are going to be the things that really start setting apart those surfers. As we're down to 15 seconds on the clock, Alfonso now in a do or die situation. He needs a 3.15 to get himself out of the rapid charge rounds. And nice footwork, great starting nose ride, set himself up well. Now he's going to need another little pocket 5 to maybe 10. There we go. Nice tight 5 off the nose. Pedals back. Great tight footwork as well. And he's got some more opportunity in front of him. So he is going to be chasing his second highest score. It won't have to be his best score, and he'll know that in his mind as he's surfing this. He'll know that he needs something just about equal with what his best wave was so far in order to make sure that he can advance through. He'll fall out of the finish of that wave, but you can see with that claim that he definitely believes he's got the score.
Yeah, I really wouldn't put it past. I'm trying to reflect back on his 3.83, but I believe that he was able to fit in a little bit more variety of maneuvers on that one, a little more flow as we saw that kind of those chunky double ups disappear. He was able to kind of flow through, look a lot more graceful, and so a 3.51 is not a huge requirement, and he looks confident that he got it, and so do his country mates on the beach.
Waiting for those scores. And we did see multiple corners continuing to stand up for him, which gave him that opportunity to have those critical sections. He was sitting a little bit deeper as well, which then allowed that wave to continue hitting those shallow sections, as opposed to some of those waves that break a little farther out, a little farther over towards the left side, if we're looking at it here on screen, of the lineup, where those waves really taper off and they don't have much of a wall to them. So great wave selection for Alfie. We'll see where that score comes through. We do have Rogelio from the Philippines, who dropped in a 7.33 to improve on his 6.5. Excellent heat all around for our surfer in white. And now to find out whether it will be Gerardo or Alfonso making it through in that second place position.
Yeah, this is really exciting. And I like how you were explaining that he did stay behind the wave, constantly letting the wave build in front of him, where a lot of these surfers have gotten too far ahead and then they're constantly trying to track back. He was staying behind, staying patient, and also you've got so much more visibility of what the wave's going to do if you keep the section in front of you, and it seems like he worked that really, really well. Let's see what he gets.
And we do have a 3.77 that's coming for last of blue, Martin Perez. So Martin momentarily jumps up into second We're now waiting to see what Alfonso Peters will do. Alfonso requiring a 4.28 now, above the 3.51 that he was first chasing, to move from 4th up into 2nd. Now, I still really liked the look of his wave. I liked the variety and the control demonstrated, as well as the nose work and the rail work. We'll see where the judges go with it.
Yeah, and that's one thing to keep in mind is sometimes the other surfers have waves that haven't been scored, so your requirement's not what you heard announced previously because that new score hasn't come in. Sometimes if the higher position surfers get a better scoring wave, bring up their backup, then your requirement's also rising. It's not a lot more, but from 3.51 to 4.28 is a considerable change in your confidence.
Yeah, it really is. It's a big change in the scheme of things. Every point or so that you go up. And scores are in. It's only a 3.70. So Alfonso would have had the 3.51 original requirement, but as our surfer in blue, Martin Perez, dropped in his 3.77, that requirement just too high for the South African. So it's going to be Philippines and Argentina advancing through in the main round. South Africa down into the repecharge round alongside El Salvador. We've got more action to come with some great surfers hitting the lineup right after this.
We are Team South Africa, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the ISA World Longboard Championships in Surf City, El Salvador.
Thank you to all the delegations, to your federations, to the athletes, to the families and friends that supported all of them at home. Enjoy everything. Good luck in the competition. Go home as ambassadors of beautiful El Salvador.
Somos el equipo de España de Longboard, estamos en El Salvador, en la playa del Sunzal, para la ceremonia de las arenas, que es algo muy especial también dentro del evento.
Surf City, El Salvador, ISAWorld Longboard Surfing Championship, open!
And welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. We've got some great surfers hitting the lineup now.
Yeah, in red for Australia, Tasman Dunton. New Zealand's William Jamieson in blue, Tom Breen for Ireland in green, and Christopher Abreu for Dominican Republic in white.
That was an exciting finish to that last heat. A bit of a battle as we take a look at some replays from the commercial break. Getting those first waves underway, our surfer in blue, William Jamieson from New Zealand. Nice re-entry after some great footwork and nose ride out the back. He's a real traditional longboarder, runs an event back home on the South Island of New Zealand. As we take a look now at first of white. Little rail grab here to just make it past the section, which is a really functional part of longboarding, being able to just grab that outside rail, especially when you got a big wall of whitewater pushing behind you, find that acceleration to make it around into the open face again.
Yeah, the other thing about grabbing the rail is you're actually able to shift your weight and shift your hips forward and back on the board and really affect how that rail is engaging, as we have Tom Breen, Team Ireland. Tom's 20 years old. We've seen him compete for Ireland in shortboard as well. He's also a competitor in the World Life-Saving Championships and just an all-around fun guy. I heard him speaking a decent level of Spanish to the local police earlier, and he was explaining that the policemen don't have guns in Ireland where he's from. They just have handcuffs, and they were having this really cool conversation. I was like, what a fun guy.
Great to have a little taste of that local language, of course, anywhere you go in the world. We've got some surfers raising hands, just wanting to get that first exchange underway, and we've got the winner of the last heat ready for an interview.
Really good win, a really good start to your campaign. I talked about you as a potential medalist, you know, no pressure, but I think you're surfing incredibly. How did it feel to get that first win under the belt?
It was really nice because it was our first time here, not actually first time in ISA, but on the longboard, it's our first time to join. So it's really nice to get the win on the first round, and looking forward for the the next round, and I'm hoping to get some more waves, better than on my hit. Yeah.
Now, you come from a very strong longboard community in San Juan, La Union. How similar is your local point break, Mona Lisa, to this wave here at El Sunzal?
Yeah, this surf spot is really same on our Mona Lisa point, because the shape of the wave, where the wave breaks, but this one is more longer than our place, so it was really good for us, like, to compete with the same. Yeah.
Looking really good, JR. I don't often get the opportunity to say this, but as a Philippine surfer, I'd love you to share some words in Tagalog with all your fans back home.
Yeah, maraming salamat sa lahat ng mga Pilipinong sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga nagpupuyat para panoorin kami. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. And syempre sa mga sumuporta sa pagpunta namin dito sa Philippine Sports Commission, sa UPSA, United Philippine Surfing, tapos sa may para sa Next Gen. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat, sa family namin, friends namin sa Pilipinas. Sobrang thank you, and tuloy-tuloy lang tayo, suportahan nyo kami hanggang sa dulo. Maraming salamat.
Well, what a great surfer representing the Philippines, and I completely agree with Sam, a likely contender for the medal rounds. As we take a look at Will Jameson from New Zealand getting his second ride underway. We saw him raising his arms just before we threw to that interview, wanting to know that first score. It came through as a 3.83, so he'll now be looking for the backup to take the lead away from Tom Breen. As we've got a paddle here from Tasman Dunton. We saw his brother in the water earlier on today, who just narrowly lost out and has to go to the repecharge round. Now Tasman with a chance to keep the Aussie men at least one in the main round heading towards finals day. Quick step up to the nose, big rebound off the foam, and just really engaging that tail for a moment to try and gain a bit more speed. He's going to stick with this one, a little bit of tic-tac-toe to make it through to the inside. Waiting with it patiently to see if it's going to reform. Does decide to kick out after seeing that wave's just going to be a big wall of whitewater in front of him.
Yeah, and as we're seeing, he's riding the Thunderbolt technology when the Tolhurst shapes. But what you saw with that big whitewash climb, that was a maneuver that was almost impossible if you were on a heavy traditional single fin. And so there's little points in the wave like that one. As we watch White, Christopher Abreu, sneaking it up there and almost able to connect it. A little hiccup in the face. But yeah, still the performance designs enable them for that really quick, twitchy activation off the bottom, climbing up, none of that swing weight from all of the front half of the board. So able to do those kind of slightly more shortboard style progressive maneuvers, which isn't high up in the judging criteria, but in a spot like that, there wasn't another option, and had he not gotten that maneuver, he would have just been stuck behind the whitewash. So it's interesting to see the little benefits of each design.
Yeah, and one of the main kind of points of differences that the judging panel will be looking at this week when it comes to turns is you want to see the rail of the board used. So even if it's that nice roller coaster up and over the foam, it's that engagement of the rail that kind of drives up and through. You don't want to see a board that's pivoting. So as if the surfer is standing with their foot all the way back on the tail and lifting that nose out and like almost like a clock up and down on the, the arms of a clock moving up and down like that. You really want to see the surfers that are able to engage that rail for those turns instead. And that's one of the things that's going to be a big point of difference when it comes to that traditional criteria as opposed to the high performance criteria that we saw for so many years, and something the judges I think will be paying close attention to this week. And we can see some really radical turns and radical maneuvers, but it's really crucial that they're done in a functional way that's getting them kind of through or past that section, as opposed to just a windscreen wiper hitting the section, bouncing back down, and then continuing on their ride.
That's a great point. And then also with the high performance, especially if they're using the little lateral side bite fins, that actually engages less length of rail in those type of maneuvers. So that's actually going to reduce the amount of rail engagement, which could deduct points. And so it's interesting to see how it works against you and works for you, as we have Tom Breen nice and styly up to the tip.
Oh, great locked in hang 5 to start things off. Quick couple shuffles, now stretched out for that 5 again, but just that speed. I mean, it's interesting to see how much speed this wave carries given how soft and slopey it looks.
Yeah, and that's another thing about nose riding and cross-stepping on the board, the faster the board's going, the harder it is to control your movement forward and back, as you're sometimes just trying to keep up with the inertia and the weight of that board shooting down the line. And that's why you often see people kind of kick-stall the board, slow down, put the brakes on before they take that trip up, knowing that as soon as you pass that halfway mark of the longboard, it's going to accelerate. And so if you're going fast before you get up there, sometimes you're just going to go way too fast. And Tom Breen kind of got to Mach 10 speeds there. It was going to be pretty hard to get back.
That's so true. The way that a board really accelerates once you get up to the nose and into that top third.
Yeah, it's interesting how you can break up the parts of a longboard, but you have 3 different parts all working together. You got the brakes and the steering in the back. You've got the kind of acceleration, that rail control through the center, and then, of course, you've got the lift and all of that surface up in the nose, including usually about 90% of these designs have a concave, which the concave, it provides lift by the water flowing through and releasing out of that concave into a convex shape through the belly of the board. The other thing is, as you have rocker in the board, having a concave actually cuts that curve down the center. And so that's the reason it speeds up, is you're getting up on this flat part of rocker in the center of the board. And all of that working together, as well as being able to lock that tail under the lip and the force of the lip holding that nose up. There's so many different factors that work there, and it's such excitement. As someone who's a full-on board nerd and shaper, I love every aspect of the board.
It's always fun to see your eyes light up when you start talking about boards, because you just go into this like different dimension, and we're like, okay, Ben Way is now focused in on something that he's so passionate about, and it's amazing. It's so good too to be able to understand the differences, because when we're talking about longboard surfing this week, those are so many of the kind of nuances that we want to be, seeing come alive as this equipment in the water, the speed, the trim lines, all those things. It's so different than shortboarding, and it's something that really needs to be celebrated on its own rather than compared in a space of being shortboarding versus longboarding. It's actually just a completely different discipline that can really be celebrated in its own right as something that is beautiful and just as difficult to do as shortboarding. It's just something that looks wildly different.
Yeah, and this is, we're exemplifying the essence of surfing with dating back to people like Phil Edwards with a beautiful cross step, and there was just so many different people that we can see little bits and pieces of in everyone's riding. And when I got into longboarding, I was coming from shortboard, and it was in the Joey Hawkins, the Jeff Kramer, the really weird, it was kind of all of a sudden people were getting points for riding a longboard like a shortboard. And we had pro surfers like Dave Parmenter switching over and using his skills just on a bigger board, and almost surfing the same, not to take it away, but that the judges were basically applauding the crazy new school style of longboarding, and we'd lost this essence for a little while there. And as soon as I kind of got whooped up by my elders, it was like, yeah, you do a cross step, get off the tail, get bigger fins, take those side bites off. No, those little nose helicopters are not cool, and fins first and everything else. And so I got to go through the complete transition. But as a young longboard aficionado, I basically kind of stepped in on Safari to Stay days, where Joel Tudor was showing people that it's also a young person's sport, and you don't just have to borrow your dad's longboard. That can be your piece of equipment. And that was such a huge thing for us to be able to go, hey, I can ride the shortboard and the longboard, and they're two completely different beasts, and to have the skills to ride both enables you to enjoy every day, whether there's surf or not, which is amazing.
It's so true. The well-roundedness that it makes you as a surfer to be able to master both crafts it's a really difficult thing to do. And I think, so much of that conversation this week will be around making the difficult look really easy, which means maybe we're seeing something that we're like, oh, it's not really that challenging. But actually, the surfers that are making it look the most simple, the most easy, they look the most relaxed, they're the ones that are probably doing something that is so highly critical that it would equal doing an incredibly difficult air in the right section. Getting an incredibly difficult barrel is the same likelihood of getting a nose ride in the pocket, in the right zone, at the right speed, all of the things coming together with your positioning and your board, or even getting a really good, actually all-involved rail carve, not just pivoting off the back of the board. So all those nuances we're going to start to see, and we're already seeing so much of that today with the level of surfing that's been delivered through, which is just really exciting. And Longboarding is my favorite sport in the world, so I just get so stoked when I get to sit here and call the action on it and get to watch some of the world's best. As we see Will Jamieson of New Zealand, the Kiwi now, great carve back after that opening nose ride. Trying to set it up here. Can see how bumpy it is. He's got a board, though, that's got, you know, all the right kind of shape to keep that trim line going through those really soft, flat sections. Nice style there. Love that little those soulful moments of those kind of top to bottom turns as well. Quick tap there to the nose. Isn't able to pedal off with any control, so he'll lose that wave. Currently sitting in the lead. And this, Ben, has been one of those heats with some pretty small scores. I mean, the top score at the moment, a 3.83. So with 5.5 minutes on the clock, we'll see if anyone's really able to break out of that score line. Maybe given wave selection, some other things coming into factor as well.
Definitely. A lot of it, I think, at the moment just has to do with that tide. And so as we had that tide receding, it's put a little bit more space in between the sets, putting a little gap in some of the action a little bit. But that comes into play in the back half when you start dealing with priority and such. When there's less waves on offer, then having those higher priority positions is such a key. It's your golden ticket. And we did see earlier with Ireland come through the buzzer beater at the end there, holding that priority all the way to the last dying moments of the heat. And so at moments like this, where there's a little less on offer, you can see red, he's holding the higher priority. You see green, just letting him go. Green's going to wait for him to get that out of the way. Now that he's officially paddled, whether he caught that wave or not, he would have passed the priority to green.
So true. Now Tasman with an opportunity. He's just going to get a second score on the board here now with 4.5 minutes to go. Quick tap to the 5 to start things off. Gets a little bit bumpy, so not the smoothest transition, not so much control demonstrated, but he is connecting a few maneuvers. So the judges are going to take both of those things into play. Nice big rail carve back into the pocket once again. Chasing just a 1.07 to get that advancing position over Ireland's Tom Breen. And with this wave, he's absolutely going to get there. He may be able to take the lead away. He's already got a 4.33 on the board. Nice rail carves in this inside section. Great 5 to kind of that tight 5. Here a little bit of hopping to get through to that inside section, which is probably the one thing that you want to smooth out in that surfing. But some great work done nonetheless, especially through that middle section of the wave. Now Tom Breen up and riding. Nice couple of carves back. He's got a great style to him as well, and he's going to get back out there to try and get into that higher priority rotation with the last few minutes. And we've got even more action coming as we've got some split action here between Will and Christopher.
Yeah, Will just trying to put it on rail, kind of without the proper body positioning going into that one. One thing I did notice with that last one of William Jamieson was that he's on that high performance equipment. Oh wait, no.
With Tasman.
That was Tasman. I'm sorry.
Very high performance board. You're right.
And you could see how it did. You mentioned that it bounced. That lack of weight does make it harder to keep the board smooth on the water, and so it's really good for that high performance shortboard style maneuvers, which was the majority of his scoring, definitely on that wave. And the nose riding aspect is going to become more difficult, which he was able to get his feet up on the nose. And so it's nodding a little bit more to the progressive side. But as you saw him kick out, he's using large size side fins. I'm pretty sure those are like the large Mick Fanning FCS, which usually use kind of small side bites and let the center fin kind of do most of the work and have those little lateral fins aid in the turn. But you could see that thing. As soon as you put on the rail, those big fins are really trying to take over. And so it's hard to keep that board smooth. But all those maneuvers where he's kind of coming off the bottom, off the top, are made easier.
Well, the score's in a 5.5, so judges rewarding it. I did feel like it was going to go into that range that was, at least similar to, if not better than his first and only score at the moment. So that has put him up into the lead. He was able to get multiple nose rides together. That little lack of control, those are the sorts of things that are going to keep that score from heading into the good range, which is a 6+, or into that excellent. Maybe a different change of equipment, or even just, able to have a little more control coming off those nose rides and engaging the rail. But he's done well to put himself into the lead. Now Tom Breen was just in that advancing position for the main rounds, but he's been knocked into the potential of the repecharge now, and he goes down on this wave, chasing a 3.86. I don't think he's going to do it with the work that he got done so far. Christopher from the Dominican Republic, He's had a bit of a slow heat here, just 2 1.93s on the board, which is a shame. A great competitor coming out of the Dominican Republic, and would love to see him get himself into one of these set waves. He might have the potential for the wave behind, as we see William Jamieson now up and riding in front, but this is the wave Christopher Abreu was waiting for out the back, so we'll catch up with that in a moment as we see Will now. Nice and composed. Great footwork, but a small wave, really bumpy, and that'll knock him off. So he's looking to improve on a 3.03 to make it even more difficult for Tom Breen in order to get himself into that advancing position. And the possibility for Christopher Abreu, who had a solid size set wave but was really going to need to capitalize on it in order to get himself that advancing position.
Yeah, and as we had the camera splitting, we didn't really get to really observe those rides, but Tom Breen sneaking in the last 30 seconds.
Tom Breen with one more opportunity, a 3.86 to try and take the advancing top 2 position in the main round. Great bit of variety, nice control. Another cross-step cutback. Now you want to make sure those are being done in a functional way as well, not just for the sake of it, but if it's adding to the functionality of those turns, then it's great. Nice drop knee as well. And he's going to put that weight on that back foot. Coming into those shore break sections is so important to maintain control and to be able to ride out complete of those waves. We'll see a lot of those surfers doing that this week, especially when that tide begins to push and that shore break gets so detrimental. But we do have some scores to come through, Ben Way. Yep. Biggest question mark sitting on Tom Breen right now.
Body language from Tom. He doesn't seem like he thinks that he got it, but there's a good chance that he did, actually. 3.86. He showed a lot of variety. I like those kind of cross-step, almost to like a switch stance cut back even. Semi-Buffalo Keolana style on a couple of those. And showing great sportsmanship there with William Jamieson. They're basically, both of them are trying to figure out who's going to stay in that second place position at the moment.
That's right. A 3.86 requirement on Tom Breen. See if he's able to take the lead away, or the second place position, away from Will Jamieson. Nice opening cross-step cutback, so starts with that variety, gets a second turn connected together. Now we're looking for those nose rides. Quick tap, but doesn't lock into that nose ride for any length of time. So a lot of great rail work and tail work, but again, it's going to be really important for those judges to be rewarding that nose work, those good nose rides, which he does connect a few in for the finish, as opposed to just rewarding some good tail surfing.
Yeah, that's a great point, because I mean that's really what adds to that variety aspect of the criteria, and not as much nose as they probably would have liked to see, but still a lot of variety, some great turns, a lot nodding towards the rail work a little bit more on that one. So this is a little clincher. You can see that everyone just kind of staying quiet until they get the announcement.
And it's going to be tight. He's chasing a 3.8-ish. He only gets a 3.43. So Tom Breen, it's just shy. And I feel like had he been able to lock into one of those nose rides right at the start, that quick tap that he had, which wasn't quite over the nose, but just close to that 5, had he been able to get there for maybe a full second, 2 seconds, scores in.
Yeah.
Judges really showing the need to get to that nose ride early, which I really love. But that was a great performance. Excellent surfer. We're going to see so much more of Tom in the days to come. And well done to Will for chasing and holding on to that second place position. We've got more action to come with our men's opening round, heat number 12, hitting the water right after this with Rodrigo Sfer of Brazil.
The ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship is taking place at El Sunzal, a premier point break in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using traditional longboard surfing, surfers must perform with control in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board. Degree of difficulty with style, flow, and grace are considered along with the following important elements. Nose riding is the art of having one foot hang 5 or both feet hang 10 over the nose of the longboard. Using the longboard rail to perform critical rail surfing turns. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers. Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed and surf with power. demonstrating full control and commitment while pushing maneuvers to the limit. All of these elements are considered by the judges to determine a total score from 0 to 10. These athletes have a perfect canvas at Surf City to impress the judges and crown the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Champions.
Well, welcome back to the action here in Surf City, El Salvador for the ISA World Longboard Championships. We've got an exciting week of surfing ahead of us, and we've got 4 powerhouse surfers hitting the lineup now.
Yeah, on red for Team Brazil, Rodrigo's Fire, David Schiaffino for Canada in blue, Anthony Mecen Flores in green, Saudi Perez in white for Dominican Republic, green representing Costa Rica.
Straight up and riding on his feet. Nice hang 5 to start things off, and he kicks out.
Yeah, that's the one thing about this wave is right off the takeoff, you can tell if it's going to run or not. And it looked like he could tell. It looked like he could tell that that section was going to run on him. And so he wanted to stay out in position, stay close to that lineup, and not cost an extra paddle out for something that's not going to give scoring potential.
So 17 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Just a couple of small scores on the board at the moment, which does leave Rodrigo's Fair sitting with priority. He's the only surfer to have yet to catch a wave, representing Brazil. He has had some pretty outstanding results within his history as a competitive longboarder, the 40-year-old.
Yeah, he's a former ISA champ, and also the ISA 2010 Games champ, Taiwan Open champion 2019. So he's coming up with some accolades, definitely. And he's out there on the Luffy Surf Company Noosa Secret Model. And I just love to see all the different boards from the different shapers. And it's such a perfect setup here at this Club Salvadoreño where we have our event site, because all of the countries are lined up in their own little palapa, little areas with lockers. And you can just go from country to country, team by team, check out the equipment, and kind of mingle with everyone. And it seems like a really real family vibe. Everyone's really broing down. No one's off with their headphones, being in their little zone. Everyone's just kind of enjoying being here in beautiful Surf City, El Salvador.
Yeah, it's really great to see that dynamic coming together. I will be curious to see how that changes as we get towards finals day. Surfers maybe get a little bit more serious. I mean, they're serious about things anyways, but you know, if they kind of start tapping into that mode of real competitor, really recognizing when there's some giant points on the line for those ISA team medals, the gold, the silver, bronze, and copper that are, you know, they're waiting for those teams to take home, that so much of that national support is pouring into, as well as those individual gold medals. But we got a long way to go before we get there, and we got a lot of surfers to knock our way through. And we'll go down to the beach now to catch up with the winner of that last heat.
Here with Tasman Dunnan, huge heat win for Team Australia. The first one of this morning. Your brother competed, didn't make it into the round number 2. He's in the repechage. But talk to me about how difficult it was out there. I noticed that you're riding a thruster too.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty tough. There's just probably not enough sets coming through. The heat sort of started, it was a little bit slow, but I think once we got going, there's sort of a few coming through. I think the lower tide's kind of killing the swell a little bit, but I think looking in the forecast ahead, there's some bigger waves coming, which will certainly make it a little bit more interesting. I might have the upper hand maybe on a thruster, who knows.
I like to hear that. And surfing's a second generation thing for you, right? Your mother used to be a professional competitor as well.
Yeah, so like growing up, my brother and I were pretty much dragged around the countryside watching Mum compete, and yeah, fortunate enough that, you know, we've got the legacy of Mum being an absolute legend in Australia. She won the 99 Australian longboard titles at the iconic Bells Beach. So Sam and I are still trying to chase one. I got second last year, so I'm hungry to get Declan this year if he competes. And but yeah, it's just so special to both Sam and I to even have Mum here, and just means the world to us to, you know, have all of the spectators here as well. And El Salvador have just absolutely turned it on, and the town's alive.
Love to hear it, Taz. Up the Aussies.
Yeah, go the Aussies. Just quick say hello to everyone back home. It's super early over there, but if anyone got up, I really appreciate it. And up the Aussies. Go the Irukandjis.
Shannon, Taz is all fired up.
He certainly is. The Irukandjis, that deadly jellyfish that the Australian team has been named after heading into the Tokyo 2020 Olympics. It's really cool to see all the teams really embodying that and bringing that forward as they hit the water across the world.
We saw a nice ride by White, Saudi Perez representing Dominican Republic. And I tried to do a lot of research on all of these competitors once we got our competitors list in, and I couldn't find very much information on him, but a lot of style. We saw him get a little nose ride during the interview with a little soul arch there, definitely showing some skill there, and he moved right to the lead with his 2.27, and backup is a 1.33. Things are getting a little bit more smooth and calm out there, and you're seeing a little bit of a cross section coming across, and so the critical part of the wave's not as easy to spot out, and you can see how they're kind of trying to find steep spots on the upper third of these waves, and it's almost two waves in one where they have the choice of going to the lower or the bottom, and Rodrigo's Fire getting a lot done before that mid-half.
Yeah, that was some great work up until that moment where he went down. David now, quick tap to the nose, nice carve back, trying to set himself up in the section here, and really eyeing off on his backhand, trying to make sure that he's just staying right there in the pocket. And even these moments are really critical, you know, being able to stay in that trim point of the wave, where had he been out a little bit farther, he would have missed that little nose riding section. He does go down on the inside. And it is about 12:19 local time, 12:20 in the afternoon, which means we're a couple of hours off the low tide. So that tide's been pushing. We're now going to really start to see the effects of that tide filling in, which has, you know, maybe cleaned up the face of those waves just a little bit more as we take a look at Anthony now. Costa Rica, nice drive out of that second turn after getting to the nose. Great tight footwork as well. Loving his style coming through.
Yeah, he's rated second in Latin America at the moment from Jaco, surfs Hermosa Beach, and everyone's showing a lot. This is Team Peru coming up in our next heat, Sebastián Cardenas with their coach. And a lot of their team riding the Piccolo Clemente shapes. It's pretty cool how you can have someone that's on your team that's also your shaper, and a lot of communication about the equipment, especially when you make a trip here and perhaps you might need to borrow a board from one of your teammates just to switch things up. And so that's always a great thing. And we're starting to see a little bit of movement here.
Yeah, that's a great call out, especially for the Peruvian crew. So Piccolo Clemente competing for them, as well as Sebastian. But Sebastian's a younger competitor that's been coming through the Peruvian kind of ranks through the years. Lucas Garida-Leca is a surfer that we've become so familiar with from the last decade on the Longboard World Tour, competing for the ISAs and the WSL tours and so many different events in between. And Sebastian's just kind of come and snuck his way in. He's been working his way up as a younger competitor, also taking a lot of those tips and that coaching from the multiple world champion in Piccolo Clemente. So it's cool to see that little generational shift from someone just slightly older in Lucas handing it down to Sebastian for this year's ISA World Longboard Championships, but also to see the effect of having such a strong competitor, a strong shaper, and a strong surfer out of Piccolo Clemente pouring into the Peruvian generations, and to see the next coming up and really putting on strong performances.
Yeah, really, I mean, strengthening their team for the longevity and into the future. And it's, you see a few of these teams where they've got surfers kind of up in their 40s, and you don't see the young guys coming in yet, and it's really important for them to get these world competitions under their belt for the confidence.
It'll be interesting to see, I think for me, through this year and maybe the next 3 to 4 years, who we start to see take out the wins and really take out the medals in these events for the ISA World Longboard Championships, especially with that potential of the Olympics for LA 2028, with, you know, longboarding being definitely in that conversation of a sport that could get approved, could be included in the surfing disciplines. As we see our surfer Sauri Perez with a quick in and out, wasn't able to really get much traction out of that wave. But to see if we start to see those medal winners change up, because we've seen a lot of the same names winning. We've got, you know, two of the winningest competitors in ISA history competing this week in Antoine Del Perro and in Piccolo Clemente. Both gold medalists, silver medalists. We've got copper medals and bronze medals spread amongst the two of them as well. And so you're really seeing a lot of those names that have been here for, say, the last 15 to 20 years, that have been really the powerhouse competitors. Be interesting to see if they can keep themselves in that mix at the top, or if that new generation is going to come in very strong. As we take a look at Rodrigo now, just wipes the water from his eyes as he pedals off the nose. Nice carve back into a beautiful shaped wave. Now there's a bit of froth on it here. You can see him just kind of loosening up those knees, trying to keep that board and gain a little bit more speed to make it through that section. But even with that little bit of a kind of work with his knees, he's not moving his upper body very much at all. He's a very quiet upper body surfer, which is that kind of display of control, of grace that we want to see within professional longboarding in that traditional element, is everything that Rodrigo is embodying right now. Beautiful nose work as he comes through to the inside section. Great drive off the tail. And even that kick out itself was a really important play in wrapping up his wave well, in maintaining that control and showing the judges that he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, it's funny. Some of the earlier heats, a lot of these surfers are used to surfing without a leash. And I saw a few of them shoot the board over the back so that it doesn't wash up onto the beach, which you have to do without a leash. And it's... well, we got some fun stuff going on down on the beach. Pretty far from Halloween, but we're having a great time down here. And right where they're standing, we'll see that shore break. That's going to be the end of the rides for our women's round later on with the incoming tide.
Yeah, nice stretch out there for Sauri Perez. Doesn't quite get to the nose ride, but would have felt good. He's in that speed section of the wave anyway, so the judges will take note of that. And you can see him slapping the water there. He knows he's feeling quite disappointed, I think, with that wave and maybe his performance so far. He's just sitting on that 2.27 for him at the moment as his high score. So knowing that had he been able to track with that wave, get another couple maneuvers connected together, he could have been, bumping that score higher. But yeah, it's fun to see all of the different things that happen down on the beach here. In El Salvador, every year we get to see, the local community and the culture come alive.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. We always have our local percussionists do the batucada, the big drumming ceremonies where they parade through the streets for our World Championships. Coming up next, that is our Venezuelan surfer, Armando Colucci, getting ready to paddle out. And so usually depending on how tough the conditions are or how far out the lineup is, that will change the buffer for the paddle out. So I believe we're at a 5-minute paddle out, which is usually kind of the basic for this type of long, far out point break. And so at the 5-minute mark, they'll be able to kind of start working their way out as we have green Anthony Messen on his backhand.
Beautiful locked in hang 5. You can see that distance too between the tip of the board and the face of the water. You want to see a little bit of a pocket there. You want to see that air. It just gets caught on that nose almost a little too long for that board, like involuntarily just gets pushed in, the fin pushed in front for a helicopter. I don't think that's what he was going for in any way. But check out the width of that board as well. I mean, his elbows are nearly at the width of that board.
That's a great point as we watch White. And as you mentioned earlier, I mean, Sauri's stayed on the lower end of the priority battle, and he's just kind of taken off on anything. If he's lacking anything, I think it's patience, where he could just sit out there, wait to gain that first priority and pick off one of these better waves. But he's just kind of been scrambling around on that midsection. So I'm hoping that in this last 5 minutes, he kind of cools his jets, waits out there, gets a better wave. He's showing the skill and his ability. I think that the waves he's chosen just haven't really dished out for him.
Rodrigo Sfer in the red. He's currently sitting in the lead. He's got a 6.6 and a 4.67 as his backup score. Only 2 waves caught so far. He got that 4 to start off with, then built, improved on the scoreline with a 6.6. So he's doing a great job so far. We've got a quick spin around here for David of Canada, originally from Peru, married to his wife is from Canada, so he's representing Canada now. And great to see him with that carve back, feeling a little bit more comfortable on this wave than kind of what we saw on his previous one. And now starting to set up here. Let's see if we can get some of that footwork in. Nice, tight footwork, quick, close to a hang 5 there, not quite toes all the way over. And just pedals back again. Nice little whip around with that board. So great control from the tail. Goes a little bit harder off that foam, but again, he's kind of meeting where that board is at and placing that board up into it so that whitewater can really push that board back down in front. So we'll see if he's able to improve on that 2.73 with that last score. 4 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock with Team Canada down on the sand.
Yeah, we can see what, here we go, Sauri Perez. And there he is, just kind of just spinning around and taking off on anything. That's just kind of like the excitement of being young as well. But with David's last wave, you can see it's It's kind of a traditional outline, the board that he's riding, but it has a pretty strong rocker. And I think the previous waves didn't really cater to that board as well as that last one did, where it had a little bit more punch in the pocket, and he was able to keep it on rail. With more rockers, as soon as you get on the flatter spots of the wave, the thing is just going to want to start pushing water in front of it and slowing down, which he did see in certain spots of some of his earlier rides. And so we will see that score come in for his fourth wave. Previously had a 2.73 and a 2.20. And we'll see how that sets up for David needing a 3.15 going into that last ride.
Now we've just got a few more heats to get through on the men's side of the draw. After this, we'll be into heat number 13. We've got 16 total heats in this round. After that, we'll be going straight into our women's round 1, which will just be surfing through the first 8 heats. There's also 16 heats in that opening round, but we won't be able to get through all of them today because it's going to get dark and we're going to have to go home and eat some dinner and get rested up for tomorrow, thankfully. But it'll be a good day of surfing this afternoon, and I'm really excited to see the women hit the water as well, because within longboarding, and specifically traditional longboarding, even though the criteria has shifted over the years, women's longboarding has really remained quite similar throughout. It's just naturally more traditional in stance, in flow, in grace, and it's something that's a little different in that conversation where we've seen the men make so many adjustments over the years. So I'm really excited to see the women hitting the water this afternoon, as we can see Anthony now getting some great work done out the back. He's looking to secure himself in that second place position. I think for him to get that excellent score, that 8.07, and get himself into the lead is going to be probably out of the question. But for him to really be able to put the nail in the coffin, so to speak, on David from Canada, it's going to be really important for him. And that was a great wave, a great way to do it, to build in that score line.
Yeah, and we're yet to see that last wave for Blue, yet to see his score, partly because the judges had to take their eyes off of that, watch green, get that out of the way, make sure the scoring's in, and now they'll be able to kind of go back, think about Blue's ride. And so this last one of green, we're not sure exactly if David possibly got his requirement and replaced that second place position. So here's that score. It's in. It's a 3.0, so he did not get that, and green is just solidifying that second position, as you were saying.
Yeah, I love that you saw that we do see, okay, for sure Anthony's still in that second place position. David had a great wave, but just wasn't able to get high enough on that score line, and I think that's reflective of what we've seen over the last couple of heats. The differences between, say, a 2.5 right now, a 3, and a 3.5 are massive. If you're able to get that first nose ride, even on that small wave, you're going to be able to get into that 3.5 range likely, as long as you can maintain control and get a few more maneuvers. If you're just getting a couple kind of slower cars on that first section and only a nose ride on the inside, it's going to be really hard to get into that 3.5 range. And those have really been the deciding factors on so many moments within our heats in the last hour.
Yeah, and I would have to say some of the explanation of that 3.0 was the lack of use of the whole board. He sort of got to the nose momentarily, but he basically kind of stayed in that mid to rear end of the board for most of those turns. And so it was a little bit more of a back half ride. And so that's only ticking half of the boxes.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Needing to utilize the entire length of the board as well as the entire wave. Utilize every little corner and section that pops up. So down to 30 seconds on the clock. Sver Rodrigo currently sitting in the lead. No surprises there. Has so many ISA medals. He's got a great run of results behind him in the past. He is the 2010 ISA gold medalist for the Longboard World Championships, and he's had some great results in other events around the world. So he's currently sitting as the front runner in this heat with an opportunity to have one more victory lap maybe. He is sitting with first priority. See if he's able to get into it. Our surfer in blue will have second priority. So blue will not be able to catch this wave, as Rodrigo, with the slow faded entry, is now up and riding, and we get to just enjoy this moment of good, pure, traditional longboarding.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the judges will say that his feet weren't on the board before the buzzer. He was moving on the wave, but I don't think this will count in, and not like it needs to. He's already in the lead, but it's always fun to just get a wave by yourself on the way in at El Sunsal, because it's just amazing here.
That's right. Feet on the board and hands off the rails before the buzzer sounds. So a great heat. Team Brazil taking away a victory. And we've got some more action to come. 4 more heats of men's opening round before we see the women hit the lineup later today. We'll be right back with Sam and Rachel coming in the booth right after this.
The ISA World Longboard Surfing Championship is taking place at El Sunzal, a premier point break in the heart of Surf City, El Salvador. Using traditional longboard surfing, surfers must perform with control in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board. Degree of difficulty with style, flow, and grace are considered along with the following important elements. Nose riding is the art of having one foot hang 5 or both feet hang 10 over the nose of the longboard. Using the longboard rail to perform critical rail surfing turns. Utilizing the wave to perform a variety of maneuvers. Harnessing the wave's energy to create speed and surf with power. Demonstrating full control and commitment while pushing maneuvers to the limit. All of these elements are considered by the judges to determine a total score from 0 to 10. These athletes have a perfect canvas at Surf City to impress the judges and crown the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Champions.
Welcome back. Thanks for tuning in from around the world to the Surf City El Salvador 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship. I'm back in the booth with 2015 WSL World Champion and 2013 ISA World Longboard Championship silver medalist Rachel Tilley. I'm Sam Bleakley. Live action as you see Peruvian, Dutch surfer, Spanish surfer and Venezuelan surfer trading licks, but it's our Spanish surfer John Garmendia who takes off on that opening ride. So a score to drop for John. 18 minutes remaining, it's 20 minutes heats. Those top 2 scoring waves will create a total out of 20. Each wave scored out of 10 by a panel of 5 judges. The highest and the lowest scores eliminated to create that average. And that's why you get that, you know, that second score, that 2.50 is determined from that average, that highest and lowest. Straight to the replay, Rachel Tilley. What do you think of this from our Spaniard?
Well, this was just really him getting his feet into the wax. I like to surf a heat like this where I get a quick start. You know, first heat of the event, you're going to have some nerves. Your legs are going to feel a little bit jelly. So this was a great opportunity for him to get just wet, and now he can try and up that 2.5 score.
Michael Six from the Netherlands, up and riding, competed in 2019 ISA World Longboard Championship in Côte de Basque, Biarritz. The regular footer, a coastal engineer who studied marine construction with a real interest in wave breaking technology, is putting in a beautiful cross step turn from Scheveningen in Holland. Michael Six, a regular traveler at longboard spots around the world, just came back from an extended trip to La Union, the Philippines, has traveled all through West Africa and Liberia, so he'll be very comfortable engaging with the tropical climate here. And that travel experience, the fact that you've had that time away from the temperate European climate to experience tropical surfing, is a real bonus for Michael Six.
Absolutely. I know surfing, we were just talking about this outside before we came into the booth, about how different it can be surfing outside of a wetsuit when you're really used to surfing in a wetsuit. A lot of times then you start getting a rash from surfing with nothing protecting you between you and your board on your wax. It's a very different sensation, so that's definitely an adjustment for him, usually wearing those like 5.4s or maybe even more up in the North Sea.
Absolutely. He's just become a father as well, Mikel, so that's very exciting for him. He's got a 2.07, so our surfer from Spain, Yun Garmendia, he has got a 2.50, kicks off with a low score. Of course, that'll be something he'll build on. Our surfer from Venezuela, Armando Colucci, he's waiting to drop a score onto the board. The 47-year-old from Caracas who rides Chilu boards, he is looking at this wave now, lining it up, but it's actually our surfer in green getting his second scoring ride, Yon from Spain. Nice opening 5, good footwork, stays in that trim point in the middle of the board, walks back to the tail to again take that high line, and then puts in a beautiful smooth cut back as we see our Venezuelan surfer on his opening wave. as Ewan gets back up for the 5 on the inside, but doesn't ride out of that nose ride. So a score will drop for the second ride of our Spaniard. But Armando from Venezuela looking lively here, and he's still got lots of scoring potential. What do you think of this one, Rachel?
You could see on that drone angle between green and white that Green's wave kind of started taking that inside, started turning on that inside bowl, where White's kept lining up through the bay, which does provide more scoring potential, but unfortunately it never really opened back up to provide him that open face to do some nose riding or turning, which is obviously really what needs to be done in order to get some scoring potential. So everything on the board, I think right now at this point, are all scores that the surfers are going to hope to throw away by the end of this heat.
118 athletes from 33 nations, record participation here at the Surf City El Salvador 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship. We have got really good gender equality as well, strong growing representation of the powerful force of women's longboarding, and we will be moving into women's round 1 later on this afternoon. But still to come in the men's round, we have got 4 more heats of this opening round. It's non-elimination. The top 2 surfers advance into the progression round 2, but surfers who finish in 3rd and 4th position move into that repechage round. A very distinctive feature of ISA competition, and it creates these 2 linear events, but the repechage surfers can still progress to the grand final.
Yeah, it's a great feature, especially for these round 1 surfers. You're going to be nervous. A lot of these surfers, it's their first world stage event, which adds a lot of nerves, and so to be able to go into your round 1 heat knowing that it's non-elimination, and if you don't have the heat that you necessarily want to, or we've seen some really close calls, different switch ups right at the buzzer, those surfers that get 3rd and 4th in these heats will go to the repechage round and have an opportunity to make it all the way back to the grand final through that round.
And if the ISA has long recognised the potential value of longboarding in the Olympic Games, and if you're just tuning in, exciting news to share. Now that shortboarding has been confirmed as a core sport in the Olympic programme for LA 2028, the ISA has formally submitted longboard to the IOC and the LA 28 organisers for inclusion. A decision on longboard's inclusion is expected in December 2024, which really underlines the importance for the ISA and the longboard community of continuing to grow and develop this beautiful disciplines we see up and riding. Mikael Six from Scheveningen in the Netherlands, one of the heartlands of surfing in the North Sea. Great surf culture there as he lines up this inside section, a little bit of a soupy, smaller wave, but he's just eyeing up that opportunity to pounce on the nose when he can, and puts in that cross-step turn to kick out with 11 minutes, 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, not as much wave selection or not as much wave potential in this heat so far. All the waves have been a bit smaller than what we've been looking at. Of course, it's a little bit trickier with that onshore wind now, but it looks like these are some nicer waves of the heat coming in now.
From Peru, Sebastian Cardenas is up and riding on the nose. Nice 5 hold on the long, smooth nose ride, and puts in a beautiful sweeping drop knee turn to carve back off the foam. Again, putting in a cutback, but with variety, already mixing up the drop knee with the classic rail engaged cutback. Good use of the footwork here. You can see that he's just, again, like many of the surfers, looking for that opportunity to get those nose rides also through the inside, and stays true to that long hang 5 on a smaller section through the inside, but good, clean, controlled footwork, and that might well be one of the strongest scores of the heat so far.
Yeah, I think it didn't really go through the bay and go wider on that peak that we've been seeing earlier in this heat, but he absolutely made the most of that wave, and what was on offer for him was clean on his footwork. His opening nose ride was nice. It was a little bit out of the pocket, which I think the judges will note. However, it was he wasn't pushing a lot of water, and that, I think, like you said, will be the best score of the heat so far with 10 minutes remaining. So a good chunk of the heat down. It's a point in the heat when you'll want to have something decent on the board.
And a real achievement for Sebastian to get into the Peruvian team, to knock out Lucas Querido Leca, one of the stalwarts of Peruvian surfing. Sebastian beat him in the national titles to earn this place. Lucas is probably tuning in, wishing that he got the place here, because Lucas is a talented goofy footer, also out of Lima, and a Piccolo Clemente team rider. But it's Sebastian's opportunity right now. Very classic style, good nose rider, just competed in the Pan American Games qualifiers in Panama, and he'll be extremely proud to surf with the likes of Piccolo Clemente and Maria Fernanda Reyes from Peru.
Yeah, that's a great team of, I mean, like you said, Piccolo is a former world champion for WSL, and Lucas has been kind of the resident other Peruvian represented on the world stage. So this is a massive opportunity for Sebastian, as we see Jon taking off now on a really nice looking wave.
Beautiful, nice open face section there. Gets the 5, pedals back to the tail, nice re-entry, stays low in this section, sets himself up with the stall, 4 steps to the tip, and gets a nice toe curling wrap on the 5, little shuffle back to the tail, good footwork again to the trim spot in the middle, just throwing some spray on that bowly section, and again eyeing up a nice hang 5, and again a little bit of shuffling there, but good footwork up until the tip, and then a beautiful nice soul arch, pulls up for a really tight 5, very stylish. The photographers are going to love that moment because that was pretty iconic, and again back up to the nose with some really strong footwork in that front half of the board and some pretty radical nose riding. And answering back, Mikel 6, he's going to add to his scores, looking to replace a 1.47. Great nose riding there, good footwork, nice high line, cutting back. He's got more of an upright style, but it's very classic. Again, looking for that high line to get that tight controlled nose ride, but a little bit too high in that wave to continue riding, as we see our surfer Armando from Venezuela looking to add his second score and a bit of a foamy one, Rachel.
Yeah, you can kind of see the differences. Jon is riding a board that he shaped. He's a shaper from the Basque Country in Spain, and you could tell from his board that he's probably riding a very traditional shaped board. Which means he has 50-50 rails going all the way through the tail. Can kind of be a little bit squirrely in bumpy conditions like this, but he handled it really well. And the real benefit of the board that he's riding is those statement nose rides that he can make, and that's exactly what we saw. We saw him comfortably standing, soul arch, adding in all that flair, and just looked so nice. So that one is going to come in as a 4.17. That is the, oh, sorry. We are still waiting for that score. The score for Sebastian came in as a 4.17. He is now sitting in the lead and has first priority as well with 7 minutes remaining. But back to Jon, that board that he's riding looks really comfortable under his feet. It's a really important relationship, the surfer-shaper relationship. And so for him to actually be shaping his own boards, he'd have a very massive understanding of his equipment and how it would go out in these conditions.
Absolutely. The 29-year-old from Zarautz, a really great centre of longboarding in North Spain. He's a shaper. He's riding his own built equipment. He's 2 times Spanish champion. And you can really see for our Peruvian surfer sitting in priority that wide square tail with the kick, a little bit probably of concave under the tail behind the fin, but that wider tail with that kick is really going to help keep that board in the pocket in the critical sections, as we see him really going hard on the paddle to get that wave. He doesn't get it, so he's going to lose his priority, as we get to see Mikel 6 deepest, but not with first priority. So up and riding will be our surf with first priority. So Rachel, tell us a little bit about that situation of when you're not in first priority, but you're having a look, but somebody with priority over you, do they have right of way?
Yeah, so the person who has first priority or any priority higher than you has the first choice to the wave, and if they choose not to have it, then you get the opportunity to take that wave. And that is in place so that each surfer, it doesn't become a paddle battle competition. Each surfer kind of has their turn and opportunity to demonstrate what they can do out in the conditions, but it really also can turn into a strategy technique of how you use that, what wave you choose to go on. Unfortunately for Sebastian, sitting with first priority was great, and he paddled for a wave. When he paddles for it and does not catch it, he loses priority. So that was a bit unfortunate for him, but he's sitting now with second priority. With lots of waves coming in, there will be more opportunities for him to surf, but he doesn't have that first selection to the next set that comes through necessarily. That will be Mikael.
So Mikael is turning for this one. Looks like a really nice wave, so he's got himself right in the zone there with first priority. Our surfer from Scheveningen in the Netherlands, up and riding, gets a beautiful mid trim line, 2 steps, 4 steps, finds the 5, pedals back to the middle of the board, keeping that trim speed going, readjusts that back foot so that he can control that rebound off the foam with grace, with style, and again comes into this bowly section, but uses that tight footwork and puts those hands behind his head for a quick soul arch, a nice kind of hood ornament posture on the nose ride there from our Dutchman, again eyeing up an opportunity to get another nose ride onto the inside, pedals forward, not able to get the full lock for a nose ride, but pedals back to the middle of the board and then puts that Takayama on rail and sets himself up with another quick tap of the 5 and right onto the sand, and a great ride for the Dutchman.
Yeah, some of those turns and floaters that he just landed were really impressive with how erect he kept his legs and body. He was standing really upright and tall, which the taller you are in doing that stuff, the less center of gravity that you have. So a lot of times you'll see surfers going in with really bent knees and really trying to have that low center of gravity, but he landed those with ease and just kind of swooped through them really loosely. So that's probably going to be one of his better scores of this heat.
Loose and swooping. Mikael 6, he's looking to drop a 2.45 to move up into first position. 3 minutes 25 seconds remaining, and the stakes are huge at this event. Not only is it an opportunity to win a gold medal, to be an ISA World Longboard champion, or to be in the winning team, it's also an opportunity to qualify for the Santiago 2023 Pan American Games that happens every 4 years, and the 2023 ANOC, which stands for Association of National Olympic Committees, World Beach Games happening in August in Bali. So the top 4 ranked men and women from the Americas region will qualify for Santiago for the Pan American Games, and there'll also be qualifiers for the ANOC World Beach Games. So a lot of things to play for here as we see our Spaniard, our heat leader, looking to replace that 2.50. He's got a 5 for that stronger score. Stylish surfer from Zarauz in North Spain. Juan just a little bit behind the 8 ball there, but he might well connect with the face on this section here at the end of the ride.
Yeah, I was hoping that he was going to make it around this section a bit quicker. Ended up spending a lot of time and unfortunately coming unstuck there. But Sebastian using that first priority now, this is the wave that he has been waiting for.
Wow, beautiful upright hang 10, 5 to 10, and then pedals back and puts in the drop knee turn. Really stylish, classic traditional surfing from Sebastian from Peru, demonstrating how he got himself in the Peruvian team alongside the mighty reigning ISA World Longboard champion Benoit Piccolo Clemente, all the way to the inside for another nose ride there. Beautiful footwork, sets himself up for a quick sneaky 10, but that opening 10 was just really strong, and certainly the judges looking to reward the higher degree of difficulty with those nose rides in those outback sections where you really have to put it all on the line.
Yeah, it's high risk, high reward. Doing hang 10s out the back, you're risking an entire wave of scoring potential for a hang 10 out the back. And as we see Blue up and riding.
Big cross step turn there from Mikael 6, but he takes a fall as we wait for a score to drop for our Peruvian surfer. He gets a 6.0 for that last wave. So Juan waiting also for a score to drop. Probably not going to go into his top 2. So he's now in second position, needing a 5.18 to go into first. But our Peruvian in a commanding lead there with that 6.0 and that 4.17. But answering back, Juan from Zarauz looking really good. And again, being on self-shaped equipment is a huge advantage. And Juan's put everything not only into this heat but into the preparation, building boards specifically for El Sunzal.
Absolutely. There is a huge advantage of understanding your equipment, especially when there's texture on the water, on the face of the waves, as you can see right now. It's really helpful to understand how your board reacts to those types of conditions.
So no scores waiting to drop as we move into the last 20 seconds. Sebastian from Peru in first position, Juan from Spain in second, Michael from the Netherlands in third, and Armando from Venezuela in fourth. As we move into those last 10 seconds, sitting with priority is our Venezuelan, but just judging by his body language, there is not going to be a wave to change the situation. So Miguel and Armando will move into the repechage, but congratulations Sebastian and Juan from Peru and Spain respectively, advancing, continuing in the main event here at Surf City, El Salvador for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because coming up we've got Japan, Portugal, Colombia and Morocco here represented in Surf City, El Salvador on the world stage.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Surf City, El Salvador. El Sunzal for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship as we see our surfer from Rabat in Morocco, 34-year-old regular footer Yassine Ramdani. But up and riding, Kai Hamasi out of Japan, a former medalist here for the ISA. 6 steps up to a really critical tight nose ride through that second section. Brilliant surfing from Kai Hamase, but unfortunately takes a fall after what looked to be a beautiful start to that wave.
Yeah, that is exactly how you want to start a wave. That was such a critical nose ride. And I really liked, too, how he just took one step back and kind of did a little navigation with his ankles in the front bit of the board, only to just step right back up to a hang 5. That just shows really technical surfing. And so, unfortunately, coming unstuck, he did the hard work out the back, and you know, those are the waves that you want to then just cruise through the inside.
So this is Nicholas Ayala from Colombia. The 35-year-old is up and riding with a good smooth bit of rail work there, but that wave just dying out in the channel. So scores waiting to drop for Yassine Ramdani. He gets a 1.50 for his opening wave. Nicholas gets a 2.0. And then Kai Hamase is going to be an interesting score to drop, because as much as it was a shorter ride, he clearly displayed some high degree of difficulty, dynamic surfing on the outback section. As we see answering back our Moroccan, nice opening bottom turn there, sets himself up. A little bit wobbly here on the bounce section, and then a little bit of shuffling up to the nose. So talk about the difference between the use of the cross step and the use of the shuffle, Rachel, and what advantages it gives you to use the cross step to get to the nose and back to the tail.
Well, the cross step allows you have a better feel of what's happening on the wave underneath you through your feet and your ankles, and allows you to place your feet really precisely in a way that you can still control your board. Whereas shuffle, you're staying across that board the entire time and not really able to be as dynamic, I think, with your footwork. As we see Green back up and riding.
Great wave here for our Colombian. Nice toes on the nose work there. Kicks out. We're waiting for a second score to drop now for Yassine, who's also an exceptional shortboarder who got 5th in the ISA World Surfing Games in 2017 when it was in in Biarritz, Grand Plage, France, and he loves those big right-hand point breaks in Morocco, the likes of Anchor Point. You could really see that shortboard influence in his surfing there as we wait for the second score of the Moroccan to drop.
Yeah, that's something that I think we see is when shortboarders transition over to longboarding, that footwork and that cross-stepping is kind of the thing that takes some time to really adapt into their maneuver. Shortboarders obviously have a great read of wave, have a great control over their tail, but it's the footwork that takes time to learn how to do, especially in trickier conditions like this where you're trying to cross-step across bump and lumps on the wave.
And with that, talking of cross-stepping, let's go down to the winner of our last heat, Sebastian from Peru.
Thank you, Sam. Here with Sebastián Cárdenas. I'm going to ask him the question in Spanish, and I'll translate back to English. First question I'm going to ask him is how he's been able to adapt to the heat in comparison to the fall now in Perú. Sebastián, para empezar, muchas felicidades. ¿Cómo te has adaptado al calor de aquí, la humedad de El Salvador en comparación del otoño en el Perú?
Bueno, en verdad nosotros venimos como equipo de un campeonato panamericano en Panamá, entonces ya un poquito venimos aclimatados a este clima tropical, ¿no? Temperaturas por encima de los 25 grados, 26 grados, bastante humedad, ¿no? Similar a Lima cuando hace calor, ahora tenemos un fenómeno del Niño, pero es cuestión de practicar en estas condiciones. Estamos surfeando en el mediodía para tratar de aclimatarnos bien y dar lo mejor, ¿no? En el performance del longboard.
Well, he mentioned that he's a bit climatized, the whole team is, because they were at the ISAsurfing games in Panama just a few weeks ago. But more than anything, it gets like this in Lima every now and then in the summer and the hottest time of the year. Next question, it's a big one. What does Ma Fernanda Reyes, what does Sebastián bring to the table for Team Perú that have had an incredible performance in the past with people like Benoit Clemente? Has visto a Benoit, has visto a Ma Reyes y ahora te incluyen a ti, Sebastián. El equipo del Perú ha sido muy victorioso en el pasado aquí en la ISA. ¿Qué sientes tú que tú traes al plato?
Para mí es un orgullo, en verdad. Pucha, yo veía cuando comencé a surfear a María Fernanda, a Piccolo. Piccolo, de hecho, pucha, es mi ídolo, o sea, yo lo tengo ahí como un máximo exponente, referente, ¿no? Siempre ha sido para mí un sueño estar aquí, ¿no? En un mundial, mi primer mundial, hace unas semanas mis primeros panamericanos de surf. Poco a poco evolucionó en las competencias, de verdad, era un poco de creérmela, ¿no? O sea, un poco de ya decir, pucha, yo también estoy a ese nivel y ahora estoy con ese mindset de dar lo mejor de mí, ¿no? Y ir por el campeonato mundial si se puede.
Well, he mentioned that he looks up to both Maffer and Piccolo so much that he kind of had to bring himself up to their standards and realize that he was part of the team as well. He's gunning for that World Championship and the gold medal at the end of the night, and he's got a good chance. Felicidades, Sebastián. Nos vemos en la siguiente ronda.
Muchas gracias. Nos vemos.
Sam?
Hey there. Great to hear from our Peruvian surfer, looking so smooth, and from a Peruvian to a Portuguese man, Antonio Dantas. Saw his brother João Dantas competing earlier today, again in a strong team representing Peru. Antonio walking to the nose dives on the inside there, but Kai Hamase, our hate leader, 6 steps to the tip, gets a nice holding 5. Brilliant footwork from Kai Hamase. Just has to kind of adjust his line a little bit as Yassini was a little bit close to him paddling out there, but it hasn't really affected the composure of Kai Hamase. Staying nice and high in this wave, staying in that front third of the board, looking to eye up a nose ride there, touches a quick 5. Great drone angle to really see the lock of the fin and the acceleration as he pedaled off the tail, and then he's going to put that board on rail. And this is really interesting, Rachel, getting that drone following angle, and you can really see the dynamics of the changing angles between rail engagement and nose work.
Yeah, decent finish there. He surfed it all the way to the beach. I was really watching there kind of the line in front of him on the wave. That was a really great angle to see kind of the closest point of view of what the surfer would have been having, and you could see him waiting for that section to stand up in front of him and how those lumps were coming up the wave. When you're going to do a nose ride, you are looking to be on the steepest section. As you can see, he takes that high line there. That angle takeoff to that high line is a really great opportunity to get a nose ride out the back. And then this adjustment now, he is looking for that wave to stand up in front of him so that way he can get on the nose. And this is what I was watching from the drone angle, just these lumps kind of coming up until it finally stood up enough. It'll stand up here again. And he waits for that section so that way you can see his board was in the most critical position. His nose ride was levitated and finishes this wave off with some really nice rail work. And that's the variety that the judges are looking for. Unfortunately, couldn't just finish it off with that, but the hard work was already done.
Yeah, brilliant surfer from the southwest of Tokyo and west of Chiba, from Hiratsuka, Kai Hamasi, the 25-year-old regular footer, 3 times Japanese Grand Champion, represented Japan in 2019 at the ISA World Longboard Championship in Côte de Basque, Biarritz. He is waiting for a score to drop, needing a 1.57 to move back into first, because Nicholas from Colombia has dropped a 3.07, taking him up into first. But you'd imagine the situation will change when Kai drops that score with just over 10 minutes remaining. And reflecting a little bit, Rachel, on that criteria about performing controlled maneuvers in the critical section of the wave, utilizing the entire board and wave and using traditional longboard surfing. Who do you think really is going to be the person that a lot of the surfers are going to kind of look up to for today, as far as what you've seen so far? Is there somebody who you think has represented what the judges are really wanting to reward?
That's a really good question, putting me on the spot with my recall for today. We've seen some amazing surfing. I mean, score-wise, what we saw from both Del Perro brothers was really great surfing. Now, those two surfers have been, in the past, high-performance surfers, but as the criteria have changed, they have put the work in to form their surfing more into catering to that traditional style, and they did a really good job today of utilizing the entire board. When they were on the tail, it was control, fast, powerful, but when they were on the nose, it was relaxed, smooth, and graceful. And so that's what I think the judges showed too with their scores, that they liked that. So that's, I think, something that the other surfers are going to be looking out for them for sure.
And we kicked off with a really strong heat, didn't we, with Cole Robbins and Julian Schweizer, America and Uruguay, surfing very strong. That was a really great start to the day. And there's the advantage of those morning heats of having less chop, but someone who's navigating the chop with no trouble, Kai Hamase, keeping a high line, looking for the nose ride, staying nice and busy, pedals back to the tail, puts that board on rail. Love the body language again, keeping that high line, stretching for the 5 little soul arch, pedals back again, readjust, nice smooth loose tail surfing, and again looking for that nose ride section through the inside with a little drop knee sweeping turn there, a second drop knee consecutive. And again, this wave's probably not going to allow anything too critical on the nose rides now, but demonstrating that Kai Hamasi is a real contender to have a massive result here in Surf City.
Absolutely. As we see White having a look, and he's up and riding.
So our surfer from Morocco, Yassini, with a layback snap there. He's got a 2.53 and a 1.50. Had a great result at the World Surfing Games in 2017 on a shortboard representing Morocco in Grand Plage, southwest France. Yassini from Rabat, pumping, bouncing to get the section here. So this is more of the kind of tail approach that the judges are not necessarily interested in with regards to their criteria. Yes, they love to see turns, but it's about that rail engagement and using the footwork to engage that rail between the nose rides.
Yeah, you can see him using his shortboard influence there on that wave. But I love it when shortboarders come over and just widen their ability on all types of boards, and that he's here representing Morocco. That's a great effort, but it's a good comparison when we're talking about traditional surfing. What Yanasi was just doing there was kind of more of that progressive style of surfing, and that's what, when we use the word progressive, we are talking about that kind of shorter, choppier tail surfing and not as much of the nose riding. And the traditional is supposed to be not as choppy, a little bit more smoothly connected together with enunciated nose rides and smooth rail work.
Absolutely. So Yassini will be representing Morocco in the shortboard event later in the year, so that later in the month. So that's very exciting for him, having this long extended trip here. But with 6 minutes 35 seconds remaining, it's Kai Hamasi out there in first position with a 5.50 and a 4.57. Nicholas from Colombia has that 3.07 and that 2. Yassini needs a pretty low score of a 2.55 to move up into first position, but Antonio Dantas, he's still looking to get that second score on the board from São Pedro Estoril in the heart of Lisbon, a wonderful part of Portugal with an incredible right-hand point break that really lights up on good swells and is very much a center of surf culture in Portugal. And Antonio traveling with his older brother João, and João of course has been competing on the world stage for a number of years. He's the 2017 European champion, but right now that drone footage of El Sunzal in Surf City, La Libertad, El Salvador, you can really see why this is just made for longboarding, this wave.
Absolutely. It is such a beautiful location. This is my first time to El Salvador, to El Sunzal. I had my first surf yesterday afternoon. I had so much fun. It was nice to get in the water. The water is so warm, and it's just a beautiful place to surf. You can see why this stretch in this area is called Surf City.
Antonio Dantas looking to get his second score, staying nice in the pocket there, sets himself up with 2 steps, gets nice and low, looking for those steps back up to the 5, but that wave just bowled out on him, so he won't get a big score, but he will add to that 2.60. He only needs a 2.61 to move up into second position. With under 5 minutes remaining, he's still going to have an opportunity, as we see Kai Hamase out there in the lead, and there's that view up the coast looking out to the west as we have El Sunzal in the middle of your screen, and we got El Tuncal just to the south there. We've got La Bocana, which is one of the epicenters of shortboarding, and then just further down the coast you get to Punta Roca, which is one of the most famous waves in the country, a faster, shallower point break than El Sunzal. That's why we're at El Sunzal, because it's a much more longboard suited wave. And then to the east you have Punta Mango and Las Flores, 2 famous breaks in El Salvador, and then out to the west you have the El Zonte area, again packed with right-hand points. So it really is the land of incredible right-handers, as we see a surfer from another land of right-handers out of Morocco, Yassini in second position, charging on the nose with this big bowly section, puts that rail grab in, all shuffle, no footwork, but certainly commitment, power and drive and full determination.
Yeah, when you were asking what makes it more difficult around the, or what's the difference between footwork and cross-stepping versus shuffling, that bowly section that he shuffled through was actually, I think, more difficult than cross-stepping, because he's spending more time in that transition period rather than, you know, on the nose or the tail. And the transition period can be what's more difficult. So he spent more time going through that critical section of the wave. As we see Green up and riding and kicking out of that one, not going through, unfortunately.
Just unable to connect that section, and that is a key factor here, is just choosing those waves that you know are going to allow you to link up some of those sections, because some of the slightly deeper ones that you choose end up not connecting for that longer ride.
Yeah, with the tide changing, we've seen the conditions change so much. As Kai Hamase is back up and riding, he's had great wave selection this heat.
A beautiful drop knee turn there. I love the way he pedaled out of that nose ride and then just dropped down into the speed section, throws in 2 nice drop knees, puts in a little stall, stays nice and high, real busy on his feet, but he looks in such control. And one of the things about Kai Hamase is his footwork is very quick, but he has that composure the whole time. You feel like it's unlikely that he's going to fall at any moment.
Yeah, he does a really good job at keeping his, you can see his upper body standing straight, nice and tall, but that lower body he bends his knees, he does all that work underneath him, that he just seems to have that center of gravity on lock, as we see Antonio getting a nice nose ride through the inside.
Nice 10 at the end there, multiple nose rides, a little bit like we saw from Antoine Del Pero, where he keeps that back foot in the same position, then puts that front foot into the 5 multiple times. Backed it up with a 10 on the inside, so that could be an important score for our surfer from Portugal. What do you think of this from the Moroccan?
So this is exactly what we were talking about before, when this area bowls up a bit, and then he goes to He bottom turns here and that's a nice turn, and then he does this shuffle up. See how critical it is there? It's actually harder where he was standing on the board to go through that section than if he had gotten up to the nose and stood it. So unfortunately though, that's obviously shuffling, and not being on the nose is not part of the criteria. So while I'm saying that it was extremely difficult, that's not going to go into his score line as anything prominent, because the judges are looking for prominent nose rides, which means your feet are over the tip of the board. He has the turns down pat. He is controlling that board, and he takes this one all the way to the inside, and then he winds up for this and smashes it.
And he does throw a couple of cross steps in at the end there. But he's in second position. We're waiting for scores to drop from Antonio Dantas. It could be a real game changer for Antonio, because he's got a 2.6 and we're down into the last 40 seconds. I think they could really make a change. He needs a 2.8 to move up into first position. So will the situations change? All other scores have now been tabulated, just waiting in those final 26 seconds. As we can see, Evan Rogers, who's paddled out in the red vest, he's going to be surfing for Team GB against Alessandro De Martini from Italy, and Jose Manuel Boza from Chile, and Maximilian Torres from Puerto Rico. So that heat's going to be starting very soon, but still waiting for that final score from Antonio Dantas as we go into the countdown, and the judges probably just still studying that video replay, Rachel.
Yeah, of course the judges are taking their time, wanting to make sure they get these results correct. As we see Green up and riding, I think he was up before the horn.
So it sounds like Nicholas was up too late, so that won't, that score won't count. Good smooth surfing from Nicholas, but it's not going to make a difference, although we see him locked in a beautiful nose ride. He'll be disappointed that he didn't quite get that wave when it mattered, and Antonio Dantas drops a 4.60, so goes from 4th to 2nd. Congratulations, Antonio. Hanging on by the skin of your teeth. You progress in the main round, but it was our surfer from Japan, Kai Hamase, who took a convincing lead. And coming up next, we've got GB, Italy, Chile, and Puerto Rico, live from El Sunzal Surf City. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Surf City, El Salvador for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship as we continue round 1 of the men's. Heat 15, Evan Rogers surfing for Great Britain, Alessandro Di Martini surfing for Italy, Jose Manuel Boza surfing for Chile, and for Puerto Rico, Maximilian Torres. As Evan Rogers out of Saltburn in the northeast of England, up and riding, puts that board on a drop knee, but he takes a bounce and a fall, as does our Italian regular footer Alessandro behind him. So first 2 waves ridden, 2 falls for those surfers, so just having to wipe the nerves off. But this guy coming in now, Kai Hamase, he was incredible, but someone who's going to be feeling really good is Antonio Dantas, who turned that heat around with that last score.
Absolutely. I think he is such a great surfer. We saw him compete at the Mexilog Fest just a couple weeks ago, and it was someone I was expecting to have a few more scores on the board before the end of the heat, but it seemed like he just got a bit out of rhythm with the waves, and fortunately was able to pull those nerves together and get the score when he needed it before that buzzer. I noticed
as well at the Mexilog Fest when I was following the social media, he seemed to be at pretty much every party happening. So he certainly had a good time. He surfed well, he partied hard, and he's here now representing his country, and he's still in the main event. But live action, Jose Boza from Chile, up and riding fast, electric, stretches out for a 5. 3rd nose ride already, a little bit scrappy with the footwork, but getting the job done. Lack of composure, perhaps a hallmark of some of the work we've seen so far, but variety definitely evident. Already a mix of cutbacks, throwing in that cross-step cutback, that classic rail turn, all the way until that wave just fades out on the inside. So it'll be very interesting to see how the judges analyze that lack of control we saw from the Chilean on that wave.
Yeah, obviously in the criteria, what the judges are looking for, first and foremost, is were they on the nose, did they complete the nose ride, and then they start considering the things like composure, style, grace that were all factored in while they were doing that. So he'll still get rewarded for obviously doing a nose ride, but maybe not as high when they start finding those little points of difference of style and grace.
So 3 turns already for Italian Alessandro Di Martini. Puts in that cross step turn. Alessandro, the 30-year-old, riding a 9.8 Tango model, reigning Italian champion, but currently lives on the north coast of Spain, where he's founded the surf camp, the Wolf House, and he is looking to add to that 0.33, comes in at a 2.33, so low scores for Alessandro. Evan Rogers kicks off with a 0.67 and 0.5, so he'll be looking to get his campaign on the road. The 32-year-old Skin Dog Surfboards rider, riding a model called the Smoothie. He lives in Saltburn by the Sea in North Yorkshire. He studied at Newcastle University, and big shout out to his dad Gary, the founder of Saltburn Surf Shop, way back in 1986, a legend of British surfing. And Evan is the 2021 Welsh longboard champion, so he comes from a strong surfing family. It's the first time he's traveled out here to El Salvador, but he's extremely well traveled. He's traveled a lot to tropical waves and good world-class point breaks, and he's got a drop knee in his repertoire that really could stand out, especially on the bigger sections here.
You know, I was talking to Alessandro yesterday in our surf, and he was saying to me in the past couple days, the first day he broke his main board that he was going to be surfing. He then creased or buckled his second board, and he's now on his third board that he brought, and it's the last board that he has. So he is hoping that this one stays strong for him throughout this.
Wow, kept his balance there. Evan Rogers, great setup for that nose ride. Gets that 5, puts that board arcing on a hard rail edge there. Smooth, powerful surfing. From the tail, rebounds off the white waters. We see our surfer out back for Chile on a fast, open-faced wall ahead of him, stretching for the nose. Evan Rogers still got scoring potential on this section, climbing up and kicking out as we see our Chilean looking to add to that 4.0.
Yeah, he has been doing lots of footwork, staying busy. Not a lot. This wave has been pretty shouldery, and he's been trying to make the most of it nonetheless. But that wave by Evan Rogers, that nose ride that he got, keeping his composure and balance, was really impressive. You saw his front foot kind of kick up, and then he was able to kind of use his core and his back foot to plant himself forward again. That is just a result of going over these bumps, trying to nose ride through this. So great composure.
And talking of great composure, Kai Hamase from Japan, the winner of our last heat, he's on the beach.
For Team Japan, winner of the last heat, Kai Hamase. Mazu omedetou gozaimasu.
Arigatou gozaimasu.
So I'm going to ask him questions in Japanese, and we're doing it Mitchell Salazar style. I'm going to ask him a question in Japanese. First question will be, I've known Kai since he was a young WQS shortboard competitor, really strong competitor. He switched over to long and really quickly climbed up the ranks to win all of the JPSAs. I'm going to ask him how hard it was to make that transition. Kai-kun no wakai senchu, QS の shortboard 選手からもうだいぶしてます。で、すぐロングボードの選手になれてどのぐらい難しかったそのチェンジ？
チェンジはそんなに難しくなかったです。はい。でもショートも楽しかったし、ロングも楽しそうだなと思って始めました。
クロスステップとかノーズライド、それがもうショートボードとだいぶ違う。それは全然ないから、どの練習でもそんなに上手くなった？
もうサーフィンいっぱいして上手い人の映像を見て学びました。
So I was saying, he said it wasn't a very hard change, but I said, well, what about the nose ride and the cross step? He said, all I had to do is just surf a ton. それでは日本 So second question, I'm going to say El Sunzal is quite different than the places where he practices. So I'm going to ask if his shaper Soeda-san did any special tuning. El Sunzal のすごい長いポイントブレイク 日本の練習しているところそんなにないです。似ているところないでしょう。添田さん、海君の糸スペシャルチューニングしましたか？
これはエルサルバドル用に湘南、自分の地元が湘南なんですけど、そこはすごい波が小さいのでいつもはもっと幅がある板を使ってるんですけど、これはエルサルバドルパワーあるかなと思ってちょっと細い板を持ってきました。
So his home point is Shonan, which is just outside of the Bay of Tokyo. Not a lot of swell there. He usually uses a really wide board to kind of keep the speed and use on the really small waves. He knew that El Salvador was going to be a lot more punchy, so his shaper recommended that he took some width away, and so that's the only change that he's done. それで応援メッセージお願いします。
日本は朝早いと思うんですが、応援していただいている皆様ありがとうございます。エルサルバドルいい波なんで次も楽しんで次のラウンドに勝ち上がれるよう頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
次も頑張ってください。
ありがとうございます。Thank you.
All right, back to the booth.
Wonderful. Great to hear the bilingual brilliance of the ISA team. So many languages spoken across the staff. And of course, it's that celebration of all surf cultures that we really stand for here at the ISA, bringing people together to battle for gold medals at the very best breaks in the world. And El Salvador, we couldn't ask for much more. El Sunzal, iconic longboard spot. And right now, as we see 11 minutes remaining, it's Jose Boza from Chile who's got a 4.0 and a 3.0. Evan Rogers waiting for a score to drop. Comes in at a 2.3, so he's in second position is Evan Rogers with that 3.33 being his highest scoring ride. Alessandro Di Martini, he's waiting for a score to drop. He needs a 3.31, so it could make a difference, that score. But really great exchange from Jose, Evan and Alessandro. Half of the heat remaining. We've seen some wobbles from all of the surfers. Nobody's really run away with this heat, Rachel.
Yeah, I think looking at Alessandro, you know, we've seen a few falls from him on certain turns that we wouldn't normally, and I think that's kind of showing the difficulty out there. We were talking earlier today about, Sam, you and I were talking about how longboarding is about making the difficult look easy. And when you see kind of the surfers getting their bearings out there and having little quirks, you see how difficult it actually is. So when they get their bearings and they surf a wave composed, you go, oh, wow, I see how difficult that actually is for them to surf a wave so smoothly.
So Jose takes a high line there, stretches for the 5 there, puts that board hard on rail, almost slides the rail out through that turn. He doesn't quite get a critical nose ride. That rail engagement was strong, but the opportunity for a little bit more scoring potential is here, as we can see him stretching out for another nose ride there, moving through to the very inside. Again, a long stretch. What's the difference, Rachel, between having the feet quite close on the nose and having to really stretch it out for those 5s?
Well, when you have that back foot farther back, you're able to kind of keep that pressure off of the front of the board, which allows you to do certain nose rides kind of through flatter sections. Sometimes it's easier to then hold it for longer because naturally you're going to have your critical sections and then maybe the wave flattens out a little bit, but the judges love to see those feet closer together because that means you're doing nose rides in the most critical part of the wave, and the wave itself is supporting you up rather than the front of your board kind of moving across the water and having the front of the board hold you up. You want the tail of the board holding you.
But the footwork that he did through that inside section was pretty incredible. He really kind of cleaned up the composure on this ride through the inside, and a lot of the local surfers are saying how there's an exceptional amount of sand on the point at the moment that's really making the inside section even better than normal. And he even gets a little kind of walk back through one of these nose ride sections through the inside, where he walks to the nose, turns round and walks back switch, and again gets that leash tied round there, but it doesn't deter his ability to get all the way back up to the nose for another nose ride.
Yeah, we're seeing him do so much work in here and taking advantage of that. That's a very smart competitive decision, just milking that wave all the way through, because these waves and the wave selection is pretty tricky. So when you have something that picks up on that sandbank on the inside and runs, you can see the face of the wave is a lot smoother and calmer and nicer to get some clean nose rides. It's really important, I think, for these competitors to take advantage when they have a wave that hits that section.
All of his good nose riding happened later, but will the judges almost penalize him for not capitalizing on some of the potential to nose ride earlier in that wave, critically?
Yeah, I think it's less of a penalization and more of just a missed opportunity. You know, they're looking at him going, okay, well, you've done what we're asking for in turns and nose rides, but the critical nose rides happening out the back at the very beginning of the wave, that high risk, high reward, that is what we see pushing scores farther up the scale.
Absolutely, and of course Jose, if he gets the opportunity to study back over this heat, he's currently moved into first with a 4 and a 3.7. If he can do that type of footwork on the inside, he can do it out back and get bigger scores. But talking of footwork, coming up in the next heat, Brendan White on the sand for Team USA. He was there with Cole Robbins. Really looking forward to seeing Brendan. He's an icon of international longboarding, you know, even going back to the early 2000s, seeing him in pictures in magazines doing beautiful soul arch 10s. He's surfing against Ignacio Pinatero out of Uruguay, a really classic longboarder. And then we've got Christoph Gobel, who is going to be surfing for Germany, and Sean Barr for Iran. Really exciting heat coming up. Stay tuned for all that. But right now, live action in third position, it's Alessandro Di Martini. He's looking for a 2.97 there. Cuts back, sets himself up in the middle of the board here, stalls it. 4 steps potentially to the tip, just 2 back to the middle, back to the tail, keeping that board loose and lively off the tail. Looking for some scoring potential on this section on the nose. Good clean nose ride, nice clean footwork back to the tail. Stalls, sets himself up with 4 steps. Back up for the 5, pedals back 6 steps to the tail, staying nice and busy, and again demonstrating that this inside section has still got a lot of scoring potential for those cleaner nose ride walls as he milks this right through to the inside, rebounds off the foam, and has even got a chance for one more turn off the top as he steps out onto the beach.
Well, that's the wave that he has been waiting to get, you know, with as a competitor, when you have a few falls at the beginning of a heat on turns or anything like that, it kind of flusters you a bit. And the wave just before, I think it was his 2.67, he surfed all the way to the beach, didn't do much, but that's sometimes what you need to do to get you out of this like nervous panic of, oh no, I'm falling and I need a good score. Sometimes it's nice to not do much on the wave and just surf it all the way to the beach, so that way you feel refreshed, you're reset, and then your next wave he did exactly what he was just hoping to do and got did some great surfing.
Yeah, it moves him up into second position, so pressure on Evan Rogers. Evan Rogers, live action, paddling into this wave from Saltburn in North Yorkshire. Up and riding, Evan on the Skin Dog Smoothie surfboards. Puts in a beautiful drop knee turn, sets himself up again with a second drop knee turn. Getting that footwork into this section here. Can he get 4 steps to the tip to find the 5? There's the 5, high in the wave, unable to stay on that line. What was the error from Evan then? What was the read needed to just connect through to that next section?
I think when he was going to his bottom turn to stall and set up for that nose ride, he did that stall already a little bit high up on the wave. You want to do that stall when you're farther down the wave, so that way that kind of lifts you up into a nice nose ride section. But when you do that a little bit too high up and you're walking up to the front of the board, you're kind of relying on that speed that you already did. So here he is, see this bump that's kind of in front of him. He didn't really get the opportunity to get down that bump, and once you're already on the front of the board, you have less control. So it's all about your setup for the nose ride that's really crucial.
So this is our heat leader, Jose from Chile. He's got a 4 and a 3.7. Stretch again for that 5. Wide stance on the nose. We know we've got some good nose riding and footwork from him because we saw it on that last wave on the inside. But to get those bigger scores, he needs to be doing that critical nose riding on these outside sections, and that was a heavy one and needed a lot of control to get through. So he takes a fall, looking to replace a 3.7, but out there in the lead, but it's so close with our Italian just needing a 3.88, and our surfer from Saltburn in Great Britain, Evan Rogers, needs a 3.18. Live action, Evan having a look, up and riding. He's got a high line, 2 steps, can it be 4 to the nose, 2 steps, paddles back to the tail, bounces down through that choppy section. Nice in the pocket here. Is he going to get a wall ahead of him? Comes off the tail, smooth surfing, rebound, then bottom turns back into that bouncy, bowly section, but no nose ride opportunity for Evan on that wave.
Yeah, unfortunately not. That was a nice hit that he got, but we're looking for a variety of everything. Of course, he would have wanted that wave to run all the way through the bay, and it's probably better with 2 minutes 45 seconds remaining that he got out of that wave early on, so he's not too far down the point, can get back out in the lineup with still time for one more wave left in this heat, with only needing a 3.18, obviously entirely possible. Not much needing there. He just needs to have a clean wave in front of him in order to do the maneuvers that the judges are looking for.
Absolutely. Evan Rogers in third position, needing a 3.18. So he's not out there in the lineup yet, but first priority is with our heat leader, Jose from Chile. He's got a 4 and a 3.7. We saw some great footwork from Jose on the inside, but my advice is for Jose is just I'd love to see that out back, because there's definitely some real classic footwork and nose riding ability in this surfer from Chile, and he's certainly a strong heat leader as we see live action. Bouncy big takeoff for Alejandro from Italy, sweeps back that cut bag, rebounds off the foam. You can just see Evan Rogers paddling out onto the shoulder, so he'll come into second priority as our Italian again carving off the rail into these nice clean bowly sections, navigates that chop beautifully well and just cleanly walks up to that 4-step tip time nose ride 5 again for that second 5 through the inside. An incredible ability navigating that bouncy section with complete composure, Rachel.
Yeah, that was actually really crucial for him to kind of try and get that speed to get into that little hump over that wave, because if he had cut back, he actually would have been stuck behind this hump that would have not allowed him to get to that next section that gave him that nose ride opportunity. So that was crucial for him too. He was working everything for it. He knows he has only a minute remaining. A 3.88 is not a big score. It might be a little bit, I think it could be close either way on the line.
Yeah, looked like a potential good score to come through. He needs a 3.88, as you just said, Rachel. He's in second, so the 3.88 or higher would take him into first and push Jose back down into second. But we're now also waiting for a score for Evan Rogers, who needs a 3.18. So I know all of Evan's fans will be tuning in, rooting for Evan, hoping he gets the score he needs. But if he doesn't, he's not eliminated, because the surfers in third and fourth move into the repechage rounds. The surfers in first and second stay in the main event with just 2 scores waiting to be tabulated. I can hear a few cheers from the Italians on the sand. They'll certainly be proud of the way Alessandro is surfed, waiting for those last scores as our surfer from Chile looks like he's just going to miss the opportunity to replace one of those scores, because that was just after the buzzer, and our Italian drops a 3.63. It doesn't change the situation, so now we come down, Rachel, to our surfer from Great Britain out of Saltburn of the northeast of England, Evan Rogers, waiting to get a 4.13 to change the situation.
So while it didn't change his situation in going into first, it did better his situation and up the requirement of Evan Rogers. So now not needing that 3.18 that he needed before, a 4.13, and that's kind of a big difference in scores of work that needs to be done on a wave.
Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up, we got one of the style masters of longboarding, Brendan White, Team USA, will be surfing here live from Surf City, El Salvador.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion. like nowhere else.
And welcome back to the action here at the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championships. We are in Surf City, El Salvador, specifically surfing at El Sunzal this week for the Longboard World Championships. It's been a great morning for a kickoff of day one. We are nearly finished. This is actually the last heat of men's opening round one, men's main round one. And we'll be heading into our women's main round one straight after this. We've got 16 heats in that round coming up. We're only going to get through the first 8 heats of that today, so the women will be probably first in the water tomorrow morning as well. As we take a look at some live action, a quick in and out from our surfer in white just to get his feet into the wax. It is Shannon Hughes and Ben Way in the booth. And Ben, it's been a great morning to call the action.
Oh, it's been so much fun, and it's just like watching classic, perfect longboarding on perfect waves here in beautiful Surf City. And that was Iran's Sean Barr in white. In red, we've got Brendan White for USA, Uruguay's Ignacio Nacho Pignatoro, and in green for Germany, Christoph Goebel.
Some really key moments that have been developing throughout the day. We've seen a change of conditions just as that wind was up really early this morning, although the tide was maybe at the best when we kicked things off. Then that wind really came into factor. We saw that wind then drop off as the tide bottomed down and became a little bit challenging just because of how low it was. And then we've seen that tide increase over the last couple of hours, and it's gotten better and better, but now we're starting to notice those peaks starting to divide themselves. And we're really seeing the need for those surfers to read the ocean very well now.
That's completely true. We're starting to see that wind sort of onshore and out of the east, which is the left side of our screen. And what that does is it kind of splits the peak up. Instead of helping stretch it out, it's actually breaking it up, which is going to make it really tricky. And we haven't seen too many heats where everyone was this stacked on top of each other. So they're definitely kind of watching the previous heats and figuring out where the spot is as we have Nacho. Oh, and I'm sorry, Brendan White.
Brendan White up and riding for Team USA. Nice drop knee to start things off, just setting himself up on that inside rail now. Nice quick hang 5 right in the pocket. Beautiful stance and style, keeping things nice and composed. Bounces off the foam, making it look super easy for the American. And he'll get a couple of nose rides there as his major maneuvers and be on his way out the back.
Yeah, another thing we're noticing is we have that tide has really started to fill in. And so that's making the shoulders shorter, giving less opportunities for those critical sections. And so these guys really, if they see something that stands up, they got to get to the tip as quick as they can, because that's going to poof out and disappear really quickly. And as we've seen earlier, the scores have reflected a lot on the people who did not make it to the tip and didn't show that variety of using the whole board. And they were sort of punished with very, very low scores.
That's so true. Well, taking a look at the judging criteria, we're looking for surfers to perform controlled maneuvers in critical sections of the wave. They need to utilize the entire board and the entire wave in a traditional longboard surfing manner. They're looking to do this to the highest degree of difficulty with the most style, flow, and grace in order to achieve the highest scores. Now, some of the key elements within that include nose riding and rail surfing. So again, it's not just a nose riding contest. It's not just a tail surfing contest. It's really engaging the whole board. As we see our surfer in green, Christoph of Germany, up and riding. So a bit of rail work to start things off. One step forward, gets that foot planted back again, and can't quite stay on his feet with that bump in the water. So he's going to have a score to come through. It was a 3.5 for Brendan White to kick things off, as we see a few lines rolling through. But a few of the other key elements within that judging criteria, Ben. Surfing in the critical section of the wave, using a variety of maneuvers. We want to see the variety that you're capable of on a longboard. Looking for speed and power, so that also comes into play with a bigger wave, as well as the commitment in those key elements. If you can be committed on a wave that's got power and that speed, and you're in a nose ride in a good, heavy, powerful section, that's going to get you a much higher score than a nose ride of maybe the same exact type or the same style when you're on a smaller wave with less of a critical manner to it. And with that, we're going to go down to the beach to catch up with the winner of the last heat in our second to last men's division today.
Yeah, Shannon here with Jose Bosa from Chile. I'll ask the questions in Spanish and I'll translate back to English. First question is going to be, what was it like for him adapting to a more traditional sense of longboarding rather than his normal progressive surfing? José, para empezar, muchas felicidades. Para adaptarte a un surfing más tradicional a comparación del progresivo que normalmente surfeas tú, ¿hubo alguna dificultad?
Bueno, sí, al parecer el progresivo es mi favorito y pasar a clásico fue todo un desafío, pero siempre con ganas de mejorar, así que ahora full enfocado a mejorar el clásico, ya que me encanta el progresivo, estar surfeando, así que ahí con todo a darle al clásico, que es lo que está ahora jugando más y dando más puntos.
Not that much of a difference. More than anything, it was the mentality and being open to trying new things and surfing more in a traditional manner. So for him, it wasn't that difficult. It seems like his board works really good too with the big fin that he's riding right now. Second question is going to be, how did he get his nickname of Manduck, Manpato? ¿Cómo conseguiste el apodo del sobrenombre de Manduck, Manpato?
Esa es una larga historia. Cuando pequeño me pusieron mis amigos ahí Manpato por dos razones. Porque una de hombre pato, de los quack ahí, cuando todo el día en el agua de niño, y también por la trompa ahí que la tiraba un poquito y con mucho cariño salió esa apodo. Ahí ha evolucionado Manpato, Manduck, Duckman, muchas formas, así que todo el mundo del surf en Chile me conoce por Manduck.
Well, when he started surfing when he was 10 years old, you couldn't get him out of the water, so that's why it came Manduck. But then also, as good Latin Americans, they also saw his nose and tried to give him a nickname that would stick with him because of his appearance. José, muchas gracias y felicidades.
Gracias, un saludo ahí a mi familia y primero agradecer a Dios por estar en este lugar, todas las honras para él y gracias a mi familia, los quiero de corazón, aquí están, saludos a Chile y con todo para la próxima.
Gracias.
Great to hear from Jose, and love that attitude to just approach it. You know, he's been given a new criteria than what he, kind of grew up and was really in his formative years of surfing, his approach to surfing being that more performance style of things. But I've really appreciated seeing surfers that maybe haven't been able to get new equipment under their feet. Maybe it's just kind of outside that range for where they're at right now in their phase of life. But being able to surf a board in a traditional manner. Now, I think that with the traditional, kind of references that we're bringing into the criteria, a lot of people think that means, okay, you have to be riding a big, heavy single fin board. Actually, the traditional really refers more to the style of surfing than it does to the equipment itself. You can surf a high performance board with maybe 2+1 fin set up instead of a single fin in a really traditional manner, just based on your approach to the wave and the way that you're connecting with that board and with the water. You can surf a really traditional style board, in quotation marks, as I'm kind of putting my fingers up in the air to you, Ben, a big single fin, heavy, traditional log. You can surf that in a high performance way, and we see surfers all the time try to do that crossover just by changing their equipment, and that's not enough. It's really that mindset and that style of surfing that needs to come across, and that can be done on a variety of surfboards.
Yeah, that's a great point. And as you point that out, I mean, it's harder to make a performance board look smooth and keep it on that nice smooth line, especially if you have a lack of weight. You can see it bouncing around. You're trying to keep it from bouncing, keep your footwork look really smooth, as we have Indy Hoffman lining up on the beach for the next heat. And then on the longboard, on the traditional longboard with a single fin and extra weight, it's going to automatically make you look smooth, but then you're going to be fighting on the performance side. But a lot of these people have really strong leg strength, real secure footing. And you kind of have to pick what's going to fit your body style as well, and also the waves that you're riding.
Yeah, the waves that you're riding definitely has a big factor within it. Down to 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Brendan currently sitting in the lead. This has been a really slow heat. I was chatting to Carolina, who's commentating on our Spanish broadcast just next door to us right now, alongside of the boys. She's been doing a fantastic job this morning, and she was just commenting on the fact that we've seen with those tide changes now, it seems like it's been slowing down a bit. And there's more of those lulls. It's not quite as consistent as what we saw this morning, so there's a little bit more time in between those sets, which gets really into that part of the conversation or that competitive mindset of having to utilize priority, really key now. As opposed to earlier today when it was kind of like as soon as you got out the back, another wave was rolling through and you're able to paddle straight into it. By the time the guy behind you paddled out, he was going to have another wave, and that kind of back and forth real easy. where now there's just a lot more time in between, and it's really important to make sure that they're picking the best waves that are coming through.
Yeah, and that's great to have people like yourself and Sam Bleakley. Carolina Toon was alongside Piccolo Clemente on Team Peru for Longboard for many years, and so she's got the eyes of a competitor, and you guys know what you're looking out. If you're basically watching the surfing and you're thinking of yourself being in the heat, which is a very different aspect, and gives a great insight to the viewers at home.
Yeah, it's a challenging thing to be out in heats like this, especially on a break that changes a lot. There's drastic changes, I would say, every hour to 2 hours out here. We're seeing a different takeoff zone due to the tide changes, due to those wind changes as well. And for the women that are going to be paddling out next as we're heading into our women's round 1, they're going to have wildly different conditions in the last 3 or 4 heats of the day compared to what they do in these first couple heats of the day for the women's division, just because that tide's going to get so high. So many different things they're going to be thinking about, especially when it comes into that priority game and wanting to make sure they're in position and that they have control of priority when the right wave comes through, and not wasting that priority on missed opportunity.
Yeah, one thing I definitely will notice this time around is that there's much more sand on the reef. And the thing with the sand is it's constantly shifting, especially with this much swell that we've had. And so you've got deep spots and shallow spots, which create ripped currents where the water's trying to escape the most shallow spot in the sandbar into the deep spot, which creates an outgoing river of water that you will at some point be surfing through. And I can imagine for some of the nose riding, it's going to be really tough as they hit that oncoming water, which is going to kind of slow their speed, make it a lot easier to pearl the nose. And so I think they're going to have to make it through that rip. I'm predicting they'll make it through the rip section, and most of the nose riding and the critical sections will be done on the back half on the inside.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. It will be really interesting with that point to see how the sand shifts, say, by finals day on Saturday, given that we have some really sizey swell that's going to be arriving from Wednesday.
Yes, it's this place always has a lot of current, and it's much more powerful. You've heard a lot of the competitors on the interviews say, it looks like a soft wave, but it has some punch, and that whitewash can come and just steamroll you. And you think you're going to get through it nice and easy, all of a sudden you're about halfway to the inside after one duck dive. So yeah, don't let the look fool you.
So true. Brendan White now up and riding. Nice fade takeoff. This wave isn't standing up for much for him right now. He has a look at it and decides also he's not going to even try and force that inside section as it dissipates. So just a quick in and out. That is going to put a second score on the board at least. Make, maybe a 1-point requirement on Nacho Pignataro from Uruguay. Now, Nacho, I'm surprised at his score so far because he is a fantastic longboarder. He's got a lot of great accolades behind his name. And I would be thinking that he'd be one of those surfers kind of driving this heat at the moment. We can see him out there at the top of the lineup, just waving his hands, wanting to know what's coming through. And we can see that there are some lines. So you can really start to pick apart now where the surfers are sitting. That last set that came through, everyone was out of position, Ben. Everybody got hit on the head by it. And even that wave that Brendan just took off on was like the next one in the set, and just kind of, it was so frothy on the face, you could see that that line of whitewater before was from a wave significantly bigger.
Yeah, and that's another thing that we haven't really discussed is as you have this incoming tide, the order that you catch the set waves in is going to make a big difference. So the first wave is going to have much less water on it and hit the reef that much sharper, giving you those critical sections, whereas the second and third wave will be filled up from that previous wave and change a lot as far as how much the wave stands up. This is a much better wave for Nacho than the first one.
Yeah, what a great wave. Nice, classic style on his backhand. Great use of the rail and the nose in those opening sections. Had a nice clean face to it as well. This wave now getting a little bit softer. He's finally finding that corner that's going to stand up again and give him that critical section to be able to nose ride. Beautiful placement of the board as well. Such a shame that he just goes down as he's trying to finish it off. But that's what I was talking about earlier today as far as finding a nice bit of rail work to kind of climb the foam and drop down with it rather than pivoting the board. So he didn't do a full kind of backhand pivot, windscreen wiper turn on that. He just let that board find its way up the face and let the foam kind of push and take it right back down to the shallows again. Now it still caught him a little bit off balance, so he wasn't able to finish it. But that was a really nice style. I liked the look of that wave a lot in comparison to what we've seen in this heat so far.
Yeah, and as you see that last maneuver, just as you were saying, with the heavier boards, you have to predict what the wave's going to do to the board ahead of time. And on the performance boards, you're basically able to look at it, throw it right up there. but you have to prepare your body positioning for what the wave might do through the maneuver on those heavier boards. And so you're sort of kind of searching through the future as you're surfing the wave. You're constantly looking ahead of yourself, and you don't have that quick reaction time that a short board or a high-performance longboard would.
It's so true. You've really got to be thinking a step ahead and reading the face of that wave really well, rather than sort of those reactions. You've got to be able to see what's really happening in front of you, which does make it more challenging as a goofy footer, say at this break, because those waves change and certain ones stand up and other ones just fatten out really easily. And it's so much harder to see when you're looking over your shoulder as a goofy foot, as opposed to being a regular foot that's able to just keep their eyes, their whole body posture focused forward at what's coming in their direction.
Yeah, that reminded me as a young longboarder that didn't have much weight to his body. I tried to ride some of these kind of more classic style boards, and I remember someone going, looked like the board was riding you more than you were riding the board. And that becomes kind of it's the weight, it's your power, but throwing those big heavy boards around is very difficult, and it's more like working in teamwork with the board rather than just letting it do what you want.
Well, we got a wave here, and up and riding now, Christoph. Nice steep takeoff, drives back into the section. Looking for it to stand up. The 36-year-old from Germany. He's been surfing since he was 20 years old, so 16 years under his belt. Loves surfing anything that floats, so longboard, shortboard, anything in between. He just loves being in the water, and that's a great bit of, some cross-stepping thrown in there, a little shuffle off the back of it, but goes for that big stretched-out hang five. As we see Brendan White with the answer back. He's got an opportunity now to increase his score line, making that board just look really easy and smooth under his feet as well. Nice little trim back. We'll see if he's able to find that nose ride through the inside section, if it stands up for anything critical. And that real use of that back foot. Nice quick steps. There we go. Beautiful quick hang five. And you can see that foot perched fully over the nose. Goes down on the finish there in the shore break. But he's looking to put himself in a secured second place position, maybe take the lead away, looking for a 3.224. We did see the last wave for Nacho. For Ignacio, came through as a 3.53 bend to set him up in the lead.
Wow. Yeah, as I was watching Brendan's last wave, remember kind of looking through his bio, he surfs Sano a lot. And so you've got a lot of these open spaces at San Onofre, a lot of days where are just kind of gutless, and you're using that glide. You're finding the speed out of places that aren't really visible. And it's not spelled out to you like this perfect point break that we're looking at now from this beautiful drone view. But he does really well in those in-between spots, and he looks really flowy. Looks like he's riding one of those Michael Takeyamas. I know that he does ride some Hawaiian Pro Designs boards as well. But, wow, just the way he threw it up on that last maneuver, he almost stuck that down, which was a really high-performance attempt on a board like that.
Yeah, it really is. Down to 1 minute, 30 seconds. Team Germany waiting to find out if Christoph will be able to get himself into an advancing position. We are still waiting for scores for last of red, Brendan White of the USA, and last of green, Christoph Goebel of Germany. Sean Barr of Iran is sitting out there with just that single score of a 0.27. He's a corporate man who just gets to surf, on occasion on the weekends. He's been really enjoying the opportunity to compete across the World Surfing Games, as well as now the World Longboard Championships, and really get his country out in front as an up-and-coming surfing nation, a nation that we wouldn't expect there to be many surfers from. But it's been great to see Sean and his family around the events over the last couple of years.
Yeah, and I mean, the ISA is the United Nations of surfing. We try to get every country involved that we can. We've got teams that don't have oceans competing in a lot of our events, and it's so great to add on another nation, another flag on our ceremonies, and Sean's a great example of that, always traveling with his brother. And
scores in. Brendan White there in the red jersey, already on the shoreline. He's just going to take a breather. He's scored a 4.27 for his last wave, which jumped him up into the lead over Nacho Pignataro. Now, score still to come in for last of green, but he will be chasing a 5.73 now. And that's going to be outside of the range that he's looking at for that last wave, at least. Nacho with a chance to get a 4.25 to take the win. Great style so far. Nice hang five to start. You can see how fast he's going on this wave. Nice trim line and great engagement of the rail. Great footwork in between as well. See the lack of dead time? We're not seeing him, really standing just too quiet for too long. He's really making use of that middle third of the board, getting those nose rides as well as really engaging the rail, which you need to do by moving those feet, getting those ankles, those toes fully engaged all the time. So that was a great effort for him on the comeback to try and take that lead away. We'll see where the judges go with it. Looking for a similar score to what we saw for last of Brendan White. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that's a 4.27 for Brendan White is basically exactly what the smallest score that Nacho's going to move into the first place position with. And Brendan looked like he's like, did I get out of the water too early? Am I feeling a little too confident? But also, I mean, he felt like he had his job done, and at the worst that could happen, he's still in that advancing position for the main round. So Nacho might end up taking it with that one. It seemed like the better wave of the heat.
Well, we'll see scores to drop to see if our surfer in blue, Nacho of Uruguay, can take away the win. Either way, it will be him and Brandon White advancing through the main round. Christoph and Sean down into the repechage, and we'll be back with more action. Our women's main round hitting the water right after this. Stay tuned for some great action with Indy Hoffman of the USA hitting the water.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championships. We are in day one. We've just wrapped up our men's round one with 16 heats that started out around 8 o'clock this morning. And we're now into the women's main round one, kicking off the first 8 heats today, and we'll be finishing out the women's main round tomorrow afternoon. Shannon Hughes and Ben Way here in the booth.
Yeah, just looking over the conditions and the texture on the water, it looks like things are starting to kind of glass off in this early afternoon. We do have that tide has filled in. So all of our competitors are lined up a lot farther to the inside than our morning heats with the low tide, where they were way out on the Cloudbreak Reef out to the back. And so everyone's, when you get to that inside area, it's a lot deeper. And so we can expect that most of the competitors are going to kind of line up to one spot. In this heat in red, Indy Hoffman representing the United States of America, Inés Beso for Uruguay in blue, and Bianca Dutzen for Germany in green.
This is going to be a great heat. So Bianca Dutzen representing Germany, she lives and resides in Santa Cruz, California. So we got kind of two Californians in the lineup, one from Southern California, one from Central. And then Inés with a great opportunity to show off her skills and talents as we've got a wave rolling through, looking a little bit wild on the takeoff, or not on the takeoff. The wave just kind of did that thing where it fattens out and then it's going to peak again, but in a different position. So we won't see that opening ride just yet as we're waiting for the first wave to be ridden. But this is going to be a really solid heat. And in that last one, it was a bit of a question mark between Nacho Pignataro or Brendan White taking the lead, and it was Brendan White who walks away in first. He's down with Mitchell.
Yes, he did walk away with the lead at the end. Brendan, close heat, obviously, at the end. Didn't even break the 8-point heat total, but you know what? We were talking about getting the job done. You did it out there, my friend.
Yeah, it was super tough out there. We were all struggling to find a good wave. It was really bumpy, and we were waiting for a set that never really came through the heat.
And you had back-to-back events in the tropics. You went to the Mexilog Fest, and then after that, straight to here, right?
Yeah, Mexilog Fest was super fun. It's always a great event. So perfect left, so kind of the opposite of here, but good mixing it up.
How do you do that? How do you do that so well, knowing that you're going to compete at a perfect left and then a difficult right-hand point break like here?
Well, obviously there's a lot of work still to be done here because my heat total wasn't that high. But yeah, just get used to it and practice, right? So.
Hey, why did you get here a little early too, Brendan?
Yeah, we just wanted to, we got here 2 days early and we just wanted to get our feet in the wax and get used to the conditions. And I think it's definitely going to help because it's a much more weather intensive wave with all the wind and bump and high tides. And, it's hard to really get a grip of that. Whereas in Saladillo, the tide barely changes. The conditions are usually pretty good throughout the day. So it's kind of the opposite.
Appreciate your time, Brendan. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Brendan. And it would be a real challenge. I mean, hats off to him, for all of the crew. There's a lot of competitors this week that took advantage of the fact that they could come to this region of the world, surf in Mexico one week, come the following week down to El Salvador and get some great warm water waves, especially if they're coming from colder regions of the world in the northern hemisphere at the moment. But a challenge to be able to shift from a great left-hand reef or a great left-hand point break now into a challenging, difficult right. And that mentality of being able to shift has got to be pretty challenging all around.
Yeah, and there's also, there's certain benefits on your backside and on your front side. I've heard Cassie Mirador say that she likes nose riding backside more because you're able to get your heel in and keep that rail line. And I think I've felt that at certain times of nose riding where your front foot heel is able to kind of really keep that pressure and keep you locked in on the nose. And so being a great surfer, you got to be ready for anything. Regular or goofy foot surfers have to be able to have a frontside and backside game. And yeah, you just basically have to surf all the time in whatever and be ready for anything.
15 minutes on the clock, still no waves ridden. We did see Ines have a paddle for that. Now, would she lose priority or not yet because it wasn't established to begin with?
So it still hasn't been established. So until someone gets the first wave and returns to that outside takeoff spot that's deemed by the priority judge, which he's probably now kind of calling the takeoff zone a little bit farther in than earlier. But here we have Indy.
As we see Indy Hoffman with a first opening ride for our women's division at the ISA World Longboard Championships. Beautiful S-turn to start. Straight up into a nice, clean, critical hang 5. She's a little bit outside of that pocket area, but that wave standing up well for her. Board's looking really nice under her feet, and she's just going to engage with that. I love that, carve straight into cross step to try and keep that momentum. Doesn't complete that finishing maneuver, just kind of gets hung up at the top of the wave, so that'll count against her. But that was a great, graceful way to start things off for the women's division.
Yeah, and I think as we see this higher tide, we will have people kicking out before that inside where some of the earlier rides were finished, as we have a little bit of backwash sometimes that kind of comes off from underneath our podium here. And they're basically lined up almost just off to the right of where our podium is, but as you go down the beach, there's this kind of bluff, and the sand gets steeper and steeper. So at the higher tide, you have a lot of that motion coming back out to sea, and it deepens up and just shuts the wave down all of a sudden on the inside. So we probably will see most of the action and most of the scoring being done on the outside to midsection.
We've got a great spread of generations currently in the water. Young Indy Hoffman is only 16 years old, representing the USA. She's from San Clemente, California, so the hotbed of surfing in Southern California, no doubt, with so many of the greatest surfers across all disciplines coming from that region of the world. We've got a 21-year-old Bianca Dutzen representing Germany, the dual citizen who resides just a little farther north in California, in Santa Cruz. Some colder water, some great point breaks as well in that region of the world. And then we've got a 28-year-old Ines Bissot from Uruguay out in the water as well. As we take a look at this first opening nose ride of Indy Hoffman, what are your thoughts?
I love how she really just hangs those toes over, and she kind of absorbs the bump while she's still perched up on the tip. Gets her toes over again, well over the nose, and she kind of navigates this. She could already tell that it was going to fatten up, but she did kind of complete the turn. Give it just a chance, give that little step up to try and keep the board moving, hopefully, and here we have Ines Beso. She's the Uruguayan longboard champion.
Yeah, incredible surfer coming out of Uruguay. Grew up in the countryside until she was, nearly 10 years old. Lived hours and hours away from the ocean. And then family moved to the sea, and she learned how to surf there and has just really been a great force in that community. Nice style for her opening ride. Didn't get much done in the way of maneuvers or scoring potential, but she's going to have that first wave underway and be feeling good as she pedals back out. It was a 5.33 for first of Indy Hoffman, which sets her up for a solid score to be taking that advancing position. And we've got Cindy Portillo from El Salvador getting ready to paddle out next.
Yeah, that's our local hope right here for the women's division. Great surfer from El Salvador right here in Surf City. And just next to her, kind of coaching her on the zone, is he's the head of the body surfing committee here. And he's always been on our staff as well. But Indy Hoffman now in second priority. So we do have the priority situation going on. Blue has not returned out from her ride yet, so she doesn't have that third priority next to her name just yet. We do have green spinning around and taking a look. And as we can see, the takeoff requires a lot more effort in this deeper water. And we've seen a couple people kind of give a couple paddles. Blue had given a paddle earlier and wasn't able to get into the wave. It's a much longer, stretched out face. It doesn't pop up and help you into the wave as it did earlier. So it's going to take a little bit more effort, and it'll be a little more fatiguing as well with this heat. Luckily, the breeze today, I think it's dropped about 10 degrees from what it was yesterday. So it's actually being really mild on our competitors as well as everybody outside.
Yeah, this temperature has dropped significantly, as we can see both Team USA for Indy Hoffman and Team Germany for Bianca Dutzen down there standing in the shade, using the shade from the tower that we're currently sitting in, which we've seen a lot of competitors and teams sitting under throughout the day. So that's been a great kind of relief from being in the sun. It is so hot, like you said, though, the temperature's dropped down a few degrees since yesterday, which is great to feel. We're down to the halfway mark, 10 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. Bianca Dutzen of Germany has yet to get that opening ride. Like you said, Ben, she's had a couple of those paddles and hasn't quite been able to get into it. The 21-year-old. She is currently a full-time student pursuing her bachelor's degree in psychology with a minor in Earth and Planetary Science. Now, she actually graduates in just about a month. This June, she'll be finished with her degree and is really looking to try and pursue a career as a high school teacher. She absolutely loves psychology and cognitive science. So real, a whole lot going on behind the scenes for Bianca, and it's been great to see her step up and take that call from the Germany team to be able to come and represent and compete here this week when she still has so much happening behind the scenes, especially with finals coming up and the finish of her degree next month.
She can kind of look at it as a great opportunity for a surf vacation in El Salvador, Surf City, and get away from that whole, get out of the books, get it in the bathing suit, and get out and just paddle off some steam and probably just blow off some of that stress from school as well.
Inez looking to put herself into that inside position. She is sitting under third priority, so she's also thinking about that in the way of getting away from the two with priority ahead of her. And if she can sneak off a smaller wave, she's going to be maybe able to put a better score on the board. A wave that maybe gives her a little bit more control. And even some of those smaller or mid-sized waves sometimes do offer that nice scoring potential because they can kind of hit those shallower spots. They stand up with some great scoring potential. And a few paddles there unable to get into it for Inez.
Yes, I'm wondering how green got second priority without any scores. She must have paddled, and then blue got a wave, and she was still out in the area. But yeah, so she's still without a wave, but she's going to have second choice, which at times like this, I mean, it looks like it's just getting deeper and deeper, and you can kind of see from this drone angle, there's some backwash coming through it, and from that last drone angle coming from the sea, you could see that they're considerably closer to the beach than our earlier heats. So there's not going to be a lot of scoring potential, and whatever variety of riding they're going to have to put in is going to have to be done in a compact manner.
That is so true. Indy Hoffman currently sitting in the lead with that single score of a 5.33. Great wave selection for her first, as we see the flags for El Salvador flying. And for Indy Hoffman, surfing has just been in her blood. She started surfing at about 5 years old, and her entire family is into it, including her great aunt, Joyce Hoffman, who was a two-time world champion. Joyce Hoffman was the pioneer and one of the greatest women to ever surf out at Pipeline. So it's pretty incredible to be able to see that passed down to the next generation within the family, or the next generation passing down to Indy now.
And isn't that also the mother of Dibby Fletcher, Christian Fletcher? I know the Hoffman family goes back, and it's all of that roots all through surfing from Hoffman Fabrics, which originally supplied a lot of the fabrics for a lot of the companies like Quicksilver and some of the other companies with surf trunks and with surf clothing. So yeah, well tied into the history of surfing.
We saw Green go for a little paddle there. She sunk the nose. It looks like kind of the backwash kind of came up the face as she was trying to make her way down in paddling in. But it looks like that might be sort of a trouble zone as the backwash energy slowly dissipates as you make it to the outside. So they might actually be better off sitting on the outside, even though you would think that sitting inside you'd catch a wave easier.
Well, here we go. Bianca with an opportunity, just gets clipped sideways by that kind of backwash, also factoring into things. Ines putting herself into position. But I agree with you, Ben. I think that their positioning might just be a little bit off at the moment. There has been, even just sitting a little bit farther to the right-hand side of our screen, a little bit deeper, might put them into a position where they can get into some of those waves. As we see Ines now with an opportunity. Nice paddle. Nice slow takeoff, but sets that line well. Good couple of cross steps. Great use of the middle third of that board. I like that composure. The wave, unfortunately, not offering her too much else. But she's going to have that second score on the board and make it just a little bit more difficult on Bianca at the moment.
Yeah, and the surfing is also looking quite difficult. That's Team Italy's Giulia Palla. She'll be coming up next. But as we could see the end of that ride, there's so much converging energy coming from the ocean with backwash, little currents coming sideways, as well as that energy coming through from the sets. But yeah, Team Italy ready to go out and give it their best. 5 minutes and 20 seconds. We have not had a lot go on in this heat.
Now, of course, for the ISA specifically, gender equality is one of the major things that they're pushing, right? We get to see long before a lot of other surf contests around the world, we're seeing the ISA introduce equal numbers. So we've had, 2 women and 2 men represented on each team this week. We've seen that across, the World Surfing Games and ISA participation since 2017. So for years now, we've been seeing equal spots for both men and women, which trickles down to that junior level. It trickles into all facets of those local development squads coming up, and recognizing that they need to be pouring just as much into the next generation of girls that are coming up from their nations, as well as they are to the boys, because they're going to have that equal opportunity for a playing field. And with that, this week we've got some great numbers that are showcased. We have nearly equal men and women represented this week, with a record 52 women, which is 46% of the competitors who are competing and representing their nations. So it's a really solid all-around team representation, and it's been great to see that push. And specifically in longboarding, where I feel like the strength of longboarding for a very long time has laid with women. Women are naturally more graceful. There's just these tendencies to where that grace comes so naturally on a longboard and that connection with the ocean that's a little bit different than the sort of maybe athletic or more aggressive approach that some of the guys have and have had to sort of taper back within their style in bringing in that traditional type of surfing for longboarding. So I think it's really cool to see the women's division out here this week, and hopefully we get to see them on a lot of really good waves.
Yeah, this is going to be great. They just with the timing of the scheduling, this tide really probably filled in faster than we'd expected even. But Blue's playing it smart, so she's kind of found her little nook where she knows that she can take off. That one, you can see all of this energy's starting to come closer and closer to the inside, which is going to make it a little bit more punchy. It's going to be pretty difficult to do any kind of graceful surfing as that shore break starts to kind of grind through the inside. And any open space that you have might actually be so deep that the wave just disappears into nothing. So wave selection is going to come into play here. I think the one that stays the most patient and waits for a bigger set is probably going to benefit.
Currently leading, Indy Hoffman, sitting with that first priority as well on the single wave. She is a USA U18 national champion and representing the U.S. for the first time here at the ISA World Longboard Championships, just 16 years old. She got a lot of pressure on her with the names that have come before, with the medals that have come before, but she's doing a great job so far. Bianca Dutzen, one of her best results to date was a 7th place finish at the Mexi Log Fest, which is a very hotly contested longboarding event on the global scale. Surfers from all around the world come, and it's one of those events that most of the world champions, whether it's the current or those of the last 10 years, try to get to at all costs through the year. So to be able to finish in that top 10 conversation for Mexi Log Fest is an outstanding accomplishment.
Yeah, it's a lot of it. It's exciting for us because our co-commentator Sam Bleakley, his daughter Lola, competed in the recent Mexi Log Fest at only 15 years old. which is very, very cool. And it's cool to see the next generation of stylish longboarders, especially out of England.
It's so true. To be able to see that next generation, as well as the current Rachel Tilley, who's commentating with us this week, just finished runner-up. She got a second place to Sophia Culhane, and another great result for Rach. It's been so fun to have her just here in the booth and to be able to, hear her share some of those insights on board technology. She's just been spending so much time in the shaping bay over the years, and so it's been really great to be able to see that alongside of Josh Martin, who happens to be Indy Hoffman's shaper as well. So Rachel and Indy sharing the same shaper, and a lot of that conversation, I'm sure.
And I'm a huge fan of his Instagram. He's building boards, he's building handles for shifters of cars, he's building hand-making shells for his truck.
A true craftsman.
He's just amazing, and he just knows his way around his tool shop. And yeah, very, very amazing shaper that's very, very involved. Gluing up his own blanks. It's very, very cool.
Well, we're down to 45 seconds on the clock, and this has been, I think, really different from the way that these women would have imagined this heat would have gone. First heat of Worlds for the year. Would have definitely expected to have at least a few waves, maybe one or two good ones with the backup scores. Indy now opting to finally use that priority, taking off on her second wave, so a super smart heat. She's kind of driven things throughout. Nice opening hang 5, beautiful S-turn, setting herself up for another quick 5 there on the inside section. And this is a great way for her to come in with a victory lap. She'll kick out as that wave starts to soften out and set herself up with a significant lead as we're counting down the last few seconds. Not sure if Ines or Bianca were able to get a wave, but it doesn't look like it because we've still got those priority markers next to their name. And that's an unfortunate moment for Bianca, unable to catch a wave. She'll shake it off. She's got that repecharge round. Ines Beso from Uruguay advancing through in the main round alongside Indy Hoffman. And we've got more exciting surfing to come on the women's side with Emily Curry paddling out in the next heat representing Team Great Britain. And we're back into heat number 2 for our women's main round 1. That was a challenging opening heat. And we'll see if we can get a little bit more consistency coming through the lineup. It was slow. It was kind of hard to get into a few of those waves as we saw some paddles, not a lot caught. And these 3 women would have paid close attention to that heat, Ben. I think especially watching their own division paddle out, watching a little bit of a slow heat unfold in front of them, they would really be taking into mind whether it's on the beach with their teams or just in their own competitive prowess to figure out where they want to be in the lineup.
Here we've got Emily Curry for Great Britain in red, Julia Pala in blue for Team Italy, and our local Cindy Portillo for El Salvador in green. If you look at the top mid-left of our screen, you could see that rip starting to speed up. And you can see this kind of white little chops coming up and what turns into basically a river in the middle of the ocean. And so that is going to be really switching the energy around. In one of the last paddle outs from one of the last rides, we could see that the current has switched completely opposite of the morning, and it's coming back our way. And so that's also going to have energy going against them, which is going to shorten the ride even more. So things are getting tricky, and these are going to be some of the most challenging conditions of the day.
Yeah, this is it's a tough one when you see really good conditions in the morning to not get into that comparison game, because it's so important in competition mode. You know that at any stage in the week, no matter if it's just a women's event, just a men's event running, or if it's the two together like this, where we've got, a men's division and a women's division, at any stage, you're just going to be given the draw of the day, thrown out in the worst of the conditions, and then another day you might be thrown out in the best of the conditions. And that's just how it goes. And so it's really important in that mindset to just stay positive and know that at the end of it all, doesn't matter what the conditions are like, 2 people are going to be advancing through, and one in this case, or two people typically if there's 4 people in the heat, are not going to be. And you've got to figure out the way in that heat, in those conditions, to be in that top 2 conversation.
Yeah, that's so true. And it's best to basically not even look at the ocean until 1 or 2 heats before yours. Although even in 1 heat, the amount of change of tide is pretty substantial right now. But at the worst case, you lose out, you go to the repecharge round, and then you get to surf perfect El Sunzal with 3 other people that many more times, which I don't think a lot of people will be complaining about.
It's true, and so often here for the ISAs, we see those surfers that have to battle through the repecharge rounds end up the ones that are victorious because they've gotten more time to get to know that break, they've gotten more time in the ocean, they might be a little bit more tired, so they're probably sleeping heavier at night, but they're the ones that really get to know that break and figure it out on all different types and tides and winds and everything. As we see Julia, that was a difficult takeoff. Now straightening out as she's got a big section in front of her. I love this bottom turn. Love that footwork as well as she's coming through a difficult section. Rail grab to readjust her line. And she's not quite getting to those nose rides, but I'm loving that use of the footwork in that front third of the board. Now drives back off the tail, maintains a lot of composure, and she'll kick out clean for the finish.
Yeah, Julia Paula, she's also a talented surf skater, skier. She's riding the Luffy Surf Company surfboards, but she charges barrels on shortboards as well. So we have these very talented people. Speaking of which, Emily Curry.
Emily Curry, great carve to start off. Also just going to grab those rails to make sure she doesn't get literally bumped off of that board or pushed off by that water behind her. Nice engagement of the rail again. Now it's going to be really important for Em to be able to get some nose rides in here, and she knows that. She's a very good competitor. She's, won so many different events across her career surfing at home in England and around the world, representing both shortboarding and longboarding. She's an extremely well-rounded competitor. So that was a great way for her to start things off. I think now she'll be able to reassess and go, okay, that rail work's important and it's kind of easy right now, but that nose riding is going to be really important to actually get some solid scores. Now in the last heat, someone who found it quite easy to get to the nose was Indy Hoffman. We're going to go down to the beach and catch up with her now.
Thanks, Shannon. Yeah, Indy, big heat win, first heat of the round, first of all. Did you even get your hair wet while you were out there?
No, I never went under. It's my one goal is to not get my hair wet.
Okay. When it comes to surfing in San Clemente, obviously a huge talent pool in shortboarding, but longboarding scene, pretty good too. Karina Rozonko, Hallie Rohr, yourself from there. What is it about San Clemente that develops such great surfers?
I think the waves that we have here in San Clemente, and also just the culture, and everyone surfs, and just my family has helped me a lot, and just everyone else is in the water. It's just so much fun.
Talk to me about being the youngest member of Team USA. You have Brendan, Cole, and obviously Caitlin Mickelson that will be surfing later too. What's it like being a sponge with them?
I feel like I'm just like their little sister, all of them. We've all had a lot of fun over the past few days getting to know everyone. Obviously, I've known Brendan forever and Caitlin, and I just met Cole this trip, and I think our team is really solid, and it's going to be a really fun trip.
Appreciate the time, Indy. Good luck.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Indy, and always impressed when someone can paddle in with dry hair. But when you're surfing a point break or a reef setup like this, then you do have a little bit more of that opportunity. Beautiful surfing from the local Cindy Portillo of El Salvador. Multiple nose rides. That posture is just saying everything about traditional surfing right now. Another great nose ride through to the inside, and this is going to be the standout wave, I think, of the women's division so far. We'll see what happened at the beginning of it, and that was a great way to kick things off for Cindy.
Excellent footwork, keeping that rail engaged the whole way, keeping that nice trim line. You can see her feet shifted off to the right side, the inside rail, and at the same thing, that composure. I love that, the hand movements, everything else, just classic, beautiful traditional longboarding. And so I'm sure our local surfer from Surf City, El Salvador will see her for score. And should be coming as a nice one. Speaking of, we haven't seen Emily's score yet, so the judges are still really kind of taking their time, and I bet they're sort of switching the scale around now that we sort of have different conditions than we did in the morning. And so they're taking their time on those scores, making sure that whatever they set now will go through the rest of the round, or at least to the rest of the 8 heats that we have of this round.
That's so true. Readjusting that scale for the division that's currently in the lineup. We've got 13 minutes on the clock, a 2.73 on the board for Julia of Italy, waiting for first of Emily in red and first of Cindy in green to drop through. And I just love seeing a local surfer be able to connect with the ocean. First wave, and that was just really spoke, I think, of Cindy being the one that surfs out here no matter what the conditions are like, you know? She spent a lot of time in the water here, and it's surfers like this coming up next.
Yeah, that's Raquel Bento for Team Portugal. She'll be up next. And there's Pirotan, Hiroka Yoshikawa for Team Japan. Also we'll have Minami Kramer for Guam and Sive Gerard for American Samoa. And here we have the scores.
All right, a 3.67 in for Emily Curry. So again, speaking to the fact that some nice rail work, but all done on the tail. Really needs to engage the nose of that board to get anything above that. But the judges really, you know, kind of appreciating the work that she was able to get done. Now she pairs that with a nose right at the start and maybe a nose right through the middle or the end. She could be looking easily into the 5-point range. So that's a good marker to have in comparison to thinking just turns, all right, 3.5 points roughly, maybe up to a 4. From there, get those nose rides in and you're adding points and points.
Yeah, and I think with the conditions and this higher tide, wow, look at the size. This is one of the bigger sets that we've seen. Julia able to spin it around. That was not an easy place to take off. A lot of open face that she's having to navigate here and a variety of bumps.
Yeah, that was a solid takeoff for her. Lots of speed. It's pretty crazy how much speed you actually take off with on these waves. Can she hold on to that finish? That was really challenging. Maybe just a little bit too far back on the tail. You could see that board really bouncing around off the nose. And she's going to go down. Now Cindy Portillo has dropped in a 4.5. So smaller scores than what we were seeing from Indy Hoffman in the last heat, with Indy's high score being that 5-point range. But that is a great start for Cindy. Maybe for Cindy, connecting those nose rides now with some good rail work is where she's going to need to turn to get those scores even higher.
Yeah, and I think as the tide goes higher and higher, as we just saw for Julia, that backwash just made the bottom drop out of that wave. So that's probably going to be the end point of the ride. Some of the riders might even be kicking out before that shore break. And so I think our higher scores will probably be in the 5 range from now on as this tide comes up and it gets that much more challenging.
Yeah, that inside section is so difficult to be able to maneuver. So Emily Curry now taking a look back to see, you know, maybe where the other competitors are, but also they'll have their teams down on the beach, and those flags, they're not just there to show the support of the country. They're also really crucial in giving those athletes that are in the water, the surfer in the jersey, some key movements of where they should be sitting in the lineup and directions.
Yeah, that's a great point. That's something that most people just looking down at the beach and seeing the support, that's like, oh, great. The support from their country, but it's also telling the surfers to relocate, to wait. And there is Hiroka Yoshikawa. I used to surf a ton with her at my home beach of Taito Beach, which is kind of the longboard mecca of Chiba, just one jetty down from our first Olympic beach, Tsurigasaki Kaigan, Shirashita. She lives in Onjuku, which is just about 15-20 minutes south of there.
I think she's going to be one of those surfers to keep a close eye on this week. She is just a fantastic traditional longboarder and has put together some really incredible heats over the last couple of years on the WSL Longboard Tour. She's really been one of the key points of conversation there, and so I'm really excited to see how she goes this week, as that surfing has just continued to peak over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, this is they're having to be a lot more patient, and as that water gets deeper, it seems like they're starting to wait for the bigger sets and not scratch around. They have had a little test of trying to get into a couple that were impossible to paddle in with that deeper water. And so it's going to be a little bit trickier if they try and take those smaller waves. And that's Minami Kramer, I believe, for Team Guam coming up in green. It looks like kind of a EPS molded construction. So that's a little bit lighter. It's a traditional looking outline, but it's probably very lightweight. And the difference of the EPS and the polyurethane foam is that the EPS, which is a beaded, sort of like a cooler box, has a lot more flotation to it. So she'll have the benefit of more float and a little bit less weight. and we'll see how that works out in these conditions.
You can also see that there's a sharp edge around the tail. Softer rails going up towards kind of from where her hand is going forward. All that pink looks like a nice soft rail. But that tail is going to be a really hard edge, which is going to make those turns a little bit sharper, which can be nice, you know, when you're surfing waves like this that are a little more challenging, a little bit chunky, maybe that wind's coming into factor and it's not so clean. But it also can be a little bit more something you have to keep in mind to slow things down a little bit and try and keep that grace and that control within your surfing, rather than knowing you can just push straight off the bottom and get those nice, hard, fast turns.
Yeah, that's a great point, and we do have a lot of competitions that are not allowing that hard edge. And so the hard edge kind of becomes a limiter as we have this great view of Emily Curry. Look at all that energy just rolling across. Having to kind of chase this whitewash down.
Yeah, just coming in from behind the section. Really curious to see if this wave now reforms for her, if it's going to give her any kind of section to work with. I liked the idea of her kind of moving around and putting herself in a different position. But now we're going to see if it actually pays off, because so far, not any work done. Just a really long ride and little bit of footwork. We did see that they had moved really far up the point, even from that last drone angle when we were looking at them way out there, and we could see the shoreline as Emily's looking for a quick hang 5 there. So it gets a little work done on the inside, but it's that outside section that's really going to matter. Nice deep takeoff and everything, but if you're just standing in that whitewater the whole time, there's no scoring potential. We did see the girls, though, just get pushed or just paddle themselves really far up around the top, mostly because of the previous heat being that there weren't so many waves caught. So we'll see if it's able to pay off with any waves of consequence and some good shape. As we see Cindy now up and riding on her second. Nice, smooth carve. Loving the position of her upper body here. And let's see, gets that quick hang 5, so that's crucial out the back work. Now setting it up through the inside here. Great use of that middle third of the board as well. I love that nice close stance. I'm a huge fan of longboarders that are surfing with their feet quite close together the entire time, as opposed to that wide stance. As we see Julia with another solid finish on the inside. And you can tell that she's a surfer that enjoys a bit of power in the wave.
Yeah, she's a shortboarder, so ripping surf skater. She's used to that transition. She loves that kind of aggressive attack. And she's taking these waves that somehow almost all of her waves have ended up in this really strong shore break. And she's just not giving up all the way through. It's great.
Yeah, I love that, conversation around her being a well-rounded surfer, surfing longboards, surfing shortboards as well. She grew up surfing on the Tuscan coast, which gave her a real love for longboarding because the waves didn't have quite as much energy there on the coast of Italy, just a little bit softer. And she really enjoyed riding longboards, and then decided to move to Portugal a bit later in life in her early 20s to give her an opportunity to just be in the water more. And now, the difference in power and the types of boards you want to be surfing in Portugal in comparison to the Tuscan coast of Italy, quite different.
Yeah, it's really amazing. And that's also kind of going to come into play with Hiroki Yoshikawa coming from Japanese surf, which primarily, except for the typhoon season, we kind of have some semi-soft conditions and smaller waves coming into this very, very punchy Sunzal Point wave.
All right, so we got some scores that have trickled through. Last of Julia, a 2.57, so that does increase her heat total. Checks in as her second highest score. I do love the fact, as we got to now see that full wave all the way through, that she made those connections through multiple sections, read that wave really well. Emily Curry currently sitting in second on a 3.67 was her first wave, that 2.23 her second wave. So again, the judges just reflecting that the work needs to be done out the back and then connected through and finished off on the inside, which she knows. I mean, she's definitely thinking about this entire heat, knowing Emily, the way she works in heat, the amount of longboarding events specifically that she's taken out massive wins in. She knows what she's looking for, and she just hasn't quite been able to find it so far. Cindy Portillo, on the other hand, the local, sitting in the lead. She's got that 4.5 that she opened up with, and she's now looking to put herself in a different position than the rest of the two.
I love this, as Red's got pick of the pack, as we've seen, basically out of every set, it's down to about 1 to 2 of the better waves, and then the rest ends up with all of that water left over from those first 2 waves of the set. So if you're in third priority, you're going to get the deeper, kind of slower wave. So it's worth it for her to spin around as we have Emily actually having some face to
Now
do with.
this is the wave that Emily's been waiting for. So great check turn to start. Sets that line, finds that nose ride. Quick hang 5. Nice composed upper body. Quick cross steps. Locked in hang 5. Now that's a dedicated nose ride on the second one. You can see those toes fully wrapped over the nose as well. Sets herself back up into the pocket. Nice trim line as she looks for another critical section as that wave stands up for her a little bit more in front. Nice little bounce off the foam. Those are the moments that just feel so good as a longboarder when you get those little rebounds, bounce off the foam and come back down again, find that momentum. And that's the wave she's been waiting for. Now she's got 2.5 minutes on the clock, Ben. You think she's going to make that long paddle back out?
Yeah, it looks like she's got that on her mind, actually. Yeah, but that was an amazing ride. And yeah, getting in these conditions, especially getting that locked-in nose ride. We've seen taps, which still count, making to the nose, but really committing and sticking to the nose.
And a solid nose ride out the back. So quick but committed in a really challenging section. You can see the speed that Cindy was flying into on that wave. Beautiful footwork as well. I am so appreciating her style. That use of the rail to just set herself up with that S-turn out the top. Another nose ride. Loses a little bit of control there is the only thing. You can see that water shooting off the nose. But that was a really well-surfed wave from the beginning. And this is turning out to be a really exciting heat now in the last couple of minutes. Now that we've seen Emily finally find the wave she was looking for, the type of wave, let's take a look at this and do a little comparison of those two.
I love this different angle. So she puts it on rail right there. She can see this thing building up, gets those steps, gets that 5 up there, drawing it back, being really patient, and now she sees this critical section. That's where she really sticks it in. That's going to be the majority of her nose riding points on that wave as she draws it back and just really sticking with this energy. Everything's moving smoothly. Not a ton of wall in front of her, but just enough to get that tip time and keep it on rail. And she gets that little inside tap with one more here, walking off in the beach. She is really got to be pretty happy to find that one. As we had Cindy, I love this. She gets that 5 up on top of this double up. Pretty risky section right there. She comes zooming down, and she's her critical sections are basically on the top of a separate wave on the bottom half, which is insane. And it would be a spot that's pretty easily to lose the board. That's the spot that you were saying that it looked like she lost a bit of control, but she basically motored through the backwash. And so it wasn't quite a pearl. It was actually a wave coming at her that she just drove on through and was able to stick to it. That was so impressive.
Yeah, that board looks so good under her feet as well. I love the choice of equipment to be riding out here today. Now, Emily Curry has just dropped in the single highest score of the heat so far, a 5.33, similar to what we saw from the likes of Indy Hoffman in that first heat. Cindy Portillo has answered back with a 4.53, so just below Emily's highest score, but she does gain the lead once again. Now Emily sitting with a 3.70 requirement, and I can hear the buzzer sounding. We can see the timer has clicked down. Not enough time for Julia to be able to get herself into that last wave, chasing a 6.27, and it will be the El Salvadorian who takes away the win in Cindy, with Emily in second for Great Britain. And we're going to have a great local interview coming up soon. And we've got Sam and Rachel to jump in the booth for the next few heats of the women's action.
We are Team South Africa, and welcome to the opening ceremony of the ISA World Longboard Championships in Surf City, El Salvador.
Thank you to all the delegations, to your federations, to the athletes, to the families and friends that supported all of them at home. Enjoy everything. Good luck in the competition. Go home as ambassadors of beautiful El Salvador.
Somos el equipo de España de Longboard, estamos en El Salvador, en la playa del Sunzal, para la ceremonia en las arenas, que es algo muy especial también dentro del evento.
The 2023 Surf City El Salvador ISAWorld Longboard Surfing Championship open!
Welcome back to the action. Thanks for tuning in from wherever you are around the world to the Surf City El Salvador 2023 ISA World Longboard Championship as we see Hiroka Yoshikara from Japan up against Raquel Bento from Portugal, Minamini Kramer from the wonderful state of Guam, and our surfer in white is going to be Sava Gerard from American Samoa. So fantastic mix, Guam, American Samoa, Portugal, Japan there. We move into 20-minute heats. We've just seen a really exceptional performance from our local surfer Cindy from El Salvador. Great display from the British surfer Emily Curry. She came in second, looking really smooth and strong on her double scoop skin dog surfboards. And another kind of important shaping culture we've got represented here is Raquel Bento for Portugal. Raquel's father is the great Luffy, one of the icons of Portuguese longboarding, one of the greatest longboard shapers in the world, who puts beautiful boards under the feet of a variety of international competitors and has an incredible drop knee. And I know that his daughter Raquel is also following in his footsteps using that drop knee. But live action right now, up and riding, it's our surfer from Japan, Hiroka, her first time representing Japan in an ISA event. I'm Sam Bleakley, joined in the booth by our 2015 Women's World Longboard Champion for the WSL, Rachel Tilley, and a silver medalist at the 2013 ISA World Longboard Championship.
I'm happy to be here, and we're into the women's round now, and it's so exciting seeing some of my friends and peers, fellow competitors out surfing today, and to see the local from El Salvador to win that heat. It's just the best to win in front of your home crowd. All the support there for her on the beach is the best to just come into. I'm so stoked for her.
Absolutely, and she really surfed beautifully. It was a really great battle between Emily for second and Cindy who got first, but right now all of the surfers waiting to get that first ride. 16 minutes 20 seconds remaining. As I said, 20-minute heats. Those top two rides score. Surfers in first and second position move forward in the continuation of the main event, but the surfers in third and fourth stay in the event in the repechage as we get the replay of our surfer from American Samoa, Sava, the 20-year-old, based in Oceanside, up and riding. Nice trim there. What do you think of this, Rachel?
Oh, those were beautiful, tight cross steps. I actually thought she wasn't going to take one more step up at the nose. I thought that would have been a great hang five there, but she fit one more cross step into there and did a really tight five. So really beautiful there. You can see she's on her Michael Takayama, surfing really loose on the tail, and she's looking just really comfortable. I feel like if you've been watching all day, the thing that's been coming out of my mouth is talking about how tricky it is out there. I'm really just trying to highlight what these surfers are doing, how easy and beautiful they are. Surfing is not easy to do. So that was a nice opening ride for Sive, and she opened that with a 4.33. A great way to start the heat.
So Sive, based in Oceanside, is she a surfer, although she represents American Samoa, that you see around California?
Yeah, so I've competed with her growing up. She's a bit younger than me, but we have shared heats before, shared events before. Last summer we surfed in a few events in Oceanside together, so she is someone who came onto my radar really last summer, and I was just so impressed with her surfing. She's going to be a real threat in this event and as she continues to get older.
And flying the flag for American Samoa, she'll be really proud, and she's got, a bit of a team behind her.
Yeah, absolutely. She actually has her sister and her brother competing on the team with her for America Samoa. So that would be a really fun experience for all of them to be here together. I know we have a few brother teams here with the Australian team and the Portugal team, but this is, I think, the only sister team that we have. Of course, their brother is here surfing with them too.
And she's up and riding now. 4 steps to the tip, gets another beautiful nose ride and navigates the chop there. You can see board weight really an advantage in the way she was able to just smoothly glide through that choppy section. Quick, tight, fast footwork. Beautiful surfing from our American Samoan based in Oceanside. That's a busy start for her. So she drops a 4.33 as we see live action with Raquel Bento, the goofy footer. Luffy's daughter up and riding, moves herself back to the tail there, on this nice section, she should be able to use that drop knee setup, which she does, and she's just again finding that steep wall. This wave was a bit of a wider one, but at least she's got a ride under her feet, that opportunity to wash away the nerves.
Yeah, we're finding it, the heats are getting a bit slower. There's lower wave counts in these later heats that we've seen over the last few heats. So just to stand up and get your feet in the wax and hopefully just feel comfortable that when that opportunity does come, it's so important to capitalize on it and surf it well because of the lack of wave selection or the lack of wave opportunity there is in these more high tide heats in the afternoon.
And with that, Rachel, we're going to go down to the beach because the winner of our last heat, local legend Cindy, she just took that win in heat number 2.
Yes, she did, Sam. Here with Cindy Portillo. She's from Las Flores originally, the other side of the country, great waves over there, but she's competing here in El Sunsal. I'm going to ask her the question in Spanish and translate back. First question is going to be, what's it like competing in an environment where everybody's supporting her? Cindy, para empezar, muchas felicidades. ¿Cómo se siente el ambiente de competir aquí en El Salvador cuando toda esta gente te está apoyando a ti?
Muchas gracias. La verdad es muy emocionante. La vibra se siente hasta el agua. Todos los salvadoreños están acá y ya, muy feliz.
So she said that first of all, super exciting. She can definitely feel the good vibes and the high vibes from everybody else. And then competing here at home, second to none. Second question going to be, after the PASA Games, disappointing performance there, what are her expectations for her here at home? Después de un resultado algo pobre para ti en los eventos PASA en Panamá, ¿tus expectativas aquí en casa cuáles son?
Mis expectativas es llegar lo más lejos y aprovechando que estamos en casa y mostrar el talento salvadoreño que tenemos.
More than anything, get as far as she can and demonstrate that there's a lot of talent here in the local beaches of El Salvador. Muchas felicidades y buena suerte en adelante.
Gracias.
Bringing the El Salvador vibes alive. Fantastic surfing there from Cindy. She takes the win. She'll progress into round 2 as we continue heat number 3, round 1. Haruka Yoshikawa has dropped to 5.33. The regular footer from Unjuko Chiba, just a couple of hours outside of Tokyo, is looking very strong. Representing Japan for the first time, Natsumi Teoka has often beaten her through to the opportunity to represent her home nation. So Hiroka really proud to be here, but she's now moved into second position because Siva has dropped to 2.83, added to that 4.33. So American Samoa out in the lead and Japan out in second as we see Raquel Bento with priority.
Yeah, Hiroka is someone that I expect to see really great things in this event. She is such a strong surfer. Like you said, Natsumi is another one of the girls from Japan that we often see in these events. Both of them are staples on the WSL tour. So the fact that she opened up with a 5.33 is just the beginning, I think, of her campaign here.
5 times Japanese champion, Hiroka. But coming up next, that's Ana out of Peru, Ana Benitez. She's a 24-year-old from Lima. So she's going to be surfing in a very exciting heat with Ninka Dunmaier from the Netherlands and Carlota Yogi from Spain. 3 surfers in that next heat, heat number 4. But right now it's these 4 surfers on your screen as we move into the last 10 minutes. We've got Seva out there in the lead with that 4.33 and that 2.83. Hiroka, she's got a 5.3 and wants to get that second score on the board. Needing just a 1.83 to move into first. Minamini Kramer, she's got a 1.57 and a 1. And Raquel Bento's got a 2.0. Plenty of time for those 2 big scores. And how have the conditions really kind of changed through the afternoon, Rachel?
Wow, well, we've seen a big difference as the tide and wind have come up. The wind being more of an onshore direction, so just adding more bump to the face of the waves. And the high tide has caused it to become a little bit more inconsistent. And so we're seeing less waves being ridden. And there are still some really good waves coming through, but because they're more infrequent, it is so important for priority to be used by these surfers strategically. We saw that in the heat, the first heat of the women's with Indy Hoffman catching 2 waves. She caught one at the beginning and then at the end of the heat, and just capitalized on that priority usage to lead her to the win.
That was a really big set, and that just demonstrates the carnage that can be caused when you get those sneaker sets. Raquel Bento, she had to really scramble to get underneath that. The next 2 women, they just pinched their boards over the top, and you can really see the pullback in those bigger sets. That was a wide one, everybody out of position, but even if they were in position, that didn't look like it had great scoring potential because it broke quite wide.
Yeah, those ones that are breaking quite wide don't have the same ability to have a running face in front of them for the surfers to use. They tend to be a little bit more shouldery, and so therefore not as much opportunity to find nose rides, and that's what the judges really want to see, especially out the back.
So, live action here as we see our surfer from Guam up and riding a steep, sucky section. You can really see the power in the wave there from Minami. She takes the wipeout. She's going to add to that 1.57 in that one. Might not go into her top 2 as we see Liv Stokes on the left. A brilliant surfer from Canada who just comes off the back of a silver medal at the Pan American Games qualifiers, and that's a really strong result. And we can expect this is a good opportunity for Liv to go very far, potentially threaten for a medal.
For sure, as we see Minami on another one. Oh, unfortunately coming unstuck there. But for Liv, she is another surfer from Orange County, California. I've grown up with surfing with her as well, and she's representing Canada for this event and has been representing Canada, like you said, just last week was at the Pan American Games representing them and getting that silver medal. So going into an event with that type of confidence and that type of result behind you would feel really encouraging and give her more confidence.
As we see live action, nice cutback from Saver. Beautiful setup for this cleaner faced wave. Great choice of wave. She's got something to really work with here. Putting in that drop knee. She's setting herself up. She's just snaking, rising, climbing, eyeing up that opportunity to cross step up to the nose. There's the stall. There's 2 steps. Cuts back again. Not able to find a nose riding opportunity on that wall, but I like the body language in the setup, the eyeing up the opportunities for those nose rides. So Saver in first position, looking to replace that 2.83. She might well do that, and it might put further pressure on our surfer from Japan, Guam, and Portugal.
Absolutely, that was not a big wave, but clean-faced wave, and those are really important out here at the moment to find those, and those kind of tend to be in between sets. We just saw that massive set go past, and that kind of calms the ocean. There's like a little, 1 minute window after something like that, after a set washes through, that kind of just flattens the ocean, so any waves that come after that tend to be quite calm and nice, and that we saw Siva just capitalize on.
So you just gone past the judges stand. There's all the flags of the nations. There's the media center, and we're just moving down to El Tunco. There's La Bocana just further down, and come on down, come and watch. We've got a big event later in the month, the World Surfing Games, that's going to primarily be based at La Bocana there. We can just see El Tunco, the left, breaking before the rock. As we continue down that coast, you get to Punta Roca, which is a faster, suckier wave, but La Bocana, a brilliant A-frame wave with a fast right and a shorter left. And then as you veer off left into this river, you can walk up into El Tunco, and there is a really lively center of incredible guest houses, cafes, restaurants, El Salvadorian beach culture at its best. There's really good live music, a lot of good energy. The government have transformed this country into a coastline full of surf tourism excitement. The waves were always here, but what it needed was that stimulation from the government to support all of these providers of accommodation, food, and of course, on your screens, live action right now, we have our surfer from Japan looking to replace that 0.2 on a big wave here. Hiroka Yoshikara up to the nose, finds the 5, pedals back, deals with the bounce. You can really see how bouncy it is and how these women have really got to use that power in their legs and control that footwork so they can get that board on rail at the right moment and strike those nose ride opportunities whenever they can.
Yeah, and she handled that really well. Being able to even navigate cross-stepping across that bump and find her way up to the nose was really impressive and very crucial to getting a score that she needs to go into first, which obviously first and second are both advancing positions, but it's always better as a competitor to be sitting in that first position because you don't have Minami and Raquel then right on your heels as much.
Clean section for Minami, walks up to the front of the board, pedals back to the tail, and then she's just going to have to control this suckier section. She's looking to replace a 1.20, but Hiroka Yoshikara has moved into first position, dropping a 3.30, adding to that 5.33. It's going to feel great for our surfer from Japan. I think she could stand a good chance of being a medalist, Hiroka. If she builds momentum, we know that she's got the skills to go all the way.
Absolutely. She has some of the finest footwork there is. She does really nice tight 5s and 10s, which the judges love. And she just often never seems to fall in critical sections of waves, as we saw in that last wave, how she just handled that bump. So she will definitely be a contender.
Raquel Bento up and riding, live action, looking to get her second score. She's got a 2.0. She needs a score of a 5.16 to move up into first position. She's speeding through this section. Nice turn, and it bounces her off the board. So she might well change her situation. She'll certainly get now 2 scores on the board. A 5.16 is what she needed to move up into first, but we'll wait for that score as we see La Bocana, which will be the site of the 2023 World Surfing Games later in the month. But right now we're here at the World Longboard Championship, which is just up the coast at El Sunzal. And the difference between La Bocana and El Sunzal is La Bocana is more of an A-frame, more of a shortboard wave with a sucky wall and a big opportunity for air sections and radical carving surfing, whereas you can really see the lay of the land up towards El Sunzal offers that point break. And all of these different providers of accommodation really represent a full spectrum of affordable, cheap guest houses and high-end family-orientated hotels. So it's really inspiring to see how the development of surf tourism in El Salvador has really supported all levels in the community and economy, from local providers of services to big international resorts.
Absolutely. It's been such a pleasure to be here as we see Siva on a wave looking for a 4.31 in the final minute of the heat.
So Siva is absolutely on fire on this ride. As you say, looking for a decent score, but looking nice and lively, setting herself up through this inside section. Great footwork, great use of that foot on that inside engage rail when required, and then finds that 5. Can she ride out of this? She does, in a really heavy section on the inside, but navigates it beautifully and might well push for that 4.31 as we see live action from Hiroka, our heat leader. Rachel, she's looking to replace a 3.30 as we move into the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, we didn't see that bottom turn to take off, but when we did swing back to her, she was already on the nose, so I wonder how long she was on for that. Unfortunately coming unstuck on that last nose ride, but she did some decent work that might replace her 3.3.
So Siva gets a 3.90, so it doesn't put her into first, but up and riding Minami, she needs a 6.46 to move up into first. She's got a couple of 1s. Nice turn through the inside, controlling that board beautifully, pedaling back to the tail. So this could be her highest scoring ride of the heat, but it probably won't change the situation and move her up into first. It's going to be Hiroka Yoshikara that takes the win. Congratulations, Siva Gerard, representing American Samoa, finishing in second. Raquel Bento and Minamini Kramer, they will continue in the event, moving into the repechage rounds. As we move on to heat number 4, it's going to be Peru, the Netherlands, and Spain, live from Surf City, El Salvador, for the continuation of the ISA World Longboard Championship. Welcome back to the land of volcanoes and right-hand point breaks. El Salvador high up there in the hills. What a beautiful sight to see as we get to really appreciate the rainforest environment that is packed in this tropical destination, the smallest country in Central America, but as far as support for surf tourism and international surf events, unrivaled on the global scale at the moment for an incredible investment into the beautiful art of wave riding.
Yeah, we are so lucky and happy to be here. All the surfers are so stoked, and there's just been so much to see. I know Sam Christensen, the surfer from South Africa, his boards arrived a bit late, and so he took the opportunity to do some exploring and hiked up to the top of one of the volcanoes. So much to do, so much to see, and the surfers and we are just having a great time.
And you can really see how the wind has just affected the waves in the afternoon here, but you can see that kind of finger of cobblestones, the point break set up at El Sunzal as we kick off this heat number 4, round 1, with Ana Benitez from Peru, Ninka Doenmeyer from the Netherlands, and out of Spain we have Carlota Jauregui. She's a very good surfer. Ninka, very classic stylist, also based herself in Spain. She runs a really fantastic organization called Single Fin Surf Travel, doing a lot of incredible high-end specialist longboard coaching and even longboarding retreats. And later in the year, I know she's got Chloe Calmon coming over to host a longboard retreat in Cantabria, North Spain. For Peru, we got Ana Benitez. No surfers have ridden a wave yet, but it looks like our surfer in the red vest, Ana, is having a little look, but it might well be Ninka Doenmeyer from the Netherlands who has a closer look at that, but neither of them go for it. Plenty of time left, Rachel. It's been a great day, and Ninka is someone I love to watch. I'm looking forward to her kicking off this heat if she gets the chance.
Yeah, and it looks like she's not going to take that one. But what you were saying before, the surf trip that her and Chloe are going to be doing later this year, that is such an awesome opportunity for anyone who gets to attend that. What a awesome group of girls to spend time with, to learn longboarding underneath. So much talent there, and I'm jealous of that.
Yeah, she does a lot of great longboard coaching there in North Spain, but obviously she's surfing for her homeland of the Netherlands. She's a multiple winner of the Salinas Longboard Festival, and she's also won the single and unattached event in the Philippines. As we see live action, Carlota is on the shoulder, but it's Ninka Doenmeyer with 2 steps to the middle of the board, back, looking to just see if there's a reform opportunity on this wave. Hits the eject button, recognizes that there's no more scoring potential, but one wave ridden and she'll be more relaxed. But talking of relaxed, someone who is going to be feeling very good, having booked herself a spot in round 2, Hiroka Yoshikawa is with Ben Way.
Thank you, Sam, Rachel. So I'm here with Hiroka Pirotan Yoshikawa from Onjuku, Japan. Mazu omedetou gozaimasu. So my first question is going to be, all of our local breaks, I say our because I used to be her neighbor, but all of our local breaks are quite different than this big long point break. So I'm going to ask her if she did any changes to her normal equipment. 地元の千葉、タイトビーチ、御宿、マリブ、鴨川でもこういう長いポイントブレイクあまりないから、いつも乗ってる板とちょっとチューニングしましたか？
いつも乗っている板を持ってきました。普段は御宿というビーチブレイクの小さい波を乗っているので、ここの波はすごくパワフルで力があって難しかったんですけど、ついてからすごく練習してきたので少しずつ調子は上がっているかなと思います。
So she said she brought her normal board that she always uses, and she said this place is so powerful, so much speed. It was pretty difficult at first, but little by little practicing out here, it just got that much easier. Sakihodo, so the second question is going to be Kai from her team, Kai Hamase, also won his heat. So I'm going to ask her what they think about the gold, or the team gold that's up for grabs at the end of this competition. Sakihodo, Kai Hamase mo yusho shite, それで青ピロタンも日本のチームのゴールメダルも目指してますか？
目指してます。今回は日本チームも一緒にいるのですごく心強くて、会からすごくアドバイスをもらったりして試合に挑みました。
So I asked her if she was going for the gold medal for the team. She said definitely she's super stoked to be here with the Japanese team, and she said Kai also gave her a lot of advice before the heat. それではお父さんのリュウジさんと応援している方によろしく応援メッセージお願いします。
日本から応援してくれてる皆さんありがとうございます。次のヒートも頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。ありがとうございます。
音熟アップ。
ありがとう。
Congratulations, Hiroka. She's already a 5 times Japanese champion, rides her father's built boards, Ruji shapes, and this is her first time representing Japan. She's doing great. She's on a roll. Ana Benitez for Peru. Her first wave of this 20-minute heat. 2 steps. Is she going to get the opportunity for 4? There it is. 4 steps up to the nose. A nice crisp 5. A nice solid second hold on that nose. A third nose ride in the pocket. I love the line she took. She stayed true to that trim line. Didn't deviate. Trusted she'd get the nose riding opportunities. And she has. And Rachel, I think she's looking beautiful on this ride.
Yeah, that was a great nose ride to open up with. She looked stable, confident, didn't waver at all. And so I think the judges will really like that, as it's getting harder to find those nose ride sections out there. As we see Chloe come on the screen getting her jersey, I think she's going to be dropping some excellent scores in this next heat. She's such a powerhouse of a surfer.
I hope her parents are tuning in. Miguel and Anna, welcome to El Salvador. I know you'll be right behind your daughter. She just comes off the back of winning that gold medal in the Pan American qualifiers in Santa Catalina, Panama. She's a regular contender for world titles. Chloe Calmon out of Macumba Beach, Rio de Janeiro, one of the smoothest, silkiest longboarders we have ever known. This is going to be a real exciting opportunity for Chloe to take gold for Brazil.
Yeah, and I think in conditions like these where it's really bumpy, really tricky, she's a surfer that's just going to make it look really effortless and easy.
She's very versatile. She adapts. She always has a strong quiver of Cabone new advanced boards built by the father-son duo. Of course, Neko, an iconic shaper, and Marcelo, the son, is also kind of following in his footsteps. And what I always see from Chloe is that she comes with a quiver that ticks all of those boxes for versatility. She can paddle out on those narrow-tailed boards when it's bigger if she needs to, or she can use her wider-tailed, square-tailed boards in the smaller conditions. And you just feel like her all-around capability is going to really favor the bigger surf that we might have later in the week here in Surf City.
Yeah, absolutely. She's a surfer that can surf in it all, and I like the look of her board there, that square tail, but kind of pulls in at the last little bit of right before, the end of the tail, and that's going to be really crucial for staying loose on her turns. But it keeps that width kind of, in the middle of the board, middle tail of the board, that will be really helpful for locking in during those nose rides.
And she comes off the back of a silver in 2018 at the ISA World Longboard Championship in Hainan, Ryuan. And she comes off the back of a bronze the following year in 2019 in Côte de Basque, Biarritz. So will this be Chloe Calmon's year, as we see Carlotta for Spain up and riding? She's got a smooth section ahead. The wave's starting to clean up a little bit as we move into that afternoon conditions. Great footwork, finds that touch of the 5. Again, like Anna, we see that confidence to just keep that trim line and trust that with that good trim line, she will get those opportunities to lock a nose ride.
Yeah, unfortunately that one didn't line up quite as much, although she was patient and waiting for it. She showed that she has nice footwork, was confident with her footwork, so with another opportunity of a wave that will line up a little bit more, we could be seeing her get a score that she'd like to take to the end of the heat with her.
So Ana Benitez for Peru, she gets a 4.77. I really enjoyed that surfing. I just enjoyed the confidence that she just stood tall, she stood confident, she kept in trim, and then got 3 multiple critical nose rides. What was missing perhaps to get that wave higher than a 4.77?
It was probably there wasn't as much opportunity to add some diversity of maneuvers with some turns. I think the higher scores of the day we've been seeing have been multiple nose rides and multiple turns. Obviously, this is a long right-hand point. So based on earlier heats today where we've kind of comparing that scale across the day, surfers earlier were able to get nose ride, turn, turn, nose ride, turn, nose ride, turn. The waves are a little bit shorter of a ride today, or now.
Carlotta up and riding. She's looking to add to that 2.93, a smaller wave there. Just footwork revealed, no nose ride so far, but she's still going on this wave, and she might well get the reform connection as it gets bouncy and bowly, and just that higher tide backwash just having a little hit of the board there.
Yeah, and I think that one was more to just get her feet in the wax anyways. Now I think with 10 minutes remaining, she has a couple small scores on the board. She's sitting in second place. At this point, she only needs a 1.8. Well, that actually puts her into first place, with red only needing a 0.19. So I think better for her now to head out the back, get into a priority situation, and wait for something that will be a little bit stronger of a score.
So this is interesting because we got Anna in second priority, Ninka in first priority, but Ninka's sitting considerably further inside of Anna. What's the advantages of taking that position for Ninka in first priority?
Well, really, I don't know if it's necessarily advantage. Actually, if Anna is looking for a wave, Ninka could just turn around and take it if she doesn't want Anna to get another good wave. But that's usually strategies used kind of at the end of the heat when you're trying to hold someone off of the wave. I actually think Ninka is just sitting kind of where she wants to. When you're in second priority, though, that's usually when you go and try and sit just inside of the person in first priority, because they have the first pick, and then you can, whatever they don't take, you're then sitting behind them to take whatever they didn't take. But it looks like they just have completely different strategies here, as we see both of them paddling in deeper, and Anna's kind of sitting farther out and wider, waiting maybe for a little bit of a set. With those girls paddling over, you see her kind of moving, but let's look at where all their positioning, how it affects this wave coming in.
Absolutely. This is really interesting, Rachel, because we've got Ninka in first priority, Anna just coolly knee paddling out to the shoulder. It's a bigger set, so all of the women have been caught off guard with their positioning, but these bigger sets haven't really had big scoring potential, so they're not the ones that the surfers are genuinely looking for in today's conditions.
No, not really a loss of opportunity with that one. As you can see, that shoulder not providing much opportunity at all to do any nose rides, or really the surfer would just be standing there kind of turning slightly in the pocket. As we see Anna paddling for this one, not getting it, so most likely doesn't look like Carlotta's in third priority quite yet, so she might not lose her second priority.
Absolutely. That's exactly the reason, isn't it? Because she's not deemed in the lineup, therefore she's not in the priority position. So Anna maintains second priority. Ninka had a look at that wave. Do you think she's going to lose priority?
I don't know if she committed enough to that. I think commitment is 3 paddles for a wave. That was kind of like one paddle look and then pulled out and tried really hard to go, actually I wasn't looking at that wave seriously. This is a commitment here, so if she doesn't catch this, that will be a change of priority. But
high line for Ninka Doenmeijer from the Netherlands. 4 beautiful steps there. Has to pedal back to the tail. Body language demonstrating there that she knows that wave didn't have that open face that she was hoping for. But Ana Benitez again with that lovely trim line locked in for a second hang 5. 6 tight, crisp, clean cross steps back to the tail. I love her footwork and her control. Puts that board on rail, really demonstrating a kind of confidence that she trusts those nose ride lines, but then now mixing up some rail turns with a cross step turn, looking to add to that 4.77.
Yeah, that absolutely will add into her score line. And talking about positioning, we saw Ninka go deeper with her first priority. She went sat deep and unfortunately sat a little too deep for the wave that she ended up taking. It closed out in front of her, where Anna, although she was sitting second priority, and oftentimes you'll see them shadow first priority, she kind of sat exactly where she wanted to sit, and the wave, she knew what she was looking for, and that wave ended up coming to her and lining up nicely for her.
Here's our heat leader, Carlotta, up on a really big overhead wave. You could see how hard that was to navigate the bounce. It was quite a late takeoff as well, so from the very get-go, you just felt like she was battling against that ride.
Yeah, there was a lot of bump on the face of that wave, which, as we keep saying, it's not easy. So when Anna catches a wave as gracefully as she just did, it's just showing actually how good of a surfer she is.
Yeah, I'm really impressed with Anna. I've seen Anna compete over the years, but I've seen a level of confidence and composure in the way she's ridden those first two rides that for me demonstrates someone who's really matured in her surfing approach.
Yeah, as we see this one, we're just going to see those bumps just at the bottom of the wave. The thing with, I had a similar experience yesterday on a wave like that. It's just so bumpy and so much speed, where Ninka is navigating a little bit more, just wiped that speed off.
So Ninka, I must express how much of a great surfer Ninka is. I've seen her compete and free surf around Europe for a long time, and at her best, incredible. But what I'm seeing from Ninka is nerves. I just think she's got flustered, she's had a slow start, and it's very difficult sometimes to dig yourself out of that situation if you've had a slow start.
And you know what? It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon local time. It is going, there's still like another hour to go for high tide. It's onshore. It is so confusing out there. I was surfing around this time yesterday out there, and just trying to figure out where to sit was so confusing. And I was thinking, wow, the surfers that are going to be at this time today are going to have their work cut out for them in wave selection, in trying to figure out where to sit to get those waves that will line up. So unfortunately, it's kind of getting the better of Ninka at the moment, but she only needs a 3-2-1, and there are 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. She's basically back out in the lineup. Plenty of time and opportunity to get one that will turn her heat around.
So Ana Benitez in second priority chooses not to go. Neither does Carlotta in first priority. Ana just has had such a composed, cool heat. Only 2 waves ridden, both in the high 4s. She's raising her arms there. She's probably just asking if the priority situation might have changed because of the movement she saw from Carlotta. So that for me already represents the hunger in Anna, that she wants to play the game, she wants to win priority, she's here to do business.
Absolutely, as we see Anna really fighting for this and not getting into that one. And so as we see, kind of like that situation before, Ninka has not been awarded third priority yet, so it doesn't affect Anna, but she is trying to just be in her own space. She's working, she's paddling really hungry, not needing a score right now. I think actually she can just sit and relax and know that she can be sitting quite confident right now.
Absolutely, yeah, she's started the heat in a cool, composed way, but now she's suddenly gone a little bit too busy when she doesn't need to be busy.
Yeah, and actually what that might tell me is when she was waving her arms, I know some of the surfers have been struggling to hear the situation and time out there. She might not know how in the lead she is. She doesn't know that second place needs a 6.77 to overtake her. So she's probably thinking, well, if I only have like 2 minutes remaining, I'm just going to try and put everything at it and scramble to get another opportunity to up my score line. She doesn't know what the situation is.
So Carlotta in second needs a 6.77 to move into first. She's in second priority. Ninka Dunmeyer, she needs a score of 3.39 to move up into first position. So Ninka has had those low scores. I know the surfing potential is there in full force, but she's just been a bit unlucky with a slow start and a couple of good sets where she was just a little bit too deep to get out on the open face and display the type of nose riding that she's famous for.
Well, you know what, if she's been surfing at all earlier in the day, that is where the surfers have been sitting a little bit deeper and finding that wave to open up for them and nose ride across that face, where now with this tide change, it's kind of surfing, it's breaking on a different part of the reef, and so it's causing the waves to close out a little bit. And I think she's probably going, oh, this isn't what it's looked like the past few times. And so we're seeing her trying to figure out the lineup in real time, which is difficult to do during a heat with that pressure.
Here's Anna looking for her third scoring wave. She's up and riding. She fades deep into that wave, sets herself up in a high trim line, 6 steps up to a stretch 5, touches the nose and walks back to the tail. It's not going to go into the top 2, but we've already seen some great surfing from Anna from Peru, getting 4.77 and a 4.93. So now she leaves the situation open for Carlotta and Ninka. Ninka needs pretty much a high 3, pretty much a 4, and Carlotta needs a near 7 to move up into first position. But just 20 seconds remaining, and there's a little bit of a set coming through. Ninka is staying busy. She's got priority. Is she going to be able to catch this one? It looks like from there she's going to really have to put every ounce of muscle into that wave, and there's not quite enough time. So Ninka will move into the repechage rounds. Anna and Carlotta will stay in the main event. But from one South American to another, kicking off heat number 5, we have the mighty, brilliant, goofy footer Chloe Calmon. She is surfing against Claire Parsons for Canada and Ruby Knox for Ireland. So Chloe would have enjoyed seeing her good friend Anna from Peru surfing so nicely there. That was a mature performance. But for me, this opportunity now to watch Chloe this is really going to potentially set a benchmark of what's possible in these bumpier afternoon conditions, because this is a woman who could go into the excellent range and just remind all the other surfers that yes, we might have some of these bumpier, challenging conditions, but look at me, we can still go excellent.
Yeah, she tends to be a surfer to drop excellent scores in every single heat, no matter how tricky or great the conditions are. She seems to be able to compose herself and pull it together and just put on a performance. So we expect to see that of her, but some good surfing overall that's going to be happening, I think, in this heat, with some surfers having a look at that wave, opting not to go.
So out back, it looks like Chloe Calmon is in position, chooses not to take that wave. So she's been here for long enough to train at this right-hand point break and know the types of waves she likes to go for. Takes a swing. She's pretty deep on this section, but it's going to give a real big opportunity for a strong start. Up and riding for Brazil, Chloe Calmon. Beautiful fade turn there. It's a bouncier, bowlier wave, so she's just eyeing up the opportunity for the reform, but recognizing that she needs to kick out. So Chloe will just start with a low score there, but she's going to feel out the lineup. The wave's a little bit peaky coming into this high tide, but Chloe gets a score under her feet, as does our surfer from Ireland, Ruby Knox, waiting for her score to drop. Claire Parsons also has a score soon to come through.
You know, and Claire and Ruby, both, Claire's from Canada, Ruby's from Ireland, both colder climates, used to surfing in 5-6 millimeter wetsuits. So I'm sure this is really nice and refreshing for them to be in a bathing suit and just feel free. I mean, actually, from you, Sam, coming from England, I'm sure it's actually a bit of a shock sometimes coming out of winter up in the northern hemisphere right now. I guess we're still in the northern hemisphere, but farther north. All these surfers would have come, you yourself would have come straight from a wetsuit type climate. How would they be feeling right now jumping straight into something not as coverage?
Absolutely, it's a big change. We'll talk about that in a minute as we see Chloe Calmon up and riding, silky smooth as she got the opportunity for that face. 2 waves, not really allowing much scoring potential, but Claire Parsons from Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, her favorite break, Lawrencetown Beach. She rides a Scott Anderson diamond tail, and of course her winters see water temperatures just above freezing, and you know the density of water just above freezing is so hard that a wipeout even in 5-degree waters is like hitting a sheet of ice. And you know, she's going to be used to wearing 6 mil of rubber in the winter, but you know, will warm up in the summertime. But I spoke to her the last couple of days, and she's just loving being in this tropical environment. The sense of freedom when you come from a surfing environment where you have to wear a lot of neoprene to keep warm, and you get that opportunity to surf in bikinis, board shorts, you just feel lighter, looser, sharper, faster, and it's the stuff you dream about as you're growing growing up as a surfer, the chance to come to a tropical paradise like El Salvador.
Absolutely. I mean, I think too, when you're wearing a 5mm wetsuit, 6mm wetsuit, the amount of weight that adds onto you too, and you're carrying that with every single paddle, you're lifting that with every stroke, and so with nothing on their arms right now, they'd be paddling feeling so much stronger. They'd be really strong paddlers, I think, because of that. It's kind of like cross-training of holding weights, while you're doing simple movements makes it that much harder.
Absolutely. Ruby Knox out of Castle Gregory, County Kerry, Ireland. Her favorite wave, the Peak in Eski. She rides endless fun surfboard. She's on a 9.4. She's the 2022 National Irish Longboard champion. She's got a great team behind her. We saw Tom Breen surfing brilliantly earlier in the day. Didn't get through the heat, but he put on a great show. And Tom, a real ambassador for Irish surfing. And as someone who has a bit of Irish in my blood, on my mum and my grandfather's side, it's I really love to see the Irish here at the world stage, and let me tell you, they're blessed with some of the most beautiful waves in the world. The convoluted coastline of Western Ireland delivers point breaks, reef breaks, slabs and beaches, and the culture of the Irish it's a great place to go on a surf trip. And I thoroughly recommend, if you want to kind of mix up your El Salvador tropical trip with something a bit more temperate, Ireland is way high up on that list.
All right, duly noted. And I think, and there we see the team representing and supporting their teammate on the beach.
Absolutely. There's Tom with the flag of Ireland flying high, waiting for Ruby Knox to add to that 1.0. Chloe Calmon, a couple of low scores, so of all that build-up for the mighty Chloe, we haven't really had the scoring potential on the two waves that she chose. So I really hope we do get to see her on a decent-shaped wave, so we can really enjoy a surfer who, in my own career as a commentator at international longboard events around the world, there has been no greater joy than watching Chloe compete, because in the heat of competition, you see things from Chloe that for me are just so dynamic that I often wonder how it's possible.
Yeah, she is a great surfer, but not only that, just a great competitor. Heat strategy, priority strategy, all of that, timing, confidence, she has all of that to her. But she's sitting the farthest out with third priority, so that wave wasn't really an option for her.
Claire Parsons up and riding from East Canada, sets a high line here, a lot of speed on that wave. One of the better shaped waves we've seen of this heat. We saw Chloe Calmon get those first two sets and not really have much scoring potential, but look at the speed that Claire Parsons is going at. She's going to get a speeding ticket through this section, Rachel.
Yes, she's trying to find her way up to the nose, unfortunately coming unstuck with that, but there is so much speed on these waves at the moment. I mean, yesterday I took off on a wave. I took off right in front of Shannon Hughes, and I was mid-bottom turn, like having so much speed, and I did the biggest belly flop, and it hurts so much of how fast I hit the water. So there is a lot that these surfers are dealing with out there. I think the positioning is a little bit tricky for them at the moment.
But someone who had perfect positioning, toes on the nose all the way for Peru, Ana Camilla Benitez, is with Mitchell.
Gaspar, a big heat win for her. I'm going to ask the same thing. Questions in English and translate in Spanish. Ana Camila, para empezar, muchas felicidades. Un mar muy complicado. Yo sé que la marea alta ya complicó mucho las cosas. ¿Cómo pudiste navegar un lugar como el Sunsal que cambia bastante dependiendo de la marea?
Bueno, con nuestro equipo, el equipo peruano, venimos entrenando ya desde el 4, desde el jueves. Entonces un poco que hemos tratado de entrar en todas las condiciones posibles para saber cómo reaccionar ante las situaciones, ¿no? Las diversas situaciones de El Salvador. La marea, bueno, venimos de un campeonato panamericano en Panamá y la marea cambiaba muchísimo. Acá ya no es tanto, entonces es adaptable igual, ¿no? Pero sí.
Well, first of all, I asked her about the changing tides and how much it affects here at El Sunsal. She said they're coming from Panama, from the ISAsurfing games. Big tide changes over there, too. So she was kind of used to the different tide changes here in El Salvador and especially at El Sunsal. Second question is going to be why she decided not to become a veterinarian and now decided to study communications in school. ¿Decidiste no ser veterinaria? Explícanos el por qué y por qué decidiste estudiar comunicación en la escuela.
amo demasiado los animales, pero la sangre me marea, no sé, algo, me deja débil. Entonces los laboratorios, sufría en las clases de laboratorio. Entonces, nada, soy artista también, me gusta el arte y tomar fotos y crear producciones audiovisuales, ¿no? Y bueno, eso es lo que ahora ha sido.
So she decided to stop going to vet school because she couldn't handle the sight of blood. She'd get lightheaded because of that, but she loves animals. She has a dog, but she studies communications in school, close to finishing, by the way, and she's also an artist. Ana Camila, muchas gracias.
Gracias. Un saludo a mi mamá, a mi enamorado y un agradecimiento gigante a la Federación y al IPD por traernos y estar acá, el equipo peruano.
Viva Perú.
Fantastic and great surfing from Anna as we move into live action. Chloe Calmon with first priority. Claire Parsons, she drops a 1.77. Ruby Knox just with that 1.0. So the conditions very mixed at this stage of the tide. Not so many of those open face walls, but we've got a little set on the horizon as we see our deepest surfer in red, Chloe Calmon. Having a look, 3 times Brazilian champion, 2 times Pan American champion, 2 times Vans Invitational duct tape winner, 3 times World Surf League #2, up and riding now, 2 times ISA World Longboard medalist. Chloe Calmon gets the 5, pedals back from the tail, won't be a big score. We're going to see more from Chloe in the last 9 minutes as Ruby Knox has a look at that wave. What an interesting heat. I literally piled up the expectations so high on this heat, but the conditions not really allowing the surfers to really demonstrate what they can do.
Kind of like the commentator's curse. I think what I was saying before is the positioning is a bit tricky for the surfers here. There's kind of 2 peaks that are coming in at the moment. They're sitting on that deeper one, but when they take off on this deeper one, there's kind of a bit of a bump in between then that wider section, and it's closing it out on them, and they can't really get over that hump to get out to the second half of the wave. So we see this wave coming in. It'll be interesting to see with Chloe in second priority, but she's sitting widest, how this will go.
So we got a wave for Chloe Calmon. She's in position. She's not in first priority, but the other surfer's too deep. She's up and riding. 4 steps to the 5. Beautiful nose ride again. Another smooth nose ride. Grabs that rail, holding tight on her new advance single fin. She's just going to get herself back onto this open face section. Moves onto the tail. Sets herself up with 4 silky smooth tight cross steps. Again, another nose ride. Holds that 5. Gets that 10. Pedals back to the tail. Deals elegantly with that backwash, and nothing better than a smooth, clean kick out. Strong surfing from Chloe Calmon. What do you think, Rachel Tilley?
Yeah, we can hear some of the cheers on the beach from her fellow team. That was the wave she's been looking for. She was able to get onto that wider section we were just talking about that allowed her to get that nose ride through the middle to the end of the wave. So that should be looking better.
And what's so great about this, Rachel, is you might be going for a WSL world title against this woman later in the year. You're still hot as a elite competitor. How does it feel to see Chloe in this situation now, you working in the media, knowing that she's one of the best surfers in the world?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Chloe and I have shared many heats together and have had some great back and forth. So of course, I know she is an excellent surfer. I know her surfing, I think, by the back of my hand at this point when you surf against each other so much. And so I think she is holding the composure like she normally does in this heat. I like that she got that 10 later on in that wave. I think she gets it there. Yep.
That was nice.
That
really
was nice. She's like pointing a little bit towards the beach on that one. Not as much. The judges love to see when you're in the pocket and your board is more parallel to the beach rather than facing towards the beach. But the conditions are so tough, she's just making it happen.
Ruby Knox up and riding her second wave 2 score. She got a 1.0 there. She's going to add to that score. Nice couple of cross steps there. She takes a fall on that bouncy section. Chloe waiting for a score to drop. It's probably going to be a fairly solid score as we see Lucy Small coming up next for the Irukandjis, Australia, out of Denmark. Lucy Small now based in Sydney, and there's so much exciting stuff to say about Lucy. In fact, I will be handing over to Shannon and Ben Way for that next heat, and they're going to really enjoy watching Lucy surf, because she not only is she a great surfer and a great competitor, but she's also been doing so much for women surfing around the world in the last 5 years.
Absolutely, she's become quite a voice for women surfing and a proponent for just women surfing in the industry being respected and having the time and energy and support that it deserves.
Up and riding, Chloe Calmon from Macumba Beach takes a high line, 4 steps to a 5, locks that 5 beautifully, keeps those feet, that heel edge on that inside engage rail, and then redirects on a smooth sweeping setup turn, navigating that chop so elegantly and finding that last nose ride opportunity, with scores coming in at a 6.67 for that last ride. And this ride will obviously put her in a commanding situation, but we did see a really great bit of surfing from Claire Parsons, waiting for a score to drop for her.
As we see the Columbia team on the beach showing some team spirit for each other and support as their surfer's going to be paddling out into the next heat.
Absolutely, that's Marcela Gonzalez from Colombia. She is going to be heading out to surf against Lucy Small and Estella Hungerford from New Zealand, so you can stay tuned and enjoy that heat coming up very soon. They'll be starting in about 5 minutes, but we've got 4.5 minutes remaining, with Chloe Calmon looking to add to that 6.67. Chloe, only at the age of 28. This is her 14th year as a professional. She won her first Brazilian title age 14. She's got a silver in the ISA World Longboard Championship in 2018 and a bronze in 2019. And at the moment she trains with the National Olympic Training Center in Rio de Janeiro. So she is one of those surfers who will benefit massively from longboarding getting into the Olympic program.
Yeah, I think that would be really great to see. We're all really hopeful that that goes through, and we see this replay of her wave before. See that wave, she's pointing parallel to the beach, she's not pointing to the beach, and so that was a really nice hang 5, and I really like that bottom turn, really loose and flary in between the chop and the bump, getting that extra tap but not able to use that functionally to get back in. So I think that won't be as good as her 6.67 as we see Claire up and riding.
Nice nose ride from Claire Parsons. So she's looking to add to that 1.97 and replace that 1.77. Chloe drops a 4.93. So she's got that total score now of 11.60. That's combining those top 2 scores. Each wave scored out of 10 of that panel of 5 judges. The highest and the lowest eliminated, and then an average taken from the remaining 3 scores. 3 minutes remaining. Calmon out there in the lead. Claire Parsons is sitting in second position with a 1.97 and a 1.77. The door's open for Ruby Knox from Ireland. She just needs a 1.92 to change the situation around, and she's in second priority, and she's having a look at this wave. So our surfer from Ireland, Ruby Knox, has a look. She's not going to get that. So if Claire Parsons is going to be out back in time, the priority situation will change. But you can see on the board there that that number hasn't changed because Claire is not in the lineup. She's still paddling out from her last wave. So Ruby will remain in second priority. Chloe stays in first priority. Just 2 minutes remaining, and I'm so pleased to see that Chloe did get the campaign rolling after a slow start. Those first 3 waves, just 1.6, 0.83, 0.77. All of those waves didn't cooperate, but she just dug deep, stayed resilient, and then found that near excellent 6.67 and backed it up with a really strong 4.93.
Yeah, that 4.93 being awarded for that wave we just watched on the replay, and not going quite into the same range as that 6.67 because she didn't have the opportunity to kind of connect it through the inside like she did on that first wave, but doing some critical nose ride work and having that nice bottom turn after that cutback really flary. The judges would have liked that, so still would have awarded her that near 5.
Now, big question for you, Rachel, as we move into the last minute. Chloe, of course, she's been so close to world titles. She hasn't got that world title yet. You got a world title for WSL early in your career. You know, what type of pressure mounts up on someone like Chloe at this stage in her life, being so close to those world titles in the ISA and WSL?
Well, she's able to surf with no pressure at the moment, but I know she really wants it. She's really hungry for it. She works really hard. Actually, she was in El Salvador. We were talking yesterday, and she's telling me she was in El Salvador about a month ago training for the WSL event that will be happening in September. And while she was here practicing, it was announced that the ISA event was happening at the same wave. So, that the opportunity for her to be here and know that she was competing here in a month, she was stoked with that. But she works really hard. She's very hungry for it. She's putting the time in. So there is the pressure. It is frustrating to not have that yet, but her surfing is well deserving. It's just a matter of time, I think.
An incredible ambassador for not only longboarding but just surfing and wave riding. Chloe Calmon, waiting for a score to drop, might well be her strongest score. Claire Parsons has a look at that wave. She doesn't go on that wave. Ruby Knox waiting to paddle into this in the dying seconds. Is she going to get up in time? She's not able to catch it. So waiting for a score for Chloe. She'll stay in first position. Beautiful bit of surfing on that last ride. Claire Parsons will stay in second. Congratulations to the Canadian. Ruby Knox will move into the repechage round. But stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got more exciting heats coming up. We've got founder of Equal Pay for Equal Play, Lucy Small, out of Australia, here live from Surf City.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Championships. Out in the water, we have Lucy Small of Australia, Estella Hungerford of New Zealand, and Marcela Gonzalez of Colombia. Shannon and Ben here to call the action.
Yeah, so we've seen some great surfing, tricky conditions, but we have seen those scores push back up. So I think that high tide, kind of deep water bounce has started to kind of level out, make things a little bit smoother, help them connect that flow, and also kind of add to the grace and style of the riders.
Yeah, it's been great to see some of those better waves coming through. It's been challenging with the conditions shifting so much today. And you were talking about it earlier today, Ben, about the fact that on a days like these where the conditions are changing so much, it's important not to pay too much attention to heats that are running hours and hours before yours. Because really in that last 30 minutes before you paddle out, things can be wildly different.
It's basically changing every heat, and we're really lucky to have this much surf. It's still a beautiful point break as we see red.
Lucy Small now up and riding. So we've already got a couple small scores on the board. She's got a 2.67. Quick steps up to the nose, gets close, doesn't quite get that locked in hang 5. You can see there that Lucy's got some tape on her ankle. She just rolled her ankle in Manly at the WSL Longboarding Qualifying Series event, so she was feeling a bit questionable whether or not she should really be competing on it, but she did say just about an hour ago to me that she's feeling really good today. She feels like that ankle's been healing up over the last few days, and it looks like it's not affecting her too much at all.
No, right up the nose. Nice tight steps. She redirects. You can see that big wide section was coming. She had to stay with the power of this wave to let it build up. Gets a quick tap down here. Now redirecting. Kind of being patient. She can tell. I think that was a different wave. That was the earlier score. So that was the 2.67 that we just saw.
So getting caught up on a couple of waves here. We've got a score to drop for this wave as we take a look at the replay for first of blue, Estella. Nice rail work. Hasn't really gotten that footwork into the conversation, which is really important. As we take a look now at the Colombian in Marcela, with a great bit of speed rolling through on this first section. Nice couple steps forward. Gets close to that nose, but still was probably about 5 inches off of a proper nose ride. And gets that footwork coming back, though, so nice clean footwork. And we'll take a look once again at this last wave of Lucy.
Okay, yeah, so this is the last one. I really like this. She navigates over these mid-sections where you can see it kind of doubling up and getting deep. It would have been very easy to get pushed over the back of the wave had she not have kind of stayed in that center glide position. And she glides in, and knowing that her ankle's not 100%, I'm glad that she kicked out instead of going for a big floater on the end there. And, yeah, as you were mentioning about the almost to the nose, do you remember back in the day when they used to have the band, the nose band, so that the judges could tell if you were properly on the nose or not? A lot of the Donald Takayama boards had a 2-foot nose band back from the nose, just so that they knew you actually got to the nose. They weren't as critical about the 5s and 10s back then, but it was like, okay, we know you're officially on the nose because we see your foot in front of that band, and it's still present on the Donald Takayama in the pink model, which was originally called the nose rider.
That's such good, such great things to remember back to, but now it really does matter getting those toes fully wrapped over. Well, down to 15 minutes on the clock. We got a few scores to come through, but that last heat we saw Chloe Calmon take away the win, and she's down with Sam Bleakley now.
Thanks so much. Chloe, we all love watching you longboard. You've got fans all over the world. You really embody the style, the grace of longboarding. You've got the show on the road here in El Salvador. How does it feel to get that first heat win?
Oh, there's always the nerves on the first heat, and the waves were really tough at this time of the day. A little bit of wind, high tide, so it gets very funky and hard to find a good wall to stay on the nose comfortable. But I was struggling at the beginning to find a couple good ones, but then I took a deep breath and restarted the heat, and I caught 2 waves back to back, and I was finding my rhythm again. And I feel really grateful to be here representing my country. We have a big support from Team Brazil here. We've been here for a week training, and it's just an amazing opportunity. Can't complain about being here.
And I know you do a lot of training with the Olympic Federation back in Brazil in Rio. How important would it be for you and for longboarding if longboarding gets in the Olympics for Los Angeles 2028?
Oh, I think for all of us surfers, being at the Olympics was such a far dream. But now the shortboard is in, and then we have the news that probably longboarding is in 2028. So I think it just became my life goal to make the Olympics. And since the beginning of the year, I've been training at the Olympic Training Center in Rio de Janeiro, nearby my home. And it's just an incredible opportunity to go train every day next to Olympic champions. There's so much good energy and fire in that place. So it was 3 months of really hard work before coming here, getting ready for Pan American Surfing Games at the ISA Games. So yeah, I'm really stoked to be able to put a work in the water now.
There's a lot of things up to stake before then. There's world titles on the line, but we'd all love to see you in LA in 2028. But on the here and now, what's your game plan for the rest of the week in El Sunzal?
Oh, I think it's a long event and a lot of rounds, a lot of good surfers from all over the world. I think it's just so nice to be here making friends from different countries and bumping into old friends again. So it's just a really nice environment, very inspiring to see all the teams supporting the athletes and stuff. So I think I'm just going to take step by step, go home, rest, watch my heat, and then get ready for the next rounds.
Lastly, a message in Portuguese for all your fans back home.
Sim, obrigada a todo mundo que está assistindo e torcendo. O time Brasil hoje ganhou as 3 baterias. Queria mandar um beijo para os meus pais, para minha irmã, para todo mundo que está torcendo. E é isso, continuem aí na torcida.
Great work and well done to Chloe on a great heat, kicking things off early here for her campaign this week. In hunt of that inaugural gold medal for Chloe Calmon. She's walked away with the silver and the bronze in back-to-back years. 2018 it was the silver medal, 2019 it was a bronze medal. She would really love to walk away with the gold this week.
And she's got the talent to do it. And this is such a great wave to do it on as well.
So true. We know that she was here in El Salvador a couple months ago, just training, getting ready for the upcoming WSL event later this year in September, alongside of her good friend Zoe Grospignon, who represents France, and Zoe will be coming up in our last heat of the day. They were out here training together when they got the news that the ISA World Longboard Championships would be hosted here this year. So great that she's already got some time in the water, as well as, a few of the women that are in the draw. They've had that opportunity to travel, to get to surf here. It's really, Surf City has become kind of this spotlight place, this surf destination in Central America that's really lit up over the last couple of years. And there's been more and more surfers that I see their Instagrams lighting up through the season and recognizing they're down here, getting some great waves and really getting to know the local community and how, the variety of waves that are on offer in this region is just incredible. There's so many waves regardless of the type of craft that you're riding. So it's been great to see so many of those surfers get an opportunity. As we see Estella Hangerford getting busy on her backhand. So nice opening carve. Great second carve. I love that approach. Nice couple steps forward now. That wave's getting really soft. You can see there if she pushed too hard and actually went all the way to the nose, she would have nosedived that board for sure, or purled the nose of the board. So great kind of reading for her of that wave, not to push it too far. But again, those scores are going to be difficult to get out of that 3-point range. Near impossible if you're not able to get to that nose early on.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned, she could tell she kept herself safe there, and it's always better to end the wave on your feet rather than falling off or purling. As we have our surfers for next heat, that's Taryn King of South Africa.
A young mom paddling out, little Koa and Izzy at home watching with her husband Tom. Taryn and Tom are like the most powerhouse surfing couple ever coming out of South Africa. They've got so many great results to their names across surfing, longboarding, as well as the stand-up paddle world and racing. We'll get back to more of that in the next heat when we see Taryn King paddling out. Right now it's Lucy Small, one of the founders of Equal Pay for Equal Play out of Australia, currently residing in Sydney, but from the west coast, from Western Australia in Denmark. And has a paddle there, unable to get into it. She is currently sitting in the lead. Marcella now from Colombia, flying down the line. Great looking wave in front of her. Now looking to engage that drop knee cut back. Bit of variety on that opening maneuver. Carves back again to set herself up on this line. Love that she's using that drop knee cut back. The wave just not opening up for her though with that connection that she needs.
Yeah, I'm so old school. I can't do a cutback without doing a drop knee, and my backside bottom turns are also drop knee. I'm like, I love putting that thing down and twisting your foot. And here we have Red taking off.
Lucy in the shadows and setting that line now. Looking graceful for the start of that wave. Nice carve back, riding a new board, a new Keo nose rider. Said she's really been loving it. Back at home, getting some practice in out at Manly this week. And she'll kick out, sitting with that 317 as her high score at the moment. Surfers getting ready to paddle out for the next 2 heats. We'll have heat number 7 and heat number 8, and we'll be wrapping up competition with the end of heat 8 today and returning tomorrow morning, likely to finish off the women's main round, the opening round, as we have Evelyn Gontier from Argentina in the blue jersey there that'll be getting ready for that next heat. 7 minutes, 40 seconds to go. And Marcella from Colombia, who's currently in the water, she is sitting with a 2.23 as her high score. That last score to drop through was a 2.07, so she's got 2 scores on the board now, chasing a 3.54. 35 years old, has finished off as national champion there in Colombia, lives walking distance to the coast, to the water, spends as much time as she can surfing. She's really interested in arts, movement, and breath. She's a physiologist, but she normally works in yoga and as a meditation teacher and just loves being connected to nature. She's got a dog at home that she loves taking on walks, and it's great to have her represented this week in El Salvador.
Well, we're looking for some more walking on these waves as we want to see more cross-step action. We want to see that variety of maneuvers. We do have very limited nose riding sections now with this deeper water. The critical part of the wave that stands up, holds you up on the nose, is kind of dissipated into this deep pool of water. These girls are sitting about 1/8 of the way out from what the guys were sitting out in the morning. And so the opportunity and the length of ride where you can fit in those varieties and get those scores is getting limited. So you're lucky to get a couple turns at best and hopefully a quick tap on the nose. I don't expect to see too many locked-in nose rides, but you never know. Sometimes you get a little backwash comes through and actually empties out that deep section. That's the best thing we can hope for as far as that goes, but still great surf on offer.
Yeah, really important to find those clean waves that really allow that good pocket opportunity. As we've got 6 minutes on the clock, teams getting ready to paddle out, or surfers getting ready to paddle out for the next heat. They're just about to that 5-minute mark. You can see we got our surfer in blue up the way, white now ready to go, and red as well. There is that opportunity for the surfers to have a caddy in the water. What does that look like for them?
Well, that's cool. So they have an option to have someone sitting out there with an extra option of equipment. And so if things don't feel quite right, or sometimes if you have multiple heats within a day, the conditions can be so different than your first heat. So whatever worked for you in the earlier heat might not work so well. And after getting a couple waves, you may say, oh, you know what, I wish I had that other board. And rather than taking a whole trip up the beach, releashing, paddling back out and getting a position, they can just kind of head over into the channel, swap out, which is very, very helpful.
Great to know, especially coming up with a bigger forecast in the next few days. You know, today we didn't see the use of the caddies. Not that we picked up, at least on the webcast today, anybody wanting to paddle over and swap boards out or have any damage to their equipment. But in the coming days, we could easily be seeing snapped boards, multiple snapped boards. That's what we saw in the last few days of practice days. There's quite a few surfers that have some damaged equipment, unfortunately, because it gets pretty powerful. There's some heavy sections. So to know that there's that opportunity to have a caddy with them is really nice and probably comforting in the back of their minds, especially when it gets bigger. It's really challenging to get in and out of this shore break. So to come all the way to the inside, have to change things out and make it back out again with only 20 minutes on the clock is really challenging.
That's such a great point. And yes, that is definitely the more important part of having a caddy when boards are snapping. And so that's a much worse thing that can happen when you're pretty much stuck with your extra board being out in the channel and you got to go toss your equipment. Hopefully no more snap boards today, although that's the way some boards do snap, is having all of that downward force, purling, and the leverage that you have when the board's still under the water with the going down the face as well as the force of the lip hitting it. Having that 9 feet of board can really just cantilever, pop those boards in two. Whereas a short board will kind of flop around a lot of the water. There's not the surface that can really catch all of that water's energy.
So true. Thankfully, that board looks fine for Lucy, and we haven't seen any snapped boards in competition today. Our surfer in blue now having a paddle, Estella, 21 years old from Christchurch on the South Island of New Zealand. She's currently in her 3rd year of electrical apprenticeship down at home, and she has represented New Zealand in the past a couple of times for the World Junior Surfing Games back in 2019 and 2018. But this year she won the New Zealand National Longboard title, which qualified her to be here to represent in a different craft.
That is so cool. Yeah, and a lot of these surfers, they were basically there weren't enough team riders to really have a strong longboarder, so a lot of the shortboarders had to switch over and kind of learn to ride the logs just to kind of fill that position and fill that slot for their country, which is super cool.
Yeah, great to see that crossover for some of the nations that need it. There is also just such a growth in longboarding of recent years that there are other events that are conflicting with this one specifically. So there's some surfers that maybe couldn't make it to their national event to try to qualify, as we see Lucy go down after that opening maneuver. So they either weren't able to get to their qualifying events, or they've decided to opt in for some of the other events that have been happening around this, last few weeks and the couple weeks to come, and kind of managing those budgets and making sure that they can get to the events that they've maybe been dreaming of going to or are regular at. We had Mexi Log Fest, we had Single Fin Mingle in Christchurch just a few weeks ago. We've got a Duct Tape Invitational that's happening in Brazil right now. So the longboard community is thriving globally, and it's been great to see that representation turn up here as well. So we see a bit of missed opportunity between those last few paddles. Marcela Gonzalez now on the inside has a look there and is unable to get into it. We're down to the gritty end of competition now, 1 minute 45 seconds on the clock. Lucy Small still sitting in the lead. And Lucy has had a very busy couple of years. She took a stand at an event where it was announced at the prize giving that the pay was unequal for the men and the women. The men were getting paid a few times more than what the women were getting paid. Lucy and some of her friends took a stand there and ended up enacting something called equal pay for equal play, and it's changed the laws across Australia in sport. It's been an amazing movement, and that's had repercussions around the world. It's been really well talked about. So Lucy's been this constant voice now for change and for equality, that women are putting in the same amount of work, the same amount of effort. Their plane tickets are the same to get here, to get to any contest around the world. Their accommodation costs the same. We don't get a discount for life. So why is it that we're getting paid a lesser amount? And so there's been an amazing movement to change that, which Lucy Small has really been kind of pioneering from the back end. And this year she also got on the plane to Ghana, put together an amazing film called Yama, which is making its premieres around festivals around the world. So it's been great to see Lucy on that side of things, and then to get the call up just a few weeks ago, her and Kira Molnar to represent for Team Australia this week. They're best friends. They've traveled the world for many years. So it's really cool to see that Lucy and Kira are getting to have that time on the road together. And for Lucy now, walking away with that first heat win is going to be huge for her confidence if she can hold on to it now. Marcela with an opportunity, but at the moment it looks like Lucy's secure to be advancing through. 10 seconds on the clock. Marcela unfortunately goes down for Team Colombia. And it's going to be the Australian with the win and the Kiwi in second.
Wow, yeah. You saw Green just really trying to get away. Blue had the higher priority. If she was anywhere within reach of Blue, Blue would have kept anyone from taking a wave that looked like it had scoring potential. So it was a good move going for that. That inside is definitely starting to really, that shore break starting to kind of lump up and makes things very, very hard to get that 9-foot-plus board down the face and that kind of tight transition, powerful shore break.
Well, more surfing to come. As we can see, the sun just starting to glimmer on the face of the waves means that it's getting lower and lower, and we're close to the end of competition. But we've got 2 more heats to roll through. Coming up next, we'll have South Africa's Taryn King, multiple national champion, and an ISA Sprint gold medalist in the stand-up paddle divisions. Coming up in the next heat. We'll be right back after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the ISA World Longboard Championships, where we get to see some of the world's best longboarders competing for gold medals for themselves, as well as those coveted team gold medals for overall points through the week. And it's been a great thing to be able to see those teams represented across the men's and the women's fields throughout today on our opening day of competition. Shannon Hughes here in the booth alongside Ben Way. And Ben, we have a set rolling through to kick things off in this heat. There's already been one score as we see Evelyn just go down from Argentina on that second wave of hers. She's already got a 0.77. Taryn King of South Africa now taking off out of Cape Town. And she's used to big, powerful surf, so waves of this size would just be making her feel even more comfortable to be able to get onto those sets. Beautiful, composed carve to start things off. Now let's see if she's able to find her way to the nose. Great wrap back again, getting those kind of wiggles out, that first wave, those jitters of being back at Worlds once again. And she'll have a big kick out in the shore break.
Yeah, that backwash, I mean, you can see it at that last 10% of that ride was basically just navigating over backwash warbles and kind of just trying to stay stuck on there. But, yeah, Taryn King representing the Ride brand from South Africa. And I believe she's also a fitness trainer.
Yeah, she works as a trainer, and she spends so much time in the water, more than you or I guarantee. She got 2 young kids, 5-year-old Koa and 11-month-old Izzy, and her husband Tom as well, all ocean people, as we take a look at some of the replays from those first exchanges.
All right, so here we had Lucy Gerard. We've seen her brother and sister out today, both Yone and Sive, both surfed very well on their heat. And this is the younger sister living in Hawaii. And great surfing here. Nice styly. A little bit of a shuffle on the way back there, but that was kind of necessary in that position just to navigate over those backwashes. If you were in mid-step and the backwash were to hit, it would throw the board up. You would be unable to complete those steps. So in certain areas, the shuffle is a little bit necessary, although people love to see foot over foot. And here we have Taryn King really navigating. She can see this thing's going to pick up on the inside. I love how she's just putting it on rail. There was so many bumps and lumps throughout the face. There wasn't really any opportunity given to her to get to the nose. And so she did as well as she could, and there's that inside backwash, which is getting stronger and stronger with the high tide.
All right, so some scores to filter through from that first exchange. As we wait for those, let's go down to catch up with a very happy Lucy Small with Sam Bleakley.
Lucy Small, I mean, fresh from Australia. You literally only just flew in, but you've taken that first heat win. How does that feel?
Yeah, it feels really good to get that out of the way, and hopefully just can be a little bit more focused and you know, ready for the heats going forward now, having that one. Only flew in on Saturday night, now it's Monday, so had a couple of surfs out here. It's a pretty challenging wave, so yeah, it feels good.
And you've actually sporting a bit of an injury. Tell us about the roll of your ankle and how it's feeling.
Yeah, so I was surfing an event in Manly on Friday, and I surfed my first heat, and it was beautiful waves, and everything was going well. And then I came out of the water, was walking back to the car, and tripped over the curb. I rolled my ankle. So it has been like, stressful few days trying to just hope that it's going to be okay. And then nice to actually sit on an aeroplane and not move for like 28 hours. And then today, luckily, it's actually feeling almost back to normal. So, yeah, a bit hard in the chop out there. It's a little bit stiff. So hopefully it'll be, a little bit better tomorrow.
And how proud are you to be an Urakanji's team member?
Yeah, it feels amazing to represent Australia. It feels amazing to be part of a team. I've never surfed in an event where you just have this crew of people who are outright going for you, you know. I think there's a lot of, we're in a really interesting time in history in Australia at the moment through reconciliation with First Nations people and trying to kind of build a new narrative. And so flying under the flag is kind of complicated in that way, and hopefully we can come into a future where we can all truly be proud to represent Australia.
And you're a real ambassador for how you use surfing for positive change with equal pay for equal play, and your political work, all of your writing work, and all of your campaigning. What advice would you give for young women surfers out there about how they can use surfing to really drive change?
Yeah, so surfing is such an amazing thing. Like here in El Salvador, you know, there's people from all over the world that you might never come in contact otherwise. And, it's a coming together and it's a community, and through all the surf travel you really get to learn about kind of histories and people's communities and all those important things. And I think as surfers, as carrying that knowledge forward, it's really important that we are ambassadors for social justice, and we're not afraid to speak up, because we so often have platform and we have access to communities, and I think it's a really amazing way to kind of keep on moving towards creating positive change.
And lastly, I'll let you say some thank yous to the people back home who you really want to say thank you to.
Thank you to my dad, who isn't watching because he's sailing from Tasmania to New Caledonia, and to my partner Joey, who's cheering me on from New Zealand in the kitchen. I appreciate the support so much. And also to all of the wonderful people who supported me and funded me to come here, especially to Rebel Fins, who I couldn't have been here without their support, so really appreciate it.
Amazing. Great to hear from Lucy, an incredible ambassador for the sport, for change across all dynamics, and representing women well throughout Australia and the rest of the surfing community. We're down to 12 minutes on the clock. We have Evelyn currently sitting in the lead from Argentina with a 2.5 as her high score. Lucy of American Smo with that 3.17 sitting in second. Taryn King does have first priority. She's sitting on a single score of a 2.9. chasing a score to get herself into that advancing position for the main round. And Hazel Wilson of Guam sitting with just that 1.57. So it's been a slow start to this heat, really challenging to be able to find a wave that facilitates a good nose ride to start, or really any nose ride to start. And that's what the judges have been making a very clear statement with, is if you want to get a score over, say, a 4-point ride into those fives, it's got to be with that opening nose ride, and then those turns connected together with that sort of seamless style that really gets those scores placed up higher. So that wave selection being absolutely crucial. Taryn King now on a big drop. Nice drive off the bottom. Couple quick steps, so good cross-stepping footwork. Now carves back again. Sets herself up for this line. You can see her really just hoping that this wave will open up for that wall. Not quite there, but nice use of the footwork coming out of that second turn. Super bumpy through the inside though, and super challenging. Nice finish. Doesn't quite find the projection that she would need for that board to really just find a nice smooth landing. But some solid surfing from Taryn King.
Yeah, she's so solid on her feet. I mean, there was a couple points in that ride could easily disconnect you from your board. And here's our beautiful site. This is the Club Salvadoreño, where all of our teams are lined up. And on this little palapa that you see on the right side of your screen is where we have these cool little huts for all of our teams. Each of them get their own little private hut with a little locker for the day. And so they've got their little home base to go back and just get the perfect view. There's the Tunco Rock right there in the middle, originally made famous in the Endless Summer, the first Endless Summer. And also the waves here were also featured in the original movie of Big Wednesday, filmed by George Garino. Amazing kneeboarder, and someone we have to thank for the shape of fins these days.
Love that Greeno longboard fin for sure. As we see Evelyn straight up to the nose. This is the wave that she's been waiting for. Beautiful style. Board's looking really nice under her feet. Nice bit of footwork through the inside. Will she find one more nose ride? I thought she was nearly going to get there. But great composure, and she got some nice critical work done in the opening parts of that wave that will definitely factor into her scoreline. Sitting on that 2.5, she's now in second behind Taryn King, who's jumped into lead.
Yeah, her 2.5 was actually during the interview, and she was able to sneak in a couple quick 5 taps I did see on the side of the screen. And that will be coming up next. That's Zoe Grospiron for Team France. And she will be in the last heat of the day. Well, this day is just flown by. Just watching epic surfing and epic waves. It's so much fun.
It has been just going so quickly. Zoe's sister spends a lot of time here in El Salvador. So Zoe's been coming with her family on trips and would know this wave better than a lot of the surfers in the lineup. So I'm really curious to see how she goes out here. Would have surfed Sunzal on many days in many types of conditions. So she'll have that familiarity in paddling out with a lot of pressure on the line, but she's been putting together some of the better performances. She's one of those surfers in the world longboard conversation of, varying events, whether it's club events to invitationals to WSL Longboard Tour events, where Zoe's been a name that has just been skyrocketing in her performances, becoming more consistent all throughout. As we see Hazel Wilson from Guam, Hazel is the youngest competitor in the draw this week. There's a few 15-year-olds, but Hazel's the youngest of them.
She's 1 month. She's 1 month younger than what was our surfer for? Is it what's?
I'm not sure who the other two were, but yeah, we've got a few. We've got, I think, 3 15-year-olds in the draw. Hazel Roxon is the youngest competitor this week. And great to just see her out here represented. She's been doing, you know, a great job, smiling, such a sweet face around the contest site throughout today. As we see Lucy now up and riding, American Samoa residing in Hawaii. Nice footwork to start things off. Nice trim line. Hits that bump and that wobble, though. It's going to be challenging for her to be able to trim through that flat spot, and she'll kick out.
Yeah, so she was a competitor in shortboard in 2021 at our World Surf Games, also representing American Samoa. And her sister, Sive, was living in Oceanside. I don't know if they still are, the brother and sister, Yone and Sive. And I was watching just the most amazing surfing on the north side of the pier, going, who are these people, and where did they come from? And all of a sudden, we're seeing them all over competition, which is very, very cool.
Great to see those names just, you know, growing more and more familiar to us as we see them in more and more events. Hazel just having to duck out under that lip. That's challenging. So many of these waves just pop up and break that you're not expecting to, because some of them will fade out that you've paddled so hard for. You're not able to get into it. And then a few of them just kind of pop up and just, yeah, have that little lip line that comes down a bit quicker. Hazel is a great young competitor. She started surfing at age 5, won her first contest by age 6. So quick learning curve for her in the contest jersey. That was a Lotus Kids contest in Guam. She's completed throughout Guam, Hawaii, and the Philippines, and really enjoys early mornings and being able to start the day in the water before she goes to school.
Wow, I've only taken one trip to Guam before. And there is Coral Jean Bonilla representing Mexico. And her dad was out earlier, Pablo. And her sister will also be competing, I think, tomorrow. And fun story is I'm the one that told her dad to go talk to her mom in Sayulita. And here they are years later, and just still happily married, and the whole family surfs together. Yeah, you know, sometimes. So Holly Bishop will be watching. That's the mother, originally from Canada. And they all surf really well, and they run a surf school down in Pescadero in Los Cabos, just above on the Pacific side of Cabo San Lucas.
Well, can't wait to see Coral on the lineup. I love the look of that board under her feet. Looks like she had a little patchwork done in the nose there, maybe took one to the rocks possibly on this trip already. There's some great ding repair, and I mean, it's a full surfing town that we're in, full surf village here in Surf City, El Salvador, as you'd expect. With the name, the town lives up to the hype. So if you do come down here on a surf trip, know that you are going to be covered. You're going to have access to boards if something happens to yours. You're going to have access to great, affordable repair jobs. You're going to have a great community around you for coaching and everything. As we've got a bit of a collision, unfortunately, that wave just took them out, like we were talking about the one before with Hazel.
Yeah, there's such deep water, and there's still a lot of energy in the ocean, but there are these kind of uneven, shallow spots where the water can kind of run through a pool and then all of a sudden just pop up and steamroll you just like that, especially if you're holding onto one of these big boards where there's just so much surface to catch water.
Down to 4 minutes, 36 seconds. Our surfer in red, Taryn, being the only one to be able to hold onto her position with that set rolling through. We'll see if she's able to just stroke through that wave, and she'll be in a good position, but the rest of our 3 surfers kind of going for the 3 options of how to get a longboard through the lineup. You may be new to longboarding if you're tuning in and you're not so familiar with the sport. Longboarders are far too big to duck dive for the majority of people. Maybe you get a big 6-foot-plus guy with really strong arms that can properly duck dive, a big 9-foot board, but most of the time you either jump off your board and throw it, make sure there's no one behind you, and if you're wearing a leash then your board won't go too far from you, but only if there's no one around. You can swim under the wave without your board. Option 2 is to go over the top of the wave, kind of paddle out towards it, get into a sitting position where the wave hits the nose of that board and you can pop over. Or option 3 is to do the turtle roll, where you actually just flip the board upside down and you hang onto the rails for dear life to get through. Taryn King now with a quick up and out is unable to keep that composure on that wave. And it's a challenge, man. Riding a huge board out in waves like this can be so fun once you're on the wave, but really the worst when you're caught on the inside.
It's so tiring getting out a longboard on surf. And here we have Evelyn Gontier. She is our heat leader at the moment. And she has been surfing really consistently. She's been fitting in those turns. And nice variety, nice clean steps.
Beautiful, beautiful style. Great nose ride to find in that trim point, kind of pointing herself towards the beach. Rachel Tilley was mentioning a few heats ago that the judges really want to see those nose rides where the board itself is going parallel to the beach in your trim line. But for the sake of functionality and just kind of getting nose rides done in conditions like these, oftentimes it means charging the nose when you're pointed straight towards the beach just to get that nose ride done, because you're in a contest and there are elements of it where you just kind of need to, in some ways, tick the boxes to get those maneuvers done. That was
that shore break is just going nuts right now.
Really hectic shore break section, which we knew was going to get bad towards the end of the day, just seeing what's happened over the last few days. Talk us through this one of Taryn King.
All right, Taryn's been really good at kind of navigating and staying close to that power point. And she gets a nice couple steps right here, has a chance to get that 5. She locks it on. And just as you're saying, right now we don't have that wall to really go parallel lateral to the beach, but she got up there, tons of control, able to stick down that ending maneuver, which is also going to count a lot because it's a very, very critical section. And you can just see boards and leashes just getting ripped around. So much water moving around here. And at this point, the water kind of, the beach runs out of beach, and it's going to start bouncing off the bottom of our podium, causing this backwash and that reverberation of water that comes back out to the ocean. So a lot going on out in the water, and what you can't see is there's just tons of movement under the water, pulling the board down, pulling you sideways, trying to rip you out of the position, not to mention trying to battle these waves on your big 9-foot and deciding to go for the turtle roll, punch through, let the whitewash go through your arms, or do that sit-down pop-over, which I'm a big fan of, but when it goes wrong, you go backwards.
Yeah, you just get flipped completely. You get flipped into the turtle roll, maybe not on purpose.
Backwards turtle rolls. We don't want any reverse turtle rolls in here. That's not going to help you out at all.
Well, 1 minute on the clock, and with that last set, we've got all of our competitors on the inside. We'll see if they're going to be able to make it out. I don't think so, just given the amount of time on the clock. You can see Hazel here on the inside. She's got that position on the shoreline, and it's been a great heat for all three of them. You can see our surfer in blue, Evelyn, just has a little look back to the tower, has a laugh, recognizing there's just not really any point at this stage, and she gets taken out on the shore break. The shore break gets so intense here, but thankfully at the moment it's full of sand, where typically when we're here for the World Surfing Games, it has been boulders and rocks every time.
Yeah, and I was just remembering our first trip here, 2019, when we had our World Sup. We had the technical race where they have to come back through the waves, and then they come and run up the beach, and they were having to run over cobblestones. And we actually had to make kind of a runway for them to safely come up the beach, and there was no way of keeping these cobblestones away.
So dangerous. Well, I'm taking a look at the score line. We're still waiting on a score for Taryn King in red. Great camaraderie down on the beach with everybody, waiting for scores to drop. Evelyn currently sitting in the lead with a 4.33 and a 3.03. Lucy Gerard sitting in second with a 3.17 and a 2.5. Taryn King is the question mark. She's the last one with a score to drop. She's sitting on a couple of 2s and requires a score right between what she has. She needs a 2.78 to move from third into second position. Now remember, it's not an elimination round. There will be a repechage round to come. But the top 2 will be staying in the main event. And Taryn King secures a 4.10, second highest wave of the heat. For that last one, great effort. Bumps her up into second. That bumps Lucy from American Samoa down into third. And Hazel Wilson of Guam, our youngest competitor in the event, down into fourth. Taryn with the win. And what a great performance. We'll go to a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be catching up with this one, Taryn King, in no time at all.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's There's a right time to face yourself. A right time to enjoy pleasures, to make friends. There's a right time to listen. And a right time to make decisions. There's a right time for fear and for success. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to the action here for the ISA World Longboard Championships. It's 2023 and we are in Surf City, El Salvador. It's been a beautiful day, a great day of competition, and we are into our final heat of the day with 3 fantastic women in the water, Ben.
Yes, in red representing Team France, Zoe Grospiron, representing Chinese Taipei in blue, Mei Xin Pan, and Coral Bonilla representing Mexico in green.
3 great competitors. Last heat of the day, so they have been waiting around, supporting their teammates as well. The men that have surfed earlier today, possibly one of their female competitors, the other woman on the team, would have already surfed today. We will have the rest of the women's round of the main round 1 that'll be heading out tomorrow morning. We'll have 8 more heats to finish that up and to be counting our way through the week. Finals day likely to be happening on Saturday. We've got some big swell that's going to be coming through from probably Wednesday. So we're going to see a very different El Sunzal than what we're currently looking at.
Yeah, and this morning, I mean, we saw some really pumping sets. Yesterday was even bigger, I believe. And, yeah, so this place, it basically never goes flat. I've never seen this place completely flat and unrideable. Partly reason being is it's kind of south-facing, sticking out into the Pacific Ocean. It's kind of a big catcher's mitt for swell. So basically nothing misses Surf City, and it's going to catch whatever swells out in the water. And especially if you have a 9-footer, you can basically surf every day of the year, and it's going to be warm and nice.
Yeah, it's an incredibly good location, an absolute swell magnet as we take a look at some replays. First, a blue for Pan Mei-Sin, also known as Leanne McDonald, her father from Britain, her mother from Chinese Taipei. And Leanne is a fantastic surfer all around. I've seen her competing since she was just a little grommet. And she got some great traction through on that wave, just nice trim line. Fell in the finishing section as we take a look now at live action with Zoe Grospiron, one of the highest seeds in the event. Team France did so good the last time that we had the ISA World Longboard Championships in Biarritz. And Zoe with a great nose ride out the back, finishing through here to the inside, and this is going to be one of the waves that makes the rest of the beach wonder what we've been kind of watching through the day, and just what a great performance and a way to kick things off for Zoe.
What an amazing opening wave. And that recovery off of that 5 around that whitewash was just insane. Can't wait to watch the replay of that, and we can expect a pretty decent opening score for Team France.
That was absolutely solid. Well, let's go down to the beach now to catch up with Mateo and one of the surfers from last heat.
Thank you, guys. We are here with Evelyn Gontier. She's from Necochea, Argentina, and she just made first in the heat. Evelyn, congratulations, felicitaciones. Bastante difícil, bastante complicado el mar, sobre todo el backwash, el rebote, pero no te pinchaste ante las 2 primeras olas que fueron de puntaje bajo y pudiste superarlo.
Bueno, la verdad que recién salgo, estoy muy contenta, nos cansamos a lo último. Mis 2 primeras olas me caí, estaba un poco nerviosa. Dije, no, bueno, listo, ya está, me saqué esto encima, ahora a surfear bien, y bueno, pude encontrarme 2 solitas ahí que pude hacer un buen puntaje. Me hubiese gustado mejor, pero bueno, vamos paso a paso, poquito a poquito. Así que nada, muy contenta igual.
She says she started with 2 waves and with no good scores, but she could manage, you know, mentally that and go through and get a couple good waves. So she's happy, she's getting in rhythm and happy for the country. Un equipo que está unido, con un longboarding ahí que vienen ya trabajando de los Panamericanos, vienen trabajando juntos. ¿Cómo se llevan entre ustedes?
La verdad que el equipo está súper unido, nos llevamos muy bien, venimos entrenando ya hace casi más de una semana que estamos acá porque vinimos directo desde Panamá. La verdad que estamos entrenando, estamos muy motivados y nada, con ganas de estar en los últimos días de finales.
We were talking about the team. They are coming together from the Pan American Games in Santa Catalina in Panama a week ago. So they are like living together for many days, and the team is strong and they want to support each other in every heat. Bueno, Evelyn, a descansar un poquito. Nos vemos en la próxima serie.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Mateo. La verdad que bueno, le quiero mandar un saludo a mi papá, que estaba súper nervioso, a mi abuela, a mi mamá, a mi novio Gonza. Los amo, así que voy a seguir con todo y nos vemos dentro de poco.
She say hello to the family and his father, Diego. He's one of the first surfers in her town, in Necochea. So, congratulations, Evelyn. Go back to the booth.
Sí, y quería agradecer un segundito a mis tablas que me cambiaron el surfing New Advance. La verdad que estoy muy agradecida y bueno, gracias, un saludo.
Okay, one more, the boards. Thank you, guys. Go back to the booth.
Thanks so much, Mateo. Great to hear from Evelyn. Frothing with a heat win out there and just surfing with so much grace, style, and flow. Everything that we want to see in traditional longboarding.
Yeah, unbelievable. And, yeah, Mateo's such a fun character as well. And those New Advance, I mean, there's a lot of people on New Advance. It's the biggest board company in Brazil. We also had Chloe Calmon riding the Neco Cardamone shapes. And that was, I believe, Mexico's first wave. Just a quick trip to the tip. They're still working on the score for red for that opening wave. And so usually this late in the round, if the judges take this much time, there's a pretty decent score to think about. And so if you're a competitor and you're waiting on those scores, there we go. Coral Jing showing that style. She's got really nice steps. The whole family surfs. Dad's also. Pablo was surfing earlier for Team Mexico. He went into the reps, unfortunately, but he is super stoked to surf out here at El Sunzal plenty more times, as much as it takes.
Yeah, Coral, great ripper coming out of Mexico, just 15 years old, one of the 3 15-year-olds in the draw this week.
So red scores in.
Red scores in. It's a 6.83 for Zoe Grosvignon of France. Paddle there for Pan Messine for Leanne in blue, unable to get into it. And what does that mean?
So, yep, she that was a priority change. Blue was holding first priority. Since she paddled and didn't get it, she passed it to the second priority holder, although we have Coral on the inside.
Great start for Coral. Great footwork. Finds that nose quickly, but goes down on the second.
Yeah, the problem there was she was under priority, so she had the freedom to just go try and get another score on the board. The problem is when you start farther to the inside, you've got less wave to deal with. And so while if she had started farther out, like these people with priority get to pick off, she would have gotten a lot more length of ride, which I'm sure as the priority switches around in her favor, we'll start to see.
Well, Zoe now up and riding again. So opening ride a 6.83 from the somewhat local here at El Sunzal. She spends so much time here as her sister resides in the area. And Zoe looking very comfortable. Picked off a great wave to start things off. Second wave looking maybe not quite as good as far as the maneuvers that she got. But again, found that nice connection with that open face on this opening section, which is really important. And then kicked out when she knew that wave wasn't going to offer much else. So she's showing that knowledge, that familiarity with the wave and how it works.
Yeah, and also kind of after getting her first score, she can kind of feel out what she expects or what she predicts that the judges will give her. And so while she knew there wasn't much more potential on that, she's going to spin out and go for another one. Now Blue's back with priority, and we saw her almost start to take off. She didn't give the paddle. She's learned from that first mistake of not giving up that priority position. Green has not made it back out there to the outside yet. That's why we don't have a priority number next to her name. And she's kind of staying in that midsection, trying to pick off ones that are out of range with these guys. But it looks like she is starting to work her way out.
Yeah, that takeoff zone has shifted a few times today. Mitch Salazar, who's been doing most of our sideline reporting today, he's an excellent he just knows the ocean so well. He spent so much time in this area, so he's been talking us through some of those takeoff points and where the surfers should or shouldn't be sitting throughout the day. Leanne now up and riding. Beautiful trim line here. I love, even if there's not a lot of work getting done, just those moments of kind of that low composed style coming across a section where that water's just kind of cascading down in front and being able to keep that composure. Beautiful surfing from Leanne. She's just turned into such a great surfer. The older that she gets, the more time she spends in the water. Watching her start competing from a very young age, back at home in the Junsun Harbor area in Chinese Taipei. and it's been great to see her now working her way through as an adult in this competition format.
Her older brother was also a very strong competitor, Rory, and so I'm sure she's gotten a lot of direction from the older brother as well as kind of getting to see how he had kind of learned the competition process. As we have a rider up.
Rider up, our surfer in green, Coral from Mexico. Beautiful style and nice bit of footwork through that middle third. Those are those moments where we talk about staying busy, not in a way that kind of overdoes things, but it's just showing that grace and that control. It's keeping that trim point of the board in the right spot on the wave. Got that nice locked in hang 5 as well. So her surfing really coming alive as we're coming into the final moments of the day. Down to 9 minutes on the clock. Coral chasing a 2.63. And this is going to be a pretty tight heat, I think, between second and third place. Zoe's locked in a 4.67 to back up that 6.83, which takes her into that 11-point heat total. We haven't seen too many of those heat totals today, etching above that 10-point range. So that's a really solid heat total for Zoe.
That's true. That's very true, especially in these conditions. And that first wave of Zoe was just spectacular, especially that recovery out of that 5 that would have basically probably taken out half of the field. And she got down in that kind of cheer 5 rail grab position and motored across that section, right around that section for a couple more. So beautiful, beautiful lines. And also, just as you mentioned, showing that local knowledge of this wave.
Putting herself in position, she is sitting really far out on the peak, a little bit farther out and deeper than what we were seeing the women in the previous heats. So kind of showcasing that she's got her points, her markers on the beach that she wants to be paying close attention to. She's had a really great run in competition over the last couple of years. She finished off third place the semifinals at Malibu, which was the last stop on the WSL World Tour in 2021. That was a really exceptional performance from her, and I think that was one of the moments within her career that she'll look back on in 10 or 20 years as the defining moment of her really becoming her own, I think, as a competitive longboarder. Excellent longboarder when it comes to that free surfing, but then it's those moments where you really have those breakout performances competing against the world's best when they're at their best. And she took out names that were, the ones that are winning world titles now. The girls like a Honolulu Bloomfield that are holding down those world titles, like a Soleil Erico. Those are the names that Zoe Grosspagnon was able to knock out on her run to that semifinal finish. And that's where we've really seen her kind of come into her own in that competitive space. And I think because of that, we're going to see her as one of those real front runners in this week's competition.
Yeah, just having that confidence under your feet is very huge. And especially when you're in a field of a lot of competitors that are sometimes competing at their first world championship as well. You feel like you're kind of on the upper crust, I'm sure. But we are definitely due for some surprises from some new names during this competition, and it's going to be a very, very exciting world championship here in Surf City.
Team France is going to be unbelievable this week as well. We have the Del Perro brothers and Antoine and Edouard, who both won their heats earlier today. Not much of a surprise, being that they've both got plenty of accolades to their name. And then also on Team France is Alice Lemoyne, who took out the win in the 2019 ISA World Longboard Championships. And Team France took the win overall that year. We had Antoine and Edouard, I believe both were in the final of that event. And so it's great to see 3 of those competitors here this week. I believe it was Justine Dupont who was the second female on the team for that event specifically. Where Zoe's replaced her now at this year's World Longboard Championships. But they're going to be a team that has a really strong force and will be really tough to beat when it comes to that team gold medal once again.
Yes, it looks like we got another score in for Green, 2.90 for that last ride where she got a couple trips to the tip. And so that sent her into the second place position. She does have third priority at the moment and still kind of hugging that mid to inside, trying to kind of give herself the chance to keep busy. Blue had second priority, let her go for that one, and Blue could kind of tell that there probably wouldn't be any scoring potential, and it's much more important to hold on to that second priority position.
Well, it's been a great day, great starting day to set the tone for what traditional longboarding is. This would be the first year. 2019 would have included that traditional format as well, but there's been a few changes over the last couple of seasons of really starting to see the traditional longboard criteria implemented at events globally, between the ISA, between the WSL, and so many events in between. As we take a look at Leanne now, flying down the line, lots of speed, trying to find that composure, finds a quick hang 5, can't quite stay on her feet. That speed just kind of pushed her right out in front of that wave, and she'll go down. Looking for a 2.51. I think maybe had she been able to lock into that nose ride, she could have been looking at a score like that. But without really being able to complete that, it's going to be challenging to knock away at those 2 scores she currently has. But this has been a good day to set the tone. There's been some really solid performances overall. And I think from that, we've been able to see surfers of sort of the older generation and surfers of the newer generation all coming together with that love and that appreciation now for traditional longboarding, to be able to see them really encompassing what that criteria is of, you know, utilizing the critical sections of the wave, of using the entire board and the entire wave in a traditional manner, regardless of what their craft specifically looks like. Whether they're on a 2+1, like we saw from Cindy, the local El Salvadorian queen, who just came out here and surfed so beautifully. I was surprised when she paddled out, when she came in from the water, and I saw that she was riding a 2+1, but she surfed it in an extremely traditional manner. And then you've got some other surfers that are out there on those single fins, a lot of the surfers, but to really see everyone kind of coming together, appreciating that they want to perform to those high degrees of difficulty, find those critical sections, those critical nose rides, and engage that rail, all with style, flow, and grace. And I think that's been really coming across, whether it's from maybe the more excellent surfers in the event who have been able to scratch into that 7 to 8 point range, or it's been those surfers with those lower scores, but they're still implementing that style of surfing, regardless of whether or not they're able to get those bigger scores out here.
Yeah, definitely. We've seen, if you guys want to join us online, keep up with all the action, see how the team standings, team goal, team medal standings, etc. Check us out on ISAsurf.org, International Surfing Association on Facebook, YouTube at ISAsurfing, Twitter at ISAsurfing, and Instagram at ISAsurfing, and always add the hashtag ISAsurfing. And if you're down here in Surf City, don't forget to put at Surf City El Salvador, put it on the map, and just help build this surfing community here in this beautiful place.
All right, so we're looking at some positioning now. It's our surfer in red who's currently sitting in the lead. Green in second, blue in third. Red does have first priority. Green with second priority, and that'll put blue into that third priority spot, although she hasn't quite been deemed that by our priority judge. She is going to have a quick spin around here and a paddle. And I did hear Rachel Tilley earlier this morning saying that she kind of felt like this wave has a lot of similarities to Jinsun Harbor, which is a spot that Leanne, who's just gone down on the inside, would have surfed so many times in her life. Such a great wave, but also a lot of that backwash, kind of a challenging, reefy sort of break with some sand in the mix, but a lot of those kind of rocks and that sort of man-made wall that's been built out into the sea. And it's got some great rights and lefts, but it's punchy. It's got a lot of power to it. It can change a lot varying on the tides. So this is the type of kind of conditions that Leanne has really spent a lot of time in her life surfing.
Yeah, and I think that the trickier place that you call your home break, the better. Because if you come from a place that's too perfect, like Noosa Heads or something like that, you're not going to be used to this much weird converging energy and unpredictability as you have this kind of uneven reef bottom mixed with a little more sand than we're used to this year. But we're down to 45 seconds, and Coral down to the last 45 seconds with second priority, trying to use good heat management, get one more score if she can. And Blue still not back out to receive that third priority, but we are running out of time. It doesn't look like there's a lot of sets on the horizon. This is going to be interesting as Green's taking a look. This might be the last chance effort as that backwash kind of pushes her back. And the beach marshal is letting them know that they're down to 15 seconds. So down to the last dying seconds. It's great when the beach announcer is letting them know exactly how much time they have to get that last wave before the buzzer.
And there it sounds. Zoe Grosmagnol of France walks away with the win. She only caught 2 waves. First wave was a 6.83. Backup score of 4.67. So a solid heat for the end of the day. Great surfing from both Coral and from Leanne. I loved their style. I love their grace coming through. And I love that moment for the two of them out in the water. High five, paddling with a smile, and they know they've got more opportunities to surf, as we've got a lot more coming for the next few days of competition. It's been a beautiful day here in El Salvador in Surf City, and we've got a big week of competition ahead of us, as we've already ticked through our opening ceremonies and those meetings in the beginning days, but we're now into our full-on competitions day with our finals predicted for May the 13th.
Yeah, this has been amazing, and it's great to see the potential of all of these riders as well as all of the new faces. And what a fun day. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. Well, thanks so much for tuning in. We'll be back here bright and early tomorrow morning, Surf City, El Salvador, for the 2023 ISA World Longboard Surfing Championships. Stay tuned for the highlights now, and we'll see you in the morning.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. Surfing has the power to change the world. It will now take the next step on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognized by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the ISA. This is a better world through surfing.